Welcome to BTM Reviews, where we talk about the news. Got the scoop you need to hear. Stay a while, join the cheer. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Pour the bourbon, let it flow. Talking drinks you need to know. Whiskey's aged and barrels old. Stories told in glasses full. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Toys and gadgets, playtime fun. From old school to brand new ones. Action figures, cars that zoom. Fill your heart and light the room. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz and take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today. Movies, flicks on silver screens. Drama, action, fill your dreams. Real to real, the stories told. Lights and camera, new and old. Super chat me, let's go live. Feel the buzz, come take a dive. Super chat me, don't delay. Join the fun, it's here today.
Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How's everybody doing this fine Saturday night? Not gonna lie, I was a little tired this evening after walking that fair all god dang day with my wife and grandson. So got up, went to the fair. That was fun though. Ate so much stupid food, like just dumb food that I don't eat normally. No sugar, just like just Chicago stuff that's available at these fairs. It's ridiculous amounts of food, but it was a good day. The weather was 68 degrees and sunny in August or September 5th, man. It was beautiful, beautiful day. I'm glad that I convinced my wife to not go yesterday and to go today. So that was good. And then I decided, well, let's do a later stream tonight. We'll start at 10 or so rather than 8 or 9. Just to try something a little different. We got Jim here. I think it's just going to be Jim and me tonight, unless some other people want to join. You know, there's
someone's going to join.
You know, the chat knows that I bring people in all the time, and if that person is going to join, I got to update my.
I sent it to our 4 favorite people on the internet.
Uh oh. Have any responded?
One did. One responded, cool. So.
Oh, cool. Oh man. Well, we'll see. How are you today, Jim?
I'm all right. I didn't sleep well last night. And then got woken up early, and
Then I woke you up again.
then you woke me up after I fell back asleep, and then I was up. So I'm only on about 4 hours sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because I think I got out of this. Okay, we started last night at 9, right? And I streamed for 5 hours. So we were done by 2:05 or something like that. My time. But fucking low watermark and uncapped kept me in that goddamn back room for another hour after the show. Because, just talking about stuff that you don't always get to on the stream. So, I was going to stream tonight a little bit of low watermarks appearance tonight too. I think we should do that to show our support for a boy.
Sure.
He's going on what's the guy's name? Actual Fandom?
Yeah, I think his name is Dane or Dale or something.
It's Dane.
Dane. He's like friends with that Vicky-verse chick, right? They're like partners, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he also
I don't know. I don't mean partners.
No, but he streams with Eric too. Eric DeBunks.
Eric? Oh yeah, Eric DeBunks. Yes.
Yeah.
But no, I thought him. Is it? Unless I'm confusing him with someone else.
I don't know. I just know him from streaming with Eric DeBunks. He doesn't really ever come off of his opinions at all. He's just one of those guys that are hardcore all the time with his opinion. So, hey, how you doing, Retro Dice? Pike Bishop, good to see you again. Wrestler Town, good to see you. Woodjum? Oh, Tevin, the lore seeker, is not going to be able to hang. He's tired. And Joe, how you doing, sir? Mr. Dan Blackroyd. Dan, you're welcome to join if you'd like to join. You've got the link. I put it in this room that we're not allowed to talk about. Right?
Shh. Super secret.
You're the one that calls out all the time, Jim. Oh, I have a new old bourbon, just one in my cabinet. It's another one of those barrel whiskeys, Jim. I
just realized I did not tweet out the show. I'm slacking.
Oh, for your channel? Yeah.
No, I don't think it helps, so who knows?
Oh, Retro, you're in the hospital?
Oh, that's horrible. Is everything okay? Is there anything we could do?
Well, man, good luck, buddy. I mean, nobody wants to be there, ever, for any reason, whether you're visiting or you're...
Well, that's why you should always have... I don't know if you smoke or if that's what you're talking about, or if you chew or something. You should always have some of those... what are they called? Zims?
Oh, the little pouches?
Yeah, little pouches. You can just stick it in there and be like, get some nicotine.
Oh, chest pain.
Chest pains, you probably shouldn't have nicotine, buddy. I hate to break it to you. Probably not the smartest thing to do when you got chest pains. Because it does restrict your blood flow. And
nicotine does?
Yeah. Or does something with your capillaries. It doesn't restrict blood. It does something. I'm not a doctor. It does something. Nicotine does something with capillaries and blood flow. I don't know if it restricts them or opens it up, but it's not something you want to play around with chest pains, because it could confuse them when they're trying to figure out if you're having a problem.
Right. I know that they always tell people after they have a heart attack they can't smoke, right?
Yeah.
Or after any kind of heart surgery, bypass surgery. Jim isn't a doctor. He doesn't need to be. He's already wealthy. He bypassed that part, dude. He already made his money. So he did what he needed to do in life. You just hope the market doesn't crash like they keep saying it's going to crash every other day, Jim.
Well, eventually it's going to crash. I mean, if you keep saying, it's like saying
you're going to will it to take place. Sure.
Right. But that's like, in all honesty, like the guy saying there's going to be a massive solar flare. At some point, there's going to be a massive solar flare. It's going to happen. It's happened in the past.
Very true.
That's like that nostril dumbass guy who said there was going to be all these things happen, and then he's got like 20 things right out of 20,000. It's like, this guy predicted the future. It's like, well, no, if you make predictions all day long, some are going to come true.
Some were interpreted to be pretty precise, which I think they they overdid it to make him look smarter than he was. But I mean, when you're watching, you know, like when they would talk about him, like on, I don't know, fucking
Family Guy.
No, I'm talking about like that show that Spock did after Star Wars.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It was like Discovery, not Discovery, Frontiers or something like that.
But he would talk about stuff like that, and you know, they do their 15 minutes on you. Go, wow, that's incredible. Then now it's 2024, and everything is over fucking done on the internet. They just knock everything down to nothing. Nothing is nothing. Just like this channel. It's fun, but it's not a big player in the world, but it is for me in my chat and my friends and my internet friends that come on the show, right, Jim? Hey, what's up, One Gun? Aren't you on Katie's show, buddy? Thought you were on Katie's show. I was watching Katie. I thought you were there. Yeah, look at him. He's being a Jim. He's in other people's chats. So my grandma said she was about to kick the bucket every Christmas. Well, I grew up my whole life with my mom telling me she's going to be dead before she's 50. She died at 74. So she did not predict that one very well. And I think it was 7 different cancers, Jim, that they would knock out.
Yeah.
And she got through all that stuff, and then she didn't die of natural causes. She died because of her health deteriorating because of all the surgeries in her 70s, but not good. Oh my goodness, Kara, how are you? How are you, Kara? Moderator to the stars. Sure you're enjoying the show, watching Vito and Dick go at it. We're just hanging out, buddy. Hanging out. You know, if you want the link, just let me know. We'll send you the link, One Gun. So, you know, tonight we have just kind of, I don't know what's happening. Jim's talking to people. Has anybody else responded, Jim?
Mark Gruber responded and said it's not really his thing, you know.
Oh, live streams.
So, yeah, live streams is not his, you know, like that. It's not his thing, but he appreciates the ask.
Cool.
So, I'm talking
about for tonight.
Oh, tonight? No. Oh. I thought you were talking about getting people on the show.
We are going to stream snipe. Yes, we are, Chris. We have to. We have to do that for low watermark.
So far, only one person
responded. He's very aware of the situation that he's in, and you know, you guys feel free to jump in their chat and give low watermark all the love you can, because I'm sure there's going to be lots of nastiness in that chat. Because I think there has been before when low watermarks talk to those guys. So I'm sure low watermark handle himself just fine. I don't like to do that stuff though, Jim. I don't want to have those conversations that are no-win conversations.
Well, I see that's the thing. I'm all for the Kobayashi Maru.
But it's
you know why? Because I'll do it just like fucking James Tiberius Kirk did. I will fucking cheat and win.
I'll put the link in the chat for the show that low watermark's on, guys. That way you guys can check in. It starts at 10:30, so they've
got it like
minutes.
Restricted to members or subscribers only or something. I went and looked at it. I was like, you know, so I was like,
oh man. Oh, that's not cool, dude. So
no.
low watermark can't get any support.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
It is.
Wow. Okay, so why? I would tell low watermark now, dude. Don't go on the show. Don't go on the show. That's not cool.
In a way, it's kind
of what?
Kind of an
MSNBC presidential debate.
It's kind of a shit maneuver, man.
It's a total shit maneuver. What are you afraid of? Don't do that shit to your guests. Let them have their fans there too. Because low watermark has plenty of people that like. I mean, they're also going to be here. Got to do a water in the chat. Law. I know, but you can't. If you're not a member of what's the name of this show? actual fandom and Jim, it has to be, you have to have been a member for at least 48 hours. So
Yeah,
you
so
can't even buy a membership tonight and then get in the chat.
Right.
What's he scared of?
I don't know. Maybe we should message Low Watermark and tell him.
Maybe we should message Eric DeBunks and say, dude, what the fuck is your buddy doing here?
Yeah.
Why is he doing this?
So there's no way anybody that can kind of support. So it's gaslighting is what it is. They're going to gaslight Low Watermark. Like, look, everybody in the chat
is on our side.
Is our side.
Right.
You know.
I don't like that, man. I don't like that at all.
Hold on. Give me a second here.
Actual cowards is more like, dude, just have the conversation without limitations. What I don't understand it. I mean, you might actually, you know, if some people that like Low Watermark went over there and heard you have a conversation, and you actually had a conversation with the chat while Low Watermark was there, you might sway some people to actually watch your show once in a while. Not now. I won't subscribe to that guy ever. Terrible, right?
Yeah.
But Low Watermark's a bit naive. I think, look, Low Watermark just wants to understand where they're coming from. He doesn't agree with where they're coming from. He wants to know why they feel the way they do about a lot of this trans stuff, right? This transmission stuff, Jim. That's what they really get into it about. So, well, I've talked to the guy about it. Yeah, that's what they talk about. Well, he wants to understand them, Blue Gundam. He's not trying to change anybody's mind, but he'd like to maybe let them hear why he feels the way he does without being yelled at or not having anybody in the chat to support his ass. That's bullshit. I mean, look at the guy that he's going on, Jim. And look at the name of this. Look at the name of on this thumbnail, chat. The Last Honest Conservative, ? Low Watermark. Does that seem like a very nice thing to say? And then right meets left. Can this conservative and I find understanding across the divide? Sure. Not when you got your chat locked down. Oh, that's true, Pike. No, that's why it's like, they don't care. They just don't care. Yeah, he's a guest. So he's a guest there. He's a guest on their show, but as the guest, he can't have his people that want to tune in and watch and give him whatever kind of support in the chat, that he won't get that support. And then here's the other thing too, Jim. If he walks off, if he quits the show because he's tired of the conversation, then he looks like the baby, right? And they win. See, he couldn't even handle the conversation. God damn that dude. He's the one that's right, Jim. Of course, everybody's right. What are you pulling up, Jim?
Nothing. I was sending a message to our friend.
Oh, okay.
I had some stuff pulled up. I have the solar flare, which I got into an argument with some crazy lady on Twitter about the solar flare stuff. She posted something crazy saying how this was today was the largest solar flare in history. It was an M1.6.
And we're still here?
No, it wasn't even a solar flare.
I'm just
kidding, Jim. I'm just saying it wasn't even it was a filament burst. So it wasn't a flare. Flares when the sun goes poof. This was just the filaments that popped. So it's different. It's not the same thing.
It's the shedding of the junk, right?
Yeah.
That's the filament.
And so,
stuff.
But she's
I'm learning.
Crazy,
look, I'm learning.
Yeah. So she's crazy. She immediately got ignorant. Like, I'm like, no, that wasn't a flare. It was a filament disruption. She's like, you could shut up and leave my page trying to gaslight my followers. And then I look and she's like, got all this. I mean, talk about a crazy lady with the shit she's got posted. Like, yeah. And it's like, I didn't see anything else about the sun anywhere on her fucking page. I'm like, what are you doing, lady? No, I know. I'm like, yeah.
Is it a bunch of woo-woo stuff?
Woo-woo weird shit, like, like straight out of Billy Carson's fucking library shit.
Really?
Yeah. I'll pull it
nice.
Up. Hold on. Nice.
That's cool. We're going to give her credit. Yeah. Let's pull her up. If she's arguing with Jim online, it must be worth it. That's funny. Jim, quit tweeting.
I'm right here. I got it.
You get in trouble when you tweet.
No, she's right here. This crazy lady. Oh, wrong thing. Look at this. Eternal soul of light, rainbow warrior of the new earth, 144 Sacred Heart, galactic family, highest quantum organic timeline, empath support, collective updates from new earth, Sacred Heart freedom.
30,000 followers?
Yeah, she's obviously crazy. She posted this picture of, I don't know what it's supposed to be. Like, she thinks this is like a pathway that the people are coming through or something. I know, look at massive solar eruption. Nobody is talking about this. Nobody is talking about this. Gee, that's funny because there's a guy that every fucking morning does a broadcast and we show it here every night. But nobody's talking about it. It's almost the size of the sun. I don't think I've ever seen a flare this huge. We've entered new territory 6 hours ago. So, like, I don't know, 6 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So 12 hours after our guy posts, we have entered new territory. The waves are ongoing. Nothing can stop what's coming. A massive great awakening like none have ever seen before. And then look at this is the shit she's got. Straight out of Billy Carson.
Oh, is this the Anunnaki?
Yeah. Beautiful beings, our soul star fam is here. A shockwave of energy rippled through the field about 2 hours ago. It shook the ground. It pushed our collective into the quantum layer. Woo, woo, woo!
She's a cult leader, dude.
Yeah.
She's a cult.
So I'll show you this. She's a fucking nugga-nugga-doo.
What the hell?
So this is what I'm like this. She says this, so I go like, that's a CME, not a flare. Maybe check out the Sun Weatherman and his YouTube channel, Suspicious Observation. She goes, the event was measured as a long duration M1.6 solar flare. M1.6. No, that's not. No, that's a measurement of the energy. That doesn't mean it's a solar flare. That's the energy that came off the sun.
Right. Yeah, we've learned this here. Yes. Yeah.
She said, you can shut up now. Thanks. And I said, the fact that you responded by saying shut up only proves you are ignorant and you're trying to stop anyone from explaining to your followers that you don't know what you're talking about.
What's that priest of whatever say below it?
Yeah. CMEs are ejected from solar flares. Duh. Yeah, there can be CMEs ejected from solar flares, but that wasn't a solar flare. That was a fucking filament. You could see it burst. There's a difference.
So this guy's saying that Ben is an accredited astrophysicist.
Whatever. Accredited by who? By them? I don't know.
I don't know. He's telling you somebody else to follow. Some
Russian, probably on the payroll of Tenet Media.
Ooh.
It was a joke.
Jim's playing dirty.
I am. I'm just joking around.
Just joking, man.
They're just jokes, man.
Whoop. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Oh, we don't have to do this right now, or whatever.
No, we don't have to do it now. I'm just.
I guess we have.
Pause it. What was it, like 2 hours in last night? We did it finally.
Yeah, it was pretty late.
And then we didn't finish it.
I don't know. I had unannounced guests I had to deal with.
No, I'm just saying we didn't finish it because you dropped it off the screen. Yeah. So, yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Good morning, folks. Today we're looking ahead to the big planetary alignments of the next 2 days. The super typhoon.
Now you see the stuff, Dave, that's whipping out these things. This like loops coming out. Those are filaments. Those burst and create the material that makes them up flies off the sun. That's not a solar flare though. That's just a filament disruption. So that's what happened. It was a filament. We're gonna watch.
Typhoon has hit China and Vietnam. We've got an excellent paper on cosmic health impacts, and tonight we'll do what may be our last live stream show ever. Let's start with space weather in the last 24 hours on our star, where the bulk of relevant activity is on the south at the sunspots crossing central heliographic longitudes. You see an upper coronal field release associated with an M-class solar flare. It was long duration. unlike the impulsive events of the past few days. Right side of the X-ray flux chart shows the broader flare signature. Ones lasting this long almost always produce coronal mass ejections, CMEs. The CME production could be guessed by just watching the sequence, clearly a breakout event of plasma, followed by the flare brightness. The eruption appears to be heading due south. Early coronagraph images show the plasma eruption downward. The rest of the sequence will be visible in a few hours. The sunspots that produce the eruption cover a wide area but have only modest magnetic complexity. We'll be continuing to monitor these active regions, but we'll also be keeping an eye on the plasma filaments. The thin, dark, snake-like ropes of plasma in the corona can erupt just as easily as flares at sunspots. You can see several of those filaments in the frames here from the 304 angstrom view of ionized helium. Folks, starting tomorrow night and into Monday, a triple planetary alignment unfolds. The Saturn opposition, my favorite, where Earth comes between the Sun and Saturn. And at the same time, Venus and Mars are heliocentrically opposed on opposite sides of the Sun there. And while those two are happening, we've got the Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter lined up as well. Very rare to have three alignments like this at the same time. Quick peek in on the super typhoon up next. After skirting southern China, the megastorm has made landfall in northern Vietnam. Sustained 130-mile-per-hour winds are causing major issues. Several deaths already reported. Godspeed to the region. Lastly, on the article front, we've got an excellent one on the biological impact of solar storms. Focused on the emotional and psychological aspects of the interaction here, they note how mood causes.
I heard Beetlejuice might be good.
That's what Amato says. He just got back from it.
Because everyone's complaining that it's sexist, racist, and all this other shit. So I'm like, oh, so it's got to be funny as fuck.
Is it Keaton in it again?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Wow. Look at this solar flare coming out of someone's brain. That's insane.
Cognition and behavior can be impacted by these electromagnetic processes. Two administrative notes to close. First, my schedule for the rest of the year at Observer Ranch is basically set. The next 2 days will be tomorrow, Sunday, and Tuesday. Whether you want to come stay for the talks or just visit for the day, you can find all information at observerranch.com. Would love to see you out there like I did with a few observers yesterday. Just hung out and talked observer science. Second, folks, tonight may be my last live stream. I have found that with the ranch opening, some things need to be cut back. Live shows, probably one of them. Join us tonight for what may just be the last live stream ever. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow, right here, but right now at 6 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open, no fear. Be safe, everyone.
Very nice. So you should have just sent her the link in your tweet, Jim. Which I'm sure they know who he is.
I didn't have the link. Yeah, I didn't have the link at the time when I was typing on my phone. So it's hard to do it from your phone. You know what I mean? You got to leave Twitter, go get the link, come back. It's not like you just on your computer you can click and bring it over and stuff. So that's what it is. So are you aware at all what Operation Chaos is?
Is it another CIA thing? Is it a FBI thing?
It was a joint, if I'm not mistaken, it was a joint operation. I think Operation Chaos was the CIA, and I think maybe the FBI had a different name for it, but I'm not 100% sure. They might, you know.
I'm sure they'll tell us, right?
Maybe I don't know. I just know it was bad. It's like they sent people in to go infiltrate like protest groups.
As bad as the fucking CIA. As bad as the CIA.
Well, I mean, kind of like what happened on January 6th.
Right. Of 2024.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's going to happen, I mean. Not what did happen.
Right.
Kind of like the Whitmer Fednapping plot. And, stuff
Oh,
like
that's
that.
pretty funny. That's pretty funny, man. 70 clothes. Oh my god, that's great. They play Soul Train when the souls go to heaven and they're riding the train, Jim. That sounds pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and hold on. Let me check something real quick. All right, hold on.
Yeah. Anybody in the back room?
Nope.
Oh, do you want to watch this, or what do you want to?
I just want to hear what he's saying to start.
And full disclosure, he is now a Patreon supporter, so there's that. But just goes to show, if you pay me enough money, I'll let you come on stream and talk to me. No, it's not. These things are actually.
This guy sounds like a real fucking asshole.
Related, but nonetheless, let's bring him on. This is Low Watermark.
Hey, Dane, how you doing tonight?
Good, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, good. I've been looking forward to this. I've been enjoying talking with Eric on the Eric Debunks channel, and talked with you and Bob the last time with Eric a couple weeks ago now, 3 weeks maybe. So yeah, looking forward to tonight.
Yeah, we really got into it, and it kind of just took off. It was a really compelling conversation because it's like there was disagreements, but we were still just having a productive conversation, which is not something I've had happen in a while. The political climate, I think, is a little bit too ratcheted up,
Well, and it depends on the people that are doing the talking, because, how invested are they in what?
Well, at least he said it was a pretty good conversation, Jim. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, at least he did do that. So
Whatever their position is, what do their fans think? What do they want? I'm just a guy. I have a tiny YouTube channel. I've literally made like 2 videos, and that was months and months ago. So I don't have a griftosphere to protect or anything like that. So I'm just here as a fan, a person watching things.
So I just noticed actually that this is you do have it. Is that going to your channel, the stream?
Yeah, I do that. I
cool.
stream with.
Oh, he didn't ask for permission. Low Watermark's live streaming the stream on his show.
Well, he must have. He had it set up, so we should go watch it on Low Watermark's channel.
Oh, yeah. Why didn't Low Watermark send me that one?
I don't know.
There we go.
Not subscribed. You could be. You should be. Please like the stream, or if you don't like it, downvote it.
Ha!
I accept that. I accept your judgment. Do you want people to go subscribe to your channel?
They could if they want to. Don't expect anything over there. I think I have like 20 people subscribed, and they're probably just friends that have seen me on somebody else's stream, but that'd be fine.
Cool. I will make sure to, in retrospect, put your stream link in the description of this one.
Yeah, great.
But
I just witnessed chat, Jim, and said have a good time. Because you can do it on Low Watermark's
before we kind of get
chat.
into like trying to find the distinctions between what we think. What's up, BTM Reviews? How goes it?
Wait a minute.
It's linked into his chat. He's seeing it in his StreamYard.
Wow. So he can get around it.
I guess that
chat, you can go to Low Watermark's
brought you to
chat.
like Eric Debunks.
Put his link in the
first
in
place.
The chat, Jim.
If you don't like
Okay.
where we're what
put low
content
I
were you into, that type of thing.
I got it.
Yeah, no, that's a great place to start. Okay, so I'll back up a little bit further than that, just to give people a perspective, because I don't know, who the audience is here.
Mm-hmm.
I was a person who followed what they called the Fellowship, which you called the Chuds. Gary, Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Kinnell, the whole host of them, the extended group like Critical Drinker and all of that. Now, unlike a lot of people, I did not get there because I watched The Last Jedi and was so ticked off that, something changed. I haven't watched any of those. I watched the 3 original Star Wars movies when they came out in theaters. I'm an older person. I'm in my 60s now. Right, so I saw those. Years after they came out, I watched the prequels on streaming service, and I've never seen anything after that. Haven't watched the series. I don't know anything about the sequel series or the TV shows or any of that. So I didn't get there because of that. I think I actually got on one of their channels, probably the Critical Drinker, because I was watching clips of movies and movie reviews. So I think I landed there because as far as reviews go on YouTube, Critical Drink is kind of a big name. Now I know the issues people have with him, but he's out there.
He objectively is probably the biggest film guy on YouTube.
Yeah. So I ended up there, and I probably saw him cross over, maybe maybe Real BBC or something. And somehow I ended up in that group.
He's pulling up.
But I also
Jim.
ended up in that group for something else, which
He's
is unusual.
Yeah. So
there was a time when they used to call out Karens.
We'll check in later,
funny
guys.
TikTok videos of Karens going crazy or whatever.
We'll check in later. Let's get to this. I want to hear about some Operation Chaos. Is this gonna involve our guy from Get Smart? Is this why they created that show?
I don't think so.
You know, it's chaos.
You know, did you know I started watching that Horizon movie.
Dude, it's fucking brutal, man.
It's brutally slow. Oh my god,
dude.
I was like an hour and a half in, you know, but I mean, it starts off with this, the Indians killing people like crazy. It's like,
where did that go for?
I'm like, all right. And then like basically, and then the army's telling the people like, yeah, we can't protect you. Get out of here.
Why the hell do you live here? You saw those graves? Why did you decide this was a good place?
Yeah, it's like, what? So I don't know. And then I started watching the documentary called Wise Guy. It's a documentary about The Sopranos with the creator David Chase, talking about how they, you know, it was fascinating. You know, how they cast the people, what the show was. Basically, the entire show, The Sopranos, was about the guy's mother. The show was about his mother.
Right.
Tony's mother was his mother.
Oh.
Weird.
Weird.
Yeah.
That is weird.
Weird.
Am I supposed to be looking for somebody in the back room, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for at least one person, maybe two. They shouldn't be a problem.
A problem?
Yeah. Not a big one, anyway.
How soon do you plan to begin public hearings of the will have?
Well, I got to get to the stop. That's the real problem. What about
Oh my God. Yeah, so we don't want to say it until he shows up, though, right?
Yeah, we don't know if he's going to show up. I mean, cool might just mean it's cool, not I'm going to show up. I don't know.
Congressional running a similar hearing, similar investigation as yours. I mean, there seems to be a tug of war for who's going to investigate the CIA.
Imagine a world where your phone calls, mail, and even your protests were being secretly monitored by one of the most powerful intelligence agencies in the world.
So basically, a world like we live in today.
And they don't apologize for it, do they?
Right. Where they monitor all our phone calls, all our electronic mail, and are infiltrating all our protests. Got it. What's happening right now, today?
It's even worse because it's easier to do it now because everything's on a cloud. And it's not even like you have a choice to be on the fucking cloud, because when you sign that agreement to be on your phone, it's going to the cloud, whether you fucking like it or not. Apple does a better job of trying to make sure that you give permission to every app that asks for it. You know, do you want to do this? Then if they won't let you have that app on the store if you don't put that in there on the app. So you got to give them that kind of credit. So yeah,
It's only you had.
It's fucked up, dude. But if I guess, you know, I hate when I hear people say, well, if you're doing nothing wrong, what do you care? Because anything can be misinterpreted, dude. I mean, they can make data look any way they want to, you know, it's like unemployment numbers, right, Jim? It's just data.
Well, here's a thought. It's our right to do something wrong if we want.
And get judged by 12 people in a jury or a
legally,
judge.
And they need to follow the rules and respect people's rights.
Mm-hmm. I don't have to.
No, I'm saying the government.
I don't have to give a shit about the laws. Yeah. And if I get punished for not following them, that's my problem. But don't monitor me full time to make sure I'm not breaking any laws.
Yeah, they can't violate everyone's rights just because they might catch a couple people not following the laws.
Yeah, it's like they said this school shooter in Atlanta, like the FBI had their eye on him a year ago. Well, who cares? They sound like they can arrest the kid for thought crime or whatever.
No, but I think they're covered. I think the reason they went after the dad so hard is because they're covering their ass.
I don't know about the dad. What's going on with this?
They charged the dad with second-degree murder because he let the kid have access to guns.
What do you mean let him have access? He had him in the
He
house?
had guns in the house with the kid, yeah.
You're allowed to have guns in your house in Georgia.
I guess they don't think so anymore.
In Georgia?
I guess. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with the charges if they hold up or not. Because I mean, I could see if the kid was going off to school and the dad goes, "Hey, why don't you take this gun with you to school?"
Yeah.
Then you could charge him with something. But if the dad was at work and the kid went in the closet or wherever and took a gun to school with him, I don't see how you charge the guy.
Yeah,
I don't.
I don't even know how old you have to be in Georgia to buy a gun.
Probably 18.
I don't know. I mean, every state's a little different, right?
I know, but I mean, people that hunt, their kids go hunting. You take
Dude,
your kid.
they give their fucking 8-year-olds. They give their 8-year-olds 410 shotguns. You know, or little 22 rifles, right? And they remember when you used to drive them on your gun rack or in your truck. Can't do that shit no more, can you?
No.
Which is bullshit. All right. That's what these assholes fucking screwed up.
What if I told you that during the height of the Cold War, the U.S. government wasn't just worried about spies from foreign lands, but it was also deeply suspicious of its own citizens?
The only enemy of peace in the world is communism. And I don't care whether it's red Chinese communism or Russian communism or whose communism it is, it's communism.
This isn't the plot of a spy thriller. It's the shocking reality of Operation Chaos, a covert CIA program that crossed legal and ethical lines in the name of national security. Let's dive into the stark chapter of American history and uncover the truth behind one of the most controversial surveillance operations ever conducted on U.S. soil. To truly understand why Operation Chaos was conceived, we need to step back into the tense atmosphere of the 1960s and 70s.
I wouldn't care if they were green or purple with the idea of putting my kid on a bus when I have a school right across the street from where they should go.
So, like, this was the protest remember Joe Biden, that guy? I don't know if anyone knows who Joe Biden is. I think maybe he might be the president right now, where he made statements and all this stuff about how he was against busing.
Joe Biden.
That he didn't want his kids to grow up in some kind of racial jungle, Joe Biden, that guy,
I don't know him.
If you remember the woman that's currently running for president right now that hasn't gotten a single vote for president at all in any primary or anything.
Not even
Kamala
one
Harris,
delegate, right?
Yeah, she attacked Joe Biden as a racist in the primary in 2020 because he was opposed to busing, which it seems like maybe the government was opposed to busing if they were inserting people into these protests.
So, yeah, I mean,
and Joe Biden was in the government at this time, by the way. He was a senator.
In the 70s, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like 68 or 70, he became a senator.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't care what color they are.
They'll change this
It's
law.
like it's supposed to be a free country.
Getting in the country.
Hey, wait, that's Joe Biden right there, isn't it? He has no stutter. They lied to us.
They're telling you to do this and do this now, and you won't even have no freedom.
This was a time when the United States was in the grip of the Cold War, a global standoff between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, where nuclear annihilation was a constant fear.
Paul and Patty know this. No matter where they go or what.
Did you have duck and cover drills when you were in school?
Oh yeah.
Tornado drills, right?
No, we actually
they called them tornado drills when I was in school.
Not when we were in Iceland or on a Navy base, and the NATO schools on base. It was fucking nuclear bomb, like duck and cover.
Okay, yeah, no, that was the same thing. Duck and cover, get under your desk, do this. They said tornado drills.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wait, why would I hide under a desk for a tornado?
No, they made it very clear.
No.
This is the Cold War. You guys,
why would we go in the hallway in the lockers and everybody crouch down and put your heads between your legs and stuff for a tornado?
Yeah, going under the desk for a nuclear bomb's not going to help me either. So what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, I think it was. I'm trying to think. I think we did those drills all the way up until like the mid '80s.
I remember doing them till I got to high school because I lived in Iceland until 8th grade. So we were doing them in 8th grade, but then I went to Arkansas and we were doing tornado drills, but that wasn't under the desk at that age. There was a place to meet, and then, like they had a shelter, like a lot of schools, had shelters and stuff, or a storm shelter. Fuck, dude. So many houses that I was around had their own tornado shelter in their backyard, buried underground, ready to go, fully stocked. We had one when I was at my grandparents' house.
I'm just saying, I remember a lot of fire drills, but there was way, like I'm saying, in the '80s, there was way more tornado drills than there were fire drills.
The Illinois tornado drills in Chicago, because one's ever hit there, right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
They do. They always try to remember what to do if the atom bomb explodes right then.
The U.S. government was on high alert, not just against foreign enemies.
They say, oh, fuck. Yeah. It's over. Like, there's nothing you can do. Ugh. All right. Sorry, Jim.
Well, I think like before they got like the H bomb or whatever, like the hydrogen bomb, when it was just the atom bomb, I think there was a lot more possibility of, survival. Like the bombs that we dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, like you could see that go off and then still survive seeing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You see, if you're close enough to see a hydrogen bomb, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
But also against any potential threat within its borders. At the same time, the nation was experiencing a massive wave of social change.
Black people are treated very much as the Vietnamese people or any other colonized people because we're brutalized.
The Vietnam War had sparked intense anti-war protests with millions of Americans taking to the streets to voice their opposition. For the government, these movements weren't just a sign of social upheaval. They were potential breeding grounds for communist influence. So how did the CIA, an agency traditionally focused on foreign intelligence, become involved in domestic surveillance? The answer lies with President Lyndon B. Johnson, who in 1967 authorized Operation Chaos.
My fellow Americans, on Thursday of last week from the Kremlin in Moscow, the Soviet government announced...
You know who that is, right?
Yeah.
He has a famous saying. He's going to have some people voting for him for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
A certain group of people. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He used a very, very bad word, though. We can't use the word.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Very.
Will they clip us?
Oh, we'd get canceled.
That bad?
Bad. The word
hard R.
Oh man. Yes.
He didn't use the oid version?
No.
No?
Hard R.
Wow. Bad taste, dude. And wasn't this guy like in a special position in the government?
Yeah, he was in the government for a long time. He was really good friends with Joe Biden.
Yeah. Yeah. So
they hung out together, played golf. Him, Joe Biden, and Robert Byrd. They were best buddies.
Huh.
Strange how it all works out like that, doesn't it?
Didn't he like get his job because somebody else died?
Yeah, it was very odd. It was like some guy said like he was pissed at the CIA and he wanted to fire people, so he fired this guy named Alan Dulles, who has an airport named after him in Washington, D.C., and another guy who I don't remember his name exactly, but the other guy, the top two people at the CIA, and then the second guy that he fired, his brother was the mayor of Dallas, Texas.
Yeah,
and then that guy that fired him.
This guy that got fired was taking a trip through Texas in a car.
In a car, and then
in Dallas specifically.
Yeah, and he had an unexpected head implosion.
Oh, he got a head wound.
Yes, And
but he
and then this guy took his job.
Huh.
Very strange how things work out.
And like, didn't this guy like guarantee Democrat votes for the next 100 years? Is basically what you're saying, based on some of the things he was trying to manipulate the government into doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, strange. Strange.
I kind of think there's some dishonest players in the government, Jim.
I think so.
I don't understand it. Like, we all vote, we all pay our taxes, we do what we think is the right thing every day to support people like this that are supposed to help us in our life. I don't think they have our best interests at heart. I think they have their own interests at heart.
I think they're dishonest. I think they give us this, bad faith advice.
So they're always bad faith arguments. There's never any good faith arguments.
Never any good faith arguments.
And are they ever really arguing, or are they just
they're just
disagreeing
basically
out loud,
ordering you around and telling you, if obey,
bow,
yeah,
wear this mask, get this shot.
They basically tell you you're SOL. Stop, obey, listen.
Pay this tax, or you're going to jail. Yeah. Okay, so this guy is another honest player in our government. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
A change in its leadership.
Johnson was deeply concerned that foreign powers, particularly the Soviet Union, were behind these domestic protests. This fear wasn't entirely baseless. After all, the Cold War was a time of real espionage and global intrigue.
Aren't they just using?
Do not appear to have.
Opie just invited me to come on his show.
Oh, okay. Like right
not
now?
No, not now. But I told you, Opie from Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
I invited him to come on, and he just
invited said no.
Well, he said no. He just said, "Why don't you come do my show?"
Okay.
I think we might get more viewers than he does now.
Probably. So I mean, he can just come hang. I've never listened to an Open Anthony radio show, so I don't know who the guy is. I only know about Anthea Cumia because of basically you and what's her name on Friday Night Tights, right? Chrissy Mayer.
Yeah, but I will go on an Opie show. You know why? Why not?
Of course you will.
No reason not to.
Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, I don't think it's going to be a bad conversation.
No, he's not that type of person, really. That he's not going to do shit like that. I don't think. So I just was clicked over to Twitter and I saw it. And I shouldn't have interrupted the show with that news.
Well,
I thought it was funny.
Can you go back? Just hit the J button twice. I'm going to hear what he says real quick. Oh, the Russian thing. Okay, go. You can go up one. He was scared of the Russians infiltrating protests.
On Thursday of last
it's the same
week,
playbook they're using now, Jim, with this tenant media
Soviet
stuff, right?
government announced a change in its
Funded by
leadership.
Russians.
Johnson was deeply concerned that foreign powers, particularly the Soviet Union, were behind these domestic protests. This fear wasn't entirely baseless. After all, the Cold War was a time of real espionage and global intrigue.
These 10 people do not appear to have scored any big victories in the spy wars. They do not appear, as far as we know, to have gained any crucial information. I call them the underlying infrastructure of espionage.
But Operation Chaos marked a significant and controversial shift. For the first time, the CIA was ordered to turn its gaze inward, targeting American citizens. Under Johnson, the operation was already concerning, but when Richard Nixon took office in 1969, things escalated dramatically. Nixon's administration, which was battling a growing anti-war movement, broadened the scope of chaos. Now it wasn't just about finding communist links, it was about suppressing dissent altogether.
My fellow Americans and my fellow citizens of the world community, I ask you to share with me today the majesty of this moment.
The primary goal of Operation Chaos was simple: uncover and neutralize any foreign influence on U.S. soil. The CIA was tasked with investigating whether the Soviet Union or other hostile nations were secretly supporting or manipulating domestic.
That hasn't stopped.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still spying all over the fucking planet. They're spying all over here. It's everybody's spying on everybody.
10 times worse now.
Yeah. I mean, the Chinese have fucking agents in every goddamn company across the planet stealing technology so that they can, copy it and manufacture it. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Holy God. Are we kidding ourselves? Think about all the spying that happened in World War II, during World War II, Jim. And that was actually some crazy brave shit those people were doing. But dude, it's chaos has been around. It's going to be around till all governments fail. And then it'll start up again when somebody tries to start a new government somewhere, because they want to know what you're doing differently to make them either better or to keep their people misinformed about how good they have it somewhere else. All right, go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
No problem. No problem.
Protest movements. Anti-war protests, civil rights leaders, and other social movements were seen as potential threats that needed to be monitored and, if necessary, discredited.
I don't in any way encourage black people to go out and initiate acts of aggression indiscriminately against whites. But
You know who this is, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Malcolm
Bill Cosby.
X. Oh, no, Malcolm X.
No, that's Bill Cosby.
It's Malcolm X.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Thought this guy had a TV show and was a comedian.
Oh, it sold a bunch of Jell-O? No.
Yeah, that's not him?
No.
Are you sure?
This guy also got killed by the CIA.
This guy didn't play Fat Albert in a cartoon?
No. This guy also got killed by the CIA at a movie theater.
He seems like a pretty funny guy. He seems like a guy that, pretty lighthearted.
Either a movie theater or a theater or a hall or something, dance hall in Harlem, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I know Malcolm.
Late 60s. Okay.
Wasn't there a movie called X? Did you watch that?
Yeah, with Denzel. It was good.
Was it good?
Yeah, good movie. Spike Lee, I'd say one of the better Spike Lee movies.
Was it like realistic, or did they try to make Malcolm into some hero?
I think it was pretty. Kind of was a hero.
Kind of was, but kind of wasn't.
Well, I mean, not to. Well, let's break that down. Why wasn't he? Why wouldn't you think he was a hero to people?
Well, because why was he against fucking Martin Luther King? Because he was trying to do it peacefully. He
wanted the same things Martin Luther King did. He just was prepared to do whatever it took to get there.
Right. Right.
He wasn't calling for people to go out and kill white people or anything like that. He just said, if people are going to hurt you, fight back.
Well, okay. I didn't
Martin Luther King carried guns.
I'm sure he did.
Himself.
I'm sure he did.
But these guys, they didn't fuck around.
Black Panthers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, go ahead.
I do believe that the black man in the United States and any human being, anywhere, is well within his right to do whatever is necessary by any means necessary to protect his life and property, especially in a country where the federal government itself has proven that it is either unable or unwilling to protect the lives and property of those human beings.
This mission led to a vast array of surveillance
activities. That's a fair statement. He didn't say just black people. He said all human beings that are being mistreated.
He was against the Vietnam War and stuff like that. And,
right. Well, he's against the government.
If I'm not mistaken, I might be completely wrong, but I think he was in favor of segregation.
I'm pretty sure he was.
And Martin Luther King was I think that's one of the other things they butted heads about. Martin Luther King was against segregation. He wanted integration. I think Malcolm X wanted segregation. He was like, no, we can stay separate. Just leave us alone.
Yeah. I mean, why are we force busing people to schools that they have nothing in common with? I mean, and then it's some dumb shit. Malcolm Twitter was amazing.
Can you imagine if we? Oh man,
he would have.
Was Twitter?
He would have been banned.
He would have been banned.
Hell, Martin Luther King would have been banned.
Probably.
Yep.
CIA infiltrated protest groups, placing undercover agents within organizations like the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS. They monitored the...
Yeah, now this group that he's talking about, SDS, they were a bunch of fucking commie pinko bastards.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm pretty sure they were getting funded from Soviet Union and from probably China, too. And probably Vietnam, probably the Viet Cong. You know what I mean? Because I think this is where Jane Fonda was a part of, and then she went over there with the North Korean and took all those pictures and stuff. And she should have been charged with treason.
Mm-hmm.
She was giving aid and comfort to an enemy, and we were at war with those people. The fact that she wasn't, to me, I don't understand it. She should have never been allowed back in polite society again.
And then have a career still. I mean, still had a career making movies and shit after that, right?
I think because her family was connected,
Henry and
powerful people, Henry Fonda and all that. So
hell, he knew Reagan. I'm sure they were buddies on movie sets and shit.
Yeah, and Reagan hated commies, so who knows? I don't know.
Again, he still got people he had to work with, right? I mean, he had to work with these people and get along. He still
that was Reagan's first thing, is he was part of all those McCarthy hearings, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe leading up to the McCarthy hearings. He was the one going to Congress and saying we have a communism problem in Hollywood.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he was yeah, for sure. Fun fact, he was born in Illinois.
Yeah, in Dixon, Illinois.
Nope.
Yeah. His child at home. They have a pretty sure
it's not Dixon.
Pretty sure there's a sign there that says something about his boyhood home or childhood
maybe it
home.
is. Maybe it is Dixon. I see the sign all the fucking time. I just can't remember what town I'm in, but
I swear it's Dixon.
Birthplace of Reagan.
Yeah. Or maybe that's where he went to school, or I don't know. Maybe that's where he went to high school, or I don't know. Who knows?
Doesn't matter.
He doesn't remember either, so it doesn't really matter.
He didn't remember, like. Yeah.
I mean, look at Joe Biden. He's always saying he's from Pennsylvania. He don't remember where he's from.
Is he on TV at all anymore? Or is he just completely in the background?
Well, he did give a speech the other day where he admitted that, the Inflation Reduction Act was actually the Green New Deal. And they probably should have named it better because it doesn't really, the name doesn't fit what it did.
Well, it's exactly what he's saying, though, because ever since that passed, I'm seeing more windmills and fucking solar farms go up like crazy. Mm-hmm. It's crazy how much land these farmers are giving up to this bullshit. Why can't Corn Pop be Biden's VP? Good one, Chris. I think he is. Or she is. Maybe that's who Biden was fighting in his brain. He had an argument with Kamala Harris at a debate, and that was his corn pop story. Could you imagine?
I don't care primary or not. There's no fucking way that I could see being on a stage with somebody, them calling me racist, and then picking them to be my running mate.
I know. And then when she gets the quote unquote nomination, she talks about how much she loves the Bidens and shit. So shut up. It's all fake nonsense. They don't even talk to each other. They don't talk. Why would they talk to each other? He has no reason to talk to Kamala Harris as a president. She's just there to fill his spot if he's dead. Yeah. This the SDS, Jane Fonda's Little World.
Yeah.
The communications of activists, tapping phones and intercepting mail, all in a bid to gather as much intelligence as possible. The data collection was extensive, with agents amassing files on thousands of American citizens.
I got to grab something quick.
Many
Jim.
of whom were simply exercising their constitutional rights to free speech and assembly. Among the most prominent targets of Operation Chaos were the leaders of the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement. Figures like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was already under intense scrutiny by the FBI through its COINTELPRO program, were also watched closely by the CIA.
And I can't see for the world of me why our nation is involved 8,000 miles away from home in what is basically a civil war.
The agency sought to find any evidence that these leaders were being influenced by foreign entities, a task that proved just as difficult as it was unjustified. Beyond these movements...
Wow, that's weird. They were trying to find that they were being influenced by someone foreign, almost like the thing that the government just tried to claim happened with Tenet Media, that they were somehow being influenced by a foreign government. So does that mean they were spying on? Does anyone? What if they were spying on? Oh, they were spying because they said they had telegram messages and stuff. So the government was spying on all the people with Tenet Media. Because did you hear what they said about the government was trying to find any foreign influences on Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or any of these people, and they couldn't find any. And I said, well, it's odd that the government just unsealed this indictment on these Russians claiming they were trying to influence people.
Mm-hmm.
So how did they get that information? Oh, they were spying on people.
Yeah.
So they were doing this. This is what they were doing.
Which is what they did in 2016, right? With the Trump
and made shit up. Yeah, well,
stuff.
they planted shit. They sent things around, and so who knows? It was all concocted.
Right.
Operation Chaos cast its net even wider, surveilling participants in the women's...
Now, if they would have went after the feminist movement and got them to put their fucking bras on and shut up about voting, I'd have been fine with it.
Yeah, of course.
You know, they should have, shaved them. Unless the whole "don't shave your armpits and burn your bras" was the CIA fucking with them. Like, oh, this will be funny. Let's get them to not shave their armpits. Tell them to burn their bras. Their tits are going to sag, and it'll be funny.
Let's make them believe they're equal, so they'll go out and try to make money, and we can just make all this shit super expensive because it's a two-income family now.
Oh, wow. And then, they're going to plex, since we all know, according to Obama, women only make 70 cents in the dollar that men do. So it'll be cheaper for everyone.
Weren't we watching something the other day about 9/11 and how the building imploded? Maybe I was watching it on my own, like the way that the building
I saw some stuff about that. Yeah, I saw collapse where it just looks an awful lot like
an implosion.
An implosion, yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I saw. I mean, well, maybe that's what they wanted me to see. I mean, I saw it. The second plane hit live.
I did too. Yeah, we all did.
So And at that moment that I saw that plane hit, I knew it was a terror. My mind said it's a terrorist attack. This is a terrorist attack. It's a coordinated terrorist attack. Because the odds of two planes hitting two buildings, right? It's astronomically not going to happen unless they did it on purpose. But who knows? I mean, maybe they did old Operation Northwoods, stole the planes and did it themselves.
And there was nobody on the plane.
Clearly, Dick Cheney is the devil incarnate since he's endorsing Kamala Harris now, and they're happy about it.
What?
Oh, yeah, he endorsed Kamala Harris. Yeah, Dick Cheney. And the left is, or whatever you want to call those people, is celebrating the devil incarnate, the worst warmongering son of a bitch to ever get into our government. His endorsement. Wow.
Did he do that to try to get his daughter a job on her fucking cabinet? Since she's not the governor anymore, or whatever.
She was never a governor. She was a congresswoman.
Congressperson.
She got beat like a drum.
I'm just saying, do you think he's trying to save her career somehow?
I don't know. Her name is Mud in Wyoming, that's for sure. She ain't gonna ever hold another seat in Wyoming.
I don't think she has much of a name in DC left. And taking her daddy to fucking, taking her daddy to back Kamala
Not
Harris.
only is Dick Cheney responsible for millions of Iraqis killed, he's tens of thousands of Americans killed and wounded, and he shot a guy in the face for laughing at him.
Yeah. And got no time. Got nothing.
Got no trouble for it. The guy apologized to him. That's Satan. Shoot you in the face and you apologize to him.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the battered wife syndrome at that point, right? Yeah.
liberation movement and environmental activism. No movement was too small or too innocuous. If it posed a potential challenge to the government's authority, it became a target.
Mr. Nixon, what is the truth about our ability to fight the growing menace of communism?
Well, first, we must recognize communism for what it is. Mr. Khrushchev understands only strength and firmness.
But what about the legality of all this? After all, the CIA's own charter explicitly forbids it from conducting domestic operations. Operation Chaos was a blatant violation of this mandate. The agency, which was supposed to focus on foreign threats, had turned its powers against its own citizens. This wasn't just a breach of law. It was a gross overreach of government authority, trampling
Hey, Jim, I
on
got
the
to
civil
pause it for a
liberties
second.
of thousands.
But the CIA can get away with it in a way because they say they're fighting a foreign power, even though they're investigating American citizens and their interactions with those foreign powers. That's how I think they could get away with saying, this is why we're doing it, people, because we feel this is a threat. And they're dealing with the foreign agency. Is that, don't you think?
Plus they have ways to get around it too. What they'll do is they assign a single, like they'll get some FBI agent or somebody and they'll be like, oh, we're going to assign you to this task force. And so it'll be like one FBI agent and 30 CIA agents, and then it gives them a way around it.
Okay. All right.
Of Americans. The ethical concerns were equally troubling. Operation Chaos wasn't just about gathering information. It was about undermining the credibility of lawful protest movements. By infiltrating these groups and spreading misinformation, the CIA sought to discredit their leaders.
On January 6th and not the FBI? Are we looking at the wrong agency?
Possible. Well, we know that there was defense intelligence people in there. That came out. There was, people that, like military intelligence, Army, Navy, Marines, and Air Force intelligence, all of them. So.
It's I know it's sad to say it's not surprising though. I mean, anymore. And to act like it's going to stop is very naive. You could make all the videos you want about this stuff. They'll just call it misinformation, Jim. Oh, you believe the CIA spies on you? Come on. That's on your top 10 list of stupid things that Americans believe. Right, Jim? There's so much cuckery going out there for this federal government. It's sick.
Really sick.
Sick. They don't even know who their fucking local board members are, but they know who the president is, and that's all they care about. It's a soap opera at this point.
It's insane.
Are you getting messages? Is that what you're doing?
No, I saw something, but I don't know if I want to talk about it.
What is it?
Well, so it seems this is being tweeted out by that student of God guy. EVS DMs released. Wiggle sent Ethan the trophy from the Pearl Grifter tournament to his house. Despite Ethan supporting Riley going to Eric's house, Riley never went to Eric's house. In places of business, Ethan is not happy about this. So, he just doxed Ethan's address online by posting the tracking number.
Now,
because anybody can go to that tracking number and it's going to show where it went.
Yeah, and I also heard tonight Ethan say that JDA doxed him too. In his video, or in a video last night or the night before. What's going on with these people? So is Student of God on a live stream? Is that what's going on?
No, I don't know.
Oh, it's Wiggles. Okay. Fucking strange, man. Did Ethan talk about it?
I don't know. I haven't been watching Ethan's stream.
Okay.
I don't know. I just know that that's a shitty thing to do.
Yeah. Especially when he's got a P.O. box.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Any tracking number anybody can pull up. Yeah, it's not that hard. Yeah. What the fuck? Hopefully it went to a P.O. box, though, not to his house.
Well, he said home address.
Huh.
So, and Ethan's upset about it. I don't know. I'd have to. I don't know.
Boy, this looks like a lovely place to live.
Yeah, it almost looks like Chernobyl or something.
It does, doesn't it? Ugh. You can play it.
Play what? This? Okay.
And by extension, their causes. This kind of government overreach set a dangerous precedent.
This looks either like AI. You know what I'm saying? The building just looks too weird.
Yeah, what's in the background, too? What's in that white thing in the background? What kind of...
Some kind of stadium or something, maybe? But then you see these...
It looks super modern. Yeah.
This is super modern. This is an old collapsed building. I don't know. Unless it's a building somewhere that used to be used for like a police station or something where they... I don't know. But it just kind of... The building to me almost looks like AI. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Raising serious questions about the balance between national security and individual
nice touch
rights.
with the plants moving.
He refused to publicly answer questions about how the NSA had made the transition to collecting phone records of Americans. Alexander also said he hoped for greater transparency around the surveillance programs, but he argued some secrecy helps the agency's mission.
As with many covert operations, the truth about Operation Chaos eventually came to light. But it wasn't a single event that exposed it. Rather, it was a combination of dogged investigative journalism and rigorous congressional scrutiny that peeled back the layers of security. In December 1974, the first major blow came when the New York Times published an explosive article by investigative journalist Seymour Hersh.
I have some friends who are inside, and I'm blessed by having friends who are terribly loyal to America and to the president they're serving, but also really understand that their obligation is to the Constitution.
Which revealed that the CIA had been conducting extensive domestic surveillance on American citizens in direct violation of its charter. Hersh's report was a watershed moment, igniting public outrage and raising serious questions about the...
Seymour Hersh is also the guy who exposed the fact that it wasn't the Russians that blew up that pipeline. Nord Stream 2 or whatever that got blown up. He said
they didn't?
He said it was the Ukrainians in working with the United States that blew it up, and then Germany. Germany's just indicted some Ukrainian guy. So we'll see what happens with that.
But Germany's still buying oil from the Russians, right?
I don't know. I don't know how they were getting oil and gas through the pipeline. I don't know if they still are or not.
I thought that was a thing. I thought they didn't, like, the U.S. is putting a lot of pressure on them not to, right? They didn't want them to buy.
Well, the reason our fuel costs have gone up so drastically and our electric bills and everything is because we've been sending tons and ships and giant super tankers of natural gas, liquefied natural gas, LNG, to Europe.
Yeah, all of our reserves and stuff. Yeah.
So no, it costs, basically, supply and demand. As we're sending it over there, there's less of it here for us, so our costs go up. That's why everyone's electric bills doubled.
That's why Trump fucking was right. Dig, baby, dig. Fucking drill, baby, drill. And get rid of the 700 million fucking acres of goddamn parks in America. Jesus Christ. So much fucking federal land in this country. It's ridiculous, Jim. They're protecting the natural resources. They know it's fucking there. Go ahead. And it ain't the bears.
Power of intelligence agencies. The revelations didn't stop there. In response to the growing scandal and public demands for accountability, President Gerald Ford established the Rockefeller Commission in 1975. This commission was tasked with investigating the CIA's domestic activities, including Operation.
Yeah, but Rockefeller was actually a pawn of the CIA. So he just tried to cover it up and said, "Oh, we're going to have it all done in 90 days, and it's going to be fine and stuff." And then it wasn't until the Church Commission, the church, uncovered how bad it really was.
Right.
And then that's when they came. You know what they came up to fix it, to solve all the problems, so that this couldn't happen anymore. You'll never guess.
No, what'd they do?
The FISA court.
Oh, is that what their fix was?
Yeah, their fix was the FISA court, which they abused and used to spy on Americans.
Which is a totally unconstitutional
the rubber
court.
stamp fucking court to just go, we want to spy on these people. Okay. You say okay.
Yeah.
Chaos.
Fucking Homeland Security.
Vice President, do you think you can get it all done in 90 days?
Yes, sir.
Yes? You do?
Of course. You can do anything in 90 days if you go after it.
The Rockefeller Commission's findings confirmed the disturbing reality. The CIA had indeed engaged in widespread spying on U.S. citizens under the guise of national security. However, it was the Church Committee, led by Senator Frank Church, and formed later that same year, that truly laid bare the full extent of these abuses. The Church Committee conducted exhaustive hearings and investigations, exposing how Operation Chaos had amassed files on thousands of Americans, infiltrated protest groups, and grossly overstepped legal boundaries.
Slowed down a bit by ulcer medication, Angleton, the legendary counterintelligence chief, had no apology to make for an admittedly illegal 20-year program of opening mail between the U.S. and Russia, a program that went beyond looking for communist intelligence.
The public reaction was one of shock and anger. This is not the America they knew. An America where the government entrusted with protecting its citizens had instead violated their trust by spying on them in secret, without cause or accountability. These revelations prompted widespread demands for reform. The Church Committee's findings led to the creation of new laws.
Revelations.
He said revelations.
Oh, let's go back.
Action was one of shock and anger. This is not the America they knew. An America where the government entrusted with protecting its citizens had instead violated their trust by spying on them in secret, without cause or accountability. These revelations prompted widespread...
Yeah, he said it wrong. He said it wrong. He said it wrong. Okay.
Hate to be a dick, but it's revelations, dude.
Yeah.
It's not
I wonder
revelations.
I wonder if he wrote it out wrong in the script, or if he just,
he dyslexic it real quick, or something. Yeah.
He's usually pretty good.
Well,
So now I have to discount everything he's ever said.
Damn, we keep doing this to people we like. The problem is, I wish you would make this video for 2020 and the FISA court. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well,
it's
this,
more,
I know, but this is this AI?
I think it all is. Because this wasn't in the 60s.
I know. For change, equality for all.
Yeah.
Something is
We want
progress.
justice.
We want justice. Yeah, these are like generic signs.
Yeah, this is AI shit.
Demands
At least he got him to spell right. Fuck, I do AI and it never spells what I want it to spell.
I was just wondering because I'm checking I always look at the fingers. Count the fingers, look at the fingers. Because AI tends to fuck up fingers for some reason.
Yeah.
But that's weird too. Why would AI always think there's 6 fingers?
I don't know. Why can't when I say?
Are we supposed to have 6 fingers?
Why would
why
when I type in a description like put the number 2 on a wall, it's like 6 or 8 or 5 or 3. It's never the number I fucking ask it to be. Jesus Christ, it can't spell. I don't know how. I don't know if you have to use quotes or something. I don't know. Because I'm stupid. I don't know how that shit works.
I heard a crazy conspiracy theory today. Check this out.
Yeah.
You know the Anunnaki and then the Nephilim?
Yeah.
And then the giants?
Mm-hmm.
What if we are all the giants and midgets and dwarves are just the actual people?
Those are the ones that... So we actually won the war?
Yeah.
So if you're 5'9" or less, you lost.
You lost the war.
No, they actually won because I think there's more people under 6 foot than above 6 foot, right?
Right.
So we actually lost the war. We're gonna fade away and fade away. My kids, all my kids never got to 6 foot. They're 5'11", and I'm 6'3", right? But they never got past it. So, but it's weird because I was taller than my dad. My dad was 6'1", and my mom was 5'4", 5'3", and I was taller than my dad. But my wife is the same. My wife is 5'4". I'm 6'3", and I couldn't make a kid over 6 foot.
Well,
but my daughter's 5'8", so she's not short. So, you know, maybe 5'7", 5'8". Yeah, she's tall enough as a girl. Yeah, it's weird. I was watching a documentary tonight about giants and the truth that it was a National Geographic documentary. And
the Smithsonian Institute supposedly has all these giant bones they're hiding.
Well, they actually are saying, oh yeah, we've uncovered plenty of giant stuff. There's like in the documentary, like it, and every time we take swaths of land from places and we do these digs, there's plenty of evidence of fucking giants. Yes. And did the 12,000 year occurrence
thing wipe them out? I don't know.
Did it wipe them out? It didn't.
Did they leave?
Well, they didn't. They just said it hurt them badly, but it didn't wipe them out. But our classification of the human race, what are we? We're not Neanderthal. We're Homo sapiens, right? We are the
Except
ones.
For Eric DeBunks is a homosexual,
and he's proud of it.
That's right.
So
I consider him a friend.
Internet friend.
Internet friend.
Right. So because there's a big difference, right?
Yeah, sure.
So the thing with that was interesting though is they're not trying to deny it like a lot of people do. And this is National Geographic, Smithsonian, you know, they're all together, right? So and it was on HBO. HBO had it on their list of stuff, but these giants from 12,000 years ago were actually wiped out by Homo sapiens because nobody's done more to like clear the planet of shit they don't like than the Homo sapien classification of humans. They just get rid of shit they don't like. And we still do it today, right? Like, do you think we ever had any business in Iran, Iraq, or Afghanistan? What was our purpose or even Russia's purpose to be there? It wasn't for freedom. It wasn't for freeing people.
It was for the Earl.
But were those people actually asking for help from foreign governments at all?
I don't know. Maybe one or two people were. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some were, but not all. Not a lot. That most people just want to be left alone.
Right. They were getting by, right? They were figuring out life under the. It's up to them to create their own tyranny, isn't it? I mean, isn't that kind of how America got its start? We got fed up with some bullshit taxation without representation, right? That's what they told us in middle school. Could you imagine how cool the Younger Dryas would have been, Jim? All the big flora, all that good stuff. That'd have been awesome. Could you imagine all the big cats you would have saw? The big bears? Holy shit. Hold on a second.
All right.
Talk to the chat. I got to do something real quick.
Okay. Hello, chat. What's new? Younger Dryas. How was that?
Get off your phone.
That was weird. So the Younger Dryas must have been off the chain. Yes. It was cold during the Younger Dryas. So it got real cold. That's why it's called the Younger Dryas, because a plant, the Dryas plant, came back. So they call it the Younger Dryas because it was closer to now period when that Dryas plant was in existence in England, I think, maybe, or some Northern Europe.
Oh, is that what it is? It's a plant?
Yeah, it's a plant.
I thought it was
name. Because that's how they could identify it, because it went away because it got warm. It was warming, and the plant died off for tens of thousands of years. And then something happened, and there was this massive water pulse.
Okay.
And then it got real cold again for 1,000 years.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So is that plant back at all, or is it completely gone?
No.
It never came back, huh?
Well, it might be in northern latitudes, but wherever they were monitoring it, like I think northern Europe is where it appeared. It's not cold enough now for it to be there.
Oh, so it was just a flat out cold weather plant.
Yeah, it's like a Arctic plant or something.
So like a fir tree or something type of thing. Yeah,
some kind of dry.
Yeah. That's cool. I thought it had something to do with just the era. I thought the dryas was an era, not a plant. So
no, well, that's some kind of plant. That's why they named it like that. The younger dryas is because.
Chat, is this AI? You guys think this is AI? I do think it's AI. First of all, look at that chick's hair.
Why? I'm going to tell you why it's AI. None of these chicks are fat.
Yeah.
None of them are fat. If it wasn't AI, at least 50% of them would be fat.
Yeah. That's a good point. But yeah, it's true.
There's no tattoos or nose rings. Have you seen protests with chicks without tattoos, nose rings, or shaved heads?
Or belly shirts.
Yeah.
The midriff shirts or whatever they fucking wear. The big fat girls that wear their fucking shirts with their belly showing out. It's so disgusting. And they wear fucking, leggings or whatever, Jim. So they're just gross. Yeah, like something's wrong here with these chicks. Now the chick's hand that says "We want justice," her hand holding the sign looks actually pretty good there, Jim. The fingers
they even got the shadow behind it right.
Right. So that actually looks pretty good. So maybe it's just a stock photo that he pulled from somewhere.
Maybe.
I
mean, it could be a stock photo. Maybe these are just. Maybe this was a photo.
Black
shoot
Lives Matter. Fucking
no.
Shoot.
This is like a generic photo shoot. Because it doesn't say Black Lives Matter. It doesn't say they're like generic platitudes. We want justice.
Change.
Protest is progress. For change, equality for all. So.
Yeah.
The church committee's findings led to the creation of new laws and oversight mechanisms, including the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, in 1978, which sought to rein in the power of intelligence agencies and protect civil liberties.
For, as Senator Church disclosed, letters were also being opened and photographed for a special CIA file marked Selected American Politicians. That file included a June 1968 letter to Richard Nixon in New York from his speechwriter Ray Price, traveling in Moscow.
So you hear that? They were even reading Nixon's mail.
Oh, but Nixon is what made Watergate happen, right? Yeah.
They were opening Nixon's mail and reading it and closing it up. Weird.
How the fuck did the CIA even get his mail?
Well, they have people stationed at all the posts. It was different. There was less post office. You had like main post office where you would be at that main post office and you would check any mail coming from overseas in a bag. And so like, oh, who's this addressed to? Oh, let's open this and see who's sending Nixon a letter.
Before it got to the White House mail room or whatever. Okay.
He wasn't in the White House then. This was
when he was senator.
No, this is when he was running for president.
Well, he was a senator or something, right?
He was vice president.
Oh,
he was a senator or Congress. He was senator. No, he was vice president in the 50s. He was vice president for Eisenhower. He was a senator or congressman before he became vice president. And then he ran against Kennedy in 60 for president and lost. And so then he tried to run for governor, but lost to one of the Browns and people thought he was done. And then he became president in 68.
Yeah. After Lyndon B. Johnson, his disaster, right?
Yeah. 68 election, whatever. Yeah.
Well, imagine that. Another Democrat getting us into a war.
And spying on the guy running to come into office, just like happened to Trump. They tap Trump's phones. Here they're looking at Nixon's mail. I'm sure they read Trump's mail too.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way to get around it, right? I mean, there's just unless it's those fucking birds, those digital birds that are flying around. That's the only way we can maybe get a message to somebody, right?
Yeah, or you probably want regular. Sorry, you probably want regular birds because the digital ones they could probably intercept, with some kind of transmitter and block the signal, make it come to them, and then change the message and see it. You need like an actual pigeon.
So all the birds I see on my power lines, I should just shoot them every time because I just know they're charging up, right? According to that dude's video you sent me the other day, that dude's woo woo. Now, do you think he's doing that for shits and giggles?
I hope so. I hope he doesn't believe it.
With those bad dreadlocks that look fake as hell.
I hope he doesn't believe it because that would make me really start to question the amount of
the actual
lack of intelligence floating around out there.
These are people that vote.
Yeah. Birds ain't real.
No, they're not real at all. And that's why they sit on power lines, because that's how they charge themselves. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the big conspiracy about the CIA in Australia is that they had a hand in bringing down the government of Australia in 1975?
Correct.
What government did they have in Australia in the 70s? It's different than today.
It was just the government that was in charge. It was
bringing down the political party that was in charge?
Yeah, taking them out because they were, I think they were, the CIA thought they were getting too close to China or something.
Oh.
Too friendly.
Well, maybe maybe they had maybe they were buying made in China products and they wanted to buy more made in America products before we decided to buy everything from China. What was that like in late 80s, 90s, early 90s, Jim, when we really went to buying a lot of China shit? Because I don't remember a lot of stuff as a kid being made in China when I was a kid.
No.
Wasn't a thing.
A lot of stuff made in Japan.
A lot. And when you find that shit today, it's worth money, dude. Yeah. It's all worth money. If you find something made in Japan at your goddamn thrift store, guys, I don't care what it is. Just buy it.
Yeah,
put it on eBay. Like somebody's going to buy it.
Yeah, some stereo stuff that you can get now, the real high, I shouldn't say real high, like the mass-produced stuff like Denon or
Akia.
And what's the other? Marantz. Their top of the line stuff, like the top line stuff that they sell is still made in Japan.
Oh yeah.
Everything else is made in like Indonesia or Vietnam or somewhere else, but Thailand. But the top of the line stuff is still made in Japan.
Oh, the Denon stuff is
the top of the line. Yeah, like their top tier stuff is. Yes.
Oh, their $10,000 receiver. Yeah.
I think it's like 7 or 8,000.
Yeah, but it's a 9.1 or 9.1, right?
13.2 or 13.3 or something like that.
Really, they're up that high?
Yeah.
I can't get that at Best Buy, can I?
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck. Oh, I talked to my my Qbert machine guy.
Oh yeah.
He said
I thought it was Joust.
It's changing every day.
Okay.
But it should be here Friday. I won't be home. I won't be home when it gets here. My wife will be. And I told her she cannot play it till I get home.
You cannot play my game. Do not touch my game till I get home.
She said, fuck you. I said, okay. Don't tell me about it before I get home, though. I don't want to ruin the surprise. I want to see it in all its glory.
When you get home, you got to go like this and touch the controller and go, were you playing with this? This doesn't feel right.
Why is this all sweaty? But I got to, it's, I can't wait to get it. I have a few guitars that were made in Japan. One made in the 80s, the other 90s. They are still awesome. Yeah, and you know what? They're both worth a lot of money, Andrew.
It's still the best cassette deck you can get is still a Nakamichi Dragon.
Dude, my dad had a Akai reel-to-reel player, the AKAI. Man, that shit was so badass. And he had 2 reel-to-reel players when I grew up because my dad was a music junkie, and we would sit there for hours, Jim, with him just taking the record off, putting a new one on, playing one song, hitting record, then playing the song. just so when he had parties at the house, he could play one reel-to-reel tape for like 8 hours and never have to touch it again. But God, we used to do that. And I don't, why do you have two, Dad? He goes, well, in case one breaks. I'm like, okay. So like when he bought the newer one, he put the old. I wish I still had him, dude. I see him sometimes at like not thrift stores, but antique stores and stuff.
Like I don't know how many people don't know, but before digital,
analog stuff, yeah,
analog tape. All music was recorded on tape, reel-to-reel tape, and then was transferred from the tape to records, vinyl, transferred to cassette. Different kind of cassettes. So reel-to-reel is the way it was, designed to be played.
Yeah, because they record on reel-to-reel in the studio.
Yeah.
Then they take that tape to the record manufacturing plant. Yeah, it's the reel-to-reel was, and you know what, Jim? The tapes never got hung up in the gears, because if it ever did, it was right there and you could just get right to it and fix it real quick. Unlike a cassette tape, man, once that fucking thing twisted, you're fucked. God damn it. They put the thumb back on, Kevin. They did put his thumb back on. And that was probably, I'm going to say that was probably 10 years before that happened, that we were really into the recording on the reel-to-reel stuff. That was something I remember living in Adak, Alaska, and that's when he had his original reel-to-reel, and we would record there for hours and hours, just me and him, taking over the whole living room, Jim. Just Johnny Cash, Merle Haggard, Elvis Presley, a bunch of Motown records just laid out all over the floor, and just him getting up every 3 minutes to change it. And that's how I got into it, man. I mean, I remember recording stuff forever too. I know, Kevin. It's great. I love it. It's amazing. Like when your parents are alive and you don't live around them, like I never lived around them since I was probably 22 or something, just because of jobs and shit. But now that they're both gone, Jim, you don't realize how much you fucking miss that. Yeah. Like just the simple, silly conversations that you don't get to have anymore. Like my dad is in his 70s looking at $1 million homes. I go, what are you doing? He goes, well, I'm going to hit the lottery, Dave. I'm going to buy this 500-acre property. I'm going to build you a house. I'm going to build all the kids' houses on this, and you guys are all going to get this acreage, and I'm going to give you guys a bunch of money. I'm like, Dad, stop doing this. He goes, well, that's what I like to do. I like to get on Zillow and look at houses and drive out to them and check out the property. So he didn't die without dreams, Jim. And if you don't have dreams, you might as well stop, right? You got to try to want something in life before it ends. Like my Cubert machine. You can play it.
Okay.
Discussing his coming candidacy.
Additionally, permanent congressional oversight committees were established to ensure that such abuses would not happen again. The era of unchecked government surveillance was over.
With sufficient authority both to keep the secrets that are legitimate and to investigate and expose wrongdoing when it occurs. We want to be sure that this country stays free.
So, what can we learn from Operation Chaos today? First and foremost, it's a cautionary tale about the dangers of government overreach. In times of crisis, it's all too easy for the government to justify extreme measures in the name of national security. But as Operation Chaos shows, these measures can quickly spiral out of control, leading to violations of the very freedoms the government is supposed to protect. The legacy of Operation Chaos continues to resonate, especially in today's world, where issues of surveillance and privacy are more relevant than ever. It serves as a stark reminder of the importance of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Without these checks, the balance between security and liberty can tip dangerously in the wrong direction.
That means that any spy agency continues to be outward looking, to spy on foreigners, but not to be spying on Americans or not to be trampling upon the laws and constitutional rights of American citizens.
If you found this deep dive into Operation Chaos eye-opening, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to our channel, and turn on notifications so you can never...
Okay. This channel is called Proven Conspiracies. It's run by a guy named Eric Hunley. I highly suggest anybody listening to go like and subscribe to the guy's channel. He works hard on these videos, and try to give him a like and subscribe.
But it wasn't a deep dive.
Not really. He just kind of does an overview.
It's an overview, which is fine because that's all we basically do too. I mean, I don't have like a production team like the Y-Files that goes and does all this stuff for weeks before he gets to making a video.
I mean, it took us an hour and a half to get through a 14-minute video, so we dug deeper into it than he did. No.
We found that he doesn't know relevance and relevance, right?
But here, hold on.
So, Jim, we need to schedule that. We need to give the chat a heads up so they can all be subscribed to their local channels that we have so we can do this music stream. We got to do it. We got to quit talking about it. We need to pick a day, put it on the calendar, and do it. What is today? September 7th? How about
December 7th, 1941 is a day that will live in infamy.
Dick. What about 2 weeks from tonight?
Okay, sure.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
I don't need any time, really. I just go on a stream and start pulling up music. It's not that hard.
Well, we got to get the chat.
Gotta get a chat. But I saw this on Twitter, and I thought this would be interesting. Which of these 80? He said, which of this 80s classics is your favorite? So it's which of these, and he spelled favorite like a European.
Who did it?
Whoever this is, Ash.
He's probably a European.
It's hard to actually pick for me between these movies.
Highlander for me.
Think so? I don't know. Excalibur, man. I don't know. Excalibur is really good. I mean, it's like right there. Conan the Barbarian, Excalibur, Highlander. Man.
I'm going to say Highlander for me.
Okay.
That's my choice. I'm picking Highlander. Not that the other ones aren't great, but Highlander, we were talking about this last week, Jim, about Highlander. Like, don't go back and watch your fucking 80s movies and think they're still good. But Highlander holds up because I did watch that recently, and it's good still.
I've watched Conan recently, not that long ago. It holds up.
Yeah, but
I watched Excalibur. It holds up.
But Highlander's better. To me, I like Highlander. Now, I did watch a pretty good movie tonight. Now, guys, it's not an action movie. It's not a slasher movie. And it's Tommy Lee Jones. Do you like Tommy Lee Jones?
You watched the one where he was on the boat?
Yes, dude. He's not on the boat. His kids are on the boat. Or his sons.
Oh, I met him. I met him and Pamela Anderson on the boat at Lake Mead.
Where's it at? Fuck, too late. Fuck.
I mean, his kids obviously were on the boat because his nuts were on the boat.
So you know what I'm talking about, though.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Have you seen it?
No.
Check it out, dude. Now, it's just a movie about two brothers that, they were raised together, but, they're older than each other. One's older than the other. And the younger brother kind of, hits the older brother up for a job on the boat. And then the story just goes on from there. And then Tommy Lee Jones enters the movie and the whole thing just fucking gets, it's a good movie. I had a good time. It's called Finest Kind, FINESTKIND. I watched it on HBO Max tonight before the stream. Good flick. Tommy Lee Jones looks old. He looks Johnny Cash old.
Oh my God. That's what I forgot to tell you.
What?
I was watching that Sopranos documentary, and Lorraine Bracco is in the documentary. She does not look like the same person. She doesn't look like Karen from Goodfellas. She doesn't look like Dr. Melfi. She looks like a gray-haired dude.
Oh, no.
I was like, this week, I'm like, what?
Oh no, not good.
Not good.
Not good. I mean, he looks rough. Tommy Lee, like, let me see here. Let me open link in new tab. And this image I'm going to show you is actually better than he looked in the movie. Right here. Here's Tommy Lee Jones right here, Jim. God damn it. Fucking see him? He looks 20 years older than this in the movie. But it's not a big budget movie. It's well written. So, you know, there's actually a good story going on here. I liked it.
Yeah, that Horizon movie's got a lot of good stars in it. It's got trying to think of his name, the guy that was in Avatar and in the Clash of the Titans.
Sam
Worthington.
Worthington, yes.
And then the guy that played the blue-faced dude in the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy movies in it.
Oh, is that him?
Yeah, it was him, like as an old dude.
Yeah.
And then
Dave,
I can't remember.
It's a Dave
general.
Right?
Yeah, like the general. I don't remember. He's been in a bunch of shit. He's played
yeah. Then you have the not Luke, but it is Luke, right? The guy in oh, you haven't got to the wagon train yet, have you?
I got to where where Kevin Costner shoots the guy in the chest trying to steal the baby, and then I stopped it there. I'm like halfway in. You know, like he goes to see the hooker or whatever, the slut girl who kind of reminds me of what's her face, Cameron Diaz in the movie about the 5 Points with the gangs in New York.
Yeah.
Like, kind of even looked like her in that movie.
Now, that whole scene, Jim, where he's walking up the hill and the idiot's talking to him the whole way up the hill, it was so disorientating to me because I didn't even know who the motherfucker was. And I just saw him 5 minutes ago with this big brother kicking his ass, but it was like a different guy. And it was just so quick. Like, you're there? How did you get here already? You know, and yeah, it was, and how many times did Costner have to shoot the motherfucker? Like,
way too many
6 times.
Yeah, way too many times.
Like,
I mean, the first shot went into his chest. So how was he still just chilling, you know?
And then 5 more shots, he's still moving around. It's like, what the fuck, Kevin? Did you just like the sound of the gun in the movie? Because he likes that gun sound.
I don't know how much. I think I'm about halfway through the movie.
It's 3 hours and 5 minutes. And it took a long time for Costner to show up on screen.
Yeah.
A long ass time. And then wait till you get to the ending. And it's 5 to 10 minutes of what's coming up next.
Oh, great.
Before the credits roll.
Oh, great.
Dude, I was so disappointed. Like, wow, dude. And again, Jim, you're an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes in. How many people have they introduced you to?
I'll talk about it right now. I don't understand why they had to leave. She's living in this town with these people. Somebody showed up to take the baby away from the woman, and they run like they're criminals.
Yeah, yeah, right.
What the town people? I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe did I miss something? Does the town people all hate them anyway, or something? I mean, why? Why would the town?
I think Costner knows that this guy is is not a good guy, and he's probably got people that are going to come after him, right? Because he killed somebody cared about this dude. That's probably why he left. But the whole weird thing is, then you go, oh, that's the 2 people that got killed in the cabin. Like, you got to put all this shit in your head, and you're like, dude, this movie is just going too many places too fast. I mean, they killed those like people, and you're like, or the dude at least. And I don't know, man. I don't
understand I don't understand what the whole purpose of the girl and her mother were the only. I thought these other people survived the Indian attack. the son and the father because I thought it was over.
Oh, I know, right?
And then all of a sudden, everyone's dead. And it's like, wait, what?
Wait till you see how gay it gets.
Well, dude. Then, like when that dude's sitting in the tent, and they're praying, and it's like, oh, okay, maybe the Indians are gonna leave him alone, and all of a sudden they come in, and then he blows everything up.
Yeah,
it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, wait till you see, man. Like they get like, I do appreciate like they go back to the I guess the elder of the tribe, and he tells that fucking idiot, you know what you just did, right?
Yeah, I saw that
part. Every fucking white man that's going to come after us now.
Right.
The mountain, the high grounds aren't even safe. They're not even safe. Like that was a good part. Like, dude, you're messing this up for us.
Oh man, that Indian chick with the baby that went with the Braves, she was a smoke show.
Oh yeah, she was hot as hell.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, like looks like Cher in her prime.
Oh yeah, easily. It was, but I don't know, man. I think it's weird, man. It's weird. Like these grown ass men are into a fucking, like, the girl you're talking about, the mom and the daughter, they go with Worthington's troops, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now they're part of this fucking army base. That's where they're living, right? They're protected, but they're not protected officially. They can't officially protect them. Like they keep making this clear, like you're on your own, but don't go out there by yourself. But these fucking weirdos that are soldiers, they're all into the little girl, like way too much, like real creepy-ish. And then, it's like, I don't like this. Costner, what are you doing? Put me through 3 hours of this bullshit.
This is the movie he said he always wanted to make. I don't know. So he must have heard a story or something that this, that someone must have told him.
Is the next one 3 hours too?
It's probably 6.
But don't you feel like after watching that, even the first hour and 40, don't you feel like stuff got cut out to make it down to what it is now?
Something had to have, because there's a bunch of shit that should have got shown that wasn't in the fucking movie. Like
so I wasn't
the rest of
wrong
those people dying.
Right. I was not wrong last night when I was saying this. Like, what the fuck is going on with this movie? It doesn't make sense.
I don't think. I mean, I know this the movie that Costner like financed himself and almost went bankrupt doing because he paid for everything himself, like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Was it this one or was it the one before this? And that's why he went and did Yellowstone.
No, it's a 2-parter. He's been doing this.
Oh, well, they're both done. Yeah, I mean, that's how he's able to. I guess Horizon 2 is coming out real soon, and apparently it got massive applause at the screenings or wherever. So, it is the one where he went broke. All right, so it didn't make any money in the movie theaters, I don't think. Because why? Jim, would you recommend this to anybody when you walked out?
Too long in the movie theater, I think. You would need an intermission, and it's not.
There's no flow.
It's like pulling teeth.
Especially the way they started it, dude. Like, you're like in, like those Indians doing
just
that.
Boom. It's like, here's these guys, like, oh, look at these guys. They're putting down stakes. They're doing surveys, and all of a sudden the Indians attack and kill them. It's like, okay, now we're going to see the Indians getting killed. And guess what? I still haven't seen any Indians getting killed.
Nope. And you will eventually, but it's not by people.
I'm sure just, from that little kid with the hat that spoke English for some reason, because somehow he's got his first father spoke English.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's something going on there. Mm-hmm. He's somehow something bad. He's probably going to get killed or something. And then the old man's going to get pissed and go to war.
No, nothing like that. Nothing that cool fucking happens. No, it's a bunch of fucking. So the. I
didn't like that they called them indigenous.
That wasn't a word.
No,
that wasn't a word back then. No. Not in
indigenous people. It's like
not in the old West. No.
Oh yeah, they did not. I did not hear the word Indian come out of anyone's mouth in this movie. So I'm like, wait, what? No, they called them Indians back then.
Wait a minute, Kevin. He's actually wanted to make this a 3-part thing. This sounds like a fucking television show at this point. I don't think we need.
Yeah, but how do you? Yeah, like an entire series, like a year, you know what I mean? Like a 10-part
Right.
fucking hour, each one's an hour, 10-part series, maybe.
No, he'd have to do like a Lonesome Dove. That's because Jim, he's got you going in 40 fucking directions.
Yeah.
There's so much story to go through.
Yeah, Rocky back then, they called them Indians, they called them Indians, they called them savages, they called them a lot of things. There was a couple other ones.
Redskins.
There's another one, like something to do with, because they were heathens.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they didn't believe in the God that they believed in.
They were heathens. And so they called them all types of stuff.
And of
they
course
they didn't call them indigenous or aboriginal.
No, they were not. No.
And that's what they call them in the movie. So I was like, well.
Yeah, and then they have to have, of course, the scalping scene.
Mm-hmm.
And
then the noble Indian said, "I could not tell your scalp from a white man's scalp."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and dude, it was. Don't look. You guys can watch whatever you want, but I do not recommend.
I'm going to finish watching it because we're going to talk about it more in depth when I finish watching it. Although we probably, I recommend you all must suffer and watch this movie.
Yeah, but I can recommend Finest Kind. I can recommend that. It's good. It's 2 hours, and they're not taking me, to a wagon train, to a fucking town, to this, to the, and then like the survey dude in the beginning, Jim, right? The guy that was, never see him again.
What happened to the guy that was like, I thought he was going to have a big part? The guy that showed up to the, wait, you're talking about the old dude that grabbed the thing out of the guy's hand at like the church that was burned down? What was up with that dude? That's the guy? Like he just all of a sudden this guy's like shows up.
Oh no, the old guy. No, I'm talking about the actual surveyor.
I thought the surveyors all got killed.
No, he was sitting across the river and he saw the bodies. Remember, he's sitting there and he saw what was happening, but they didn't come after him because he was on the other side of the river. He got to watch it, but they never do anything again with this character.
I thought they all got killed, but I'm talking about the old dude that had like, I thought maybe he was Spanish, but then he said he doesn't really speak Spanish, and he had like a cross hanging from him. So I don't know if he was a priest or something. He buried the bodies. Like he rides up to a church or something and said, "Where is this?" And like he's looking, and then the guy grabs the thing out of his hand and said, "You passed it 6 miles ago or whatever."
That's the beginning. Yeah.
I'm like, well, where's that guy? What's he doing in the burned out thing? Because if it's only 5 miles away, aren't the Indians attacking him too? Did they burn down his church? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah, because it was he passed the town 5 or 6 miles back.
Yeah.
So, dude, I'm telling you, man. Not good. Not good. Indian brave. Now and
what was with the scene where the Indians were killing the other Indian over a deer? You don't remember, like when the kids were watching. The kid with the hat was watching, and first they watched the people, and then they were watching, and then there was like there was a guy, Indian on a horse, and he's coming with a deer or something, an elk or whatever across the deer thing, and then these other Indians are chasing them, and they beat him with tomahawks to death over a deer.
I got to rewatch it, I guess. I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's right in the beginning too. That's either right after they kill all the people or right before they kill all the people.
Did you see Luke Wilson?
No.
Yeah, he's the wagon train leader. Wait till you get to the wagon train. It's a whole other fucking opera going on in this movie. Now you got to care about these people in the wagon train and these Irish assholes in the wagon train that are perverts looking at the naked, or not the naked, but the girl bathing herself, on the, that's fucking stupid shit, dude. You're like, why are we doing this? Oh, Retro Dice is back from the hospital, still alive. Yay. Winning, right? Low watermark. Or Jim is one of the smartest people in the internet. If he has this many questions, there's clearly some huge.
And I'm only halfway through the movie.
Exactly. It's bad. It's not good.
Now I see why Mark Partika breaks everything down in little 5-minute.
That would be a 10-hour. That would be a Mahler fucking review if you really wanted to get in detail. because it does.
Because it would probably start out, and you'd be like, "Oh, this is cool. Oh, you see these. Oh, yeah, there's this happening. Yeah, this is good. Oh, yeah, we see this." And then what?
Yeah.
Waiting.
Waiting.
Oh, the
And
Indians
then-
killed some more people. Waiting.
And you got, isn't Kevin Costner in this movie? I think he is. Oh, he shows up an hour and a half into the movie.
And why was this? Why was this hooker girl getting beat by this lady who shot her husband or these people's father? That wasn't her husband, was someone else's.
I don't know. Like,
why is she taking beatings and then she's with this dude and and she clearly knew something was up because that kid's not that old from the point that she took it. It's not that many years had passed where she should have been felt that safe.
Right. And here's the other thing. Kevin Costner's 70 plus years old, right? What is her attraction to this dude? Like, why?
Well, she saw he had a satchel of silver dust or something, I think.
Oh, but dude, what? No, you wait. She is fucking bound to Kevin Costner, dude. Like, it gets even weirder.
See, I was thinking personally when I saw the girl shoot the guy and take off with the baby that somehow Kevin Costner was going to come to the rescue of the woman and the baby. But I guess it's just the baby and this other woman that I don't know what's happened to the woman yet.
Well, nothing happened to her.
I saw her husband get bashed over the head and killed.
Right, and you saw her go, "Oh no!"
And then
she started
I thought she was
her dress.
like, "What is she going to sleep with him?"
Well, because the big boy looked at her. He threw everybody out, and he shut the door. So she's like, "Oh fuck, he's going to rape me," right? So she just gets prepared. But then after that, you know what we don't see for the rest of the movie? The big guy or her ever again. The big guy was cool as fuck. I liked him. He was good acting, man. He was fun.
Is that? I know I've seen him in other stuff. That's not Patrick Swayze's brother, right?
I don't know, dude. He just had that super deep voice.
Yeah.
And he was, beat the shit out of his little brother for running his mouth too much and killing that dude for no reason. There was no reason to kill that guy. He's protecting his wife. He doesn't know what his wife did. He has no clue that his wife killed her brother or something.
Well,
right?
no, shot him. I think they're dead.
Him. He's not dead. Actually. Yeah, and he's not dead. He's still alive, right? Okay.
They just want the baby. They just want the son. They drop your heartbeat to 75 beats.
My heart normally sits at 100. Your resting heart rate's 100, Retro Dice?
That's high.
Good Lord. Mine's 47 or 48.
The lower your resting heart rate is, the better.
Yeah. Like every time I look at my Apple Watch, it goes, way to go, dude. 47, 48. You're pretty good.
So that movie, I don't know. I'll see. I'm gonna watch the rest of it because
Oh, you got to. I mean, you have to. First of all, you're hoping it's Kevin Costner. Like, this has got to get better. Like, this has got to go somewhere. That's why.
I mean, like, he was very instrumental in Open Range.
He directed it.
Yeah. So I'm like, that movie's fucking phenomenal.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who wrote this. Did Costner write this?
I don't know, man.
I'll look it up. Who wrote Kevin Costner's Horizon?
Unless if he wrote it and directed it, I bet you he edited this also, and that's why it's screwy, because I almost guarantee he did not edit Open Range.
Okay. So he co-wrote it with a guy named John Baird, based on an original story by the pair and Mark Kasdan. So Mark Kasdan, John Baird, and Kevin Costner are all to blame for this fucking script.
You know what they say? Too many cooks spoil the soup.
Exactly. He was great in Waterworld. Nobody has that kind of gill range anymore. Oh, I didn't like Waterworld.
It was all right.
I didn't like it. I just
Dennis Hopper's in it, so it's all right.
Hopper's awesome. He's fun to watch. He's just that guy on screen that he pops, right? Like, I didn't used to be a big, huge Tommy Lee Jones fan, but the older he got, the more I liked him. He was just more like gritty, right? Like more of a believable old man type of character. What's that one where the oil filled one?
Oh, not the oil. You're thinking of No Country for Old Men.
No Country for Old Men, yeah.
So that's another one where it's a great movie and all, but I got questions. I'm going, what the fuck is going on when you're watching this movie?
1,000 questions.
And it's like, how is this happening?
It's not. This doesn't make sense.
What is this guy, the fucking Terminator?
Yeah. Like he's invincible. Like even at the end.
Yeah.
Like did they make another one? No. Why didn't they? I should probably try watching Waterworld again. See if it's it might have been not the right day for me to watch that movie because I've heard a lot of people say it's okay. It's a good movie. I'll be right back, Jim. I gotta take this fucking dog out. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. So, guys and gals, anyone know what's happening in the world today? It's everything you got, taken away from all your worries. Sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And no one is clinically insane. I can't share anything, so I'll just talk. Oh, yeah, that was in Jaws. They shot the oxygen tank, Dan Blackroyd, to blow up the shark. You walked into somebody that doesn't know how to carry on a conversation with themselves. Because they're not crazy. So Dave left, and I'm here by myself. Tell us a personal story. I've got this ingrown toenail. I've seen Jaws, yes. It's a good story. There was this place called Jordy's Hot Dogs that was in North Chicago that had the greatest hot dogs I've ever had. I don't know if it was the water they were in because it was mostly like grease in the water and stuff, but man, they were so good and probably caused cancer or something, but they were great at 2 a.m. when you were really hungry.
What are you talking about, Jim?
This place called Jordy's Hot Dogs. Someone said tell a personal story, and I was going to tell them about my toenail, my ingrown toenail, to counteract your gout story, but then I realized that's not what he meant by personal. So I went with the hot dog place that was my favorite hot dogs. It's closed down now. It was in North Chicago, right by the Navy base. Jordy's. Yeah, it was right by the Navy base.
Dude, that's not North Chicago.
Whatever it is.
That's fucking way the fuck up there. That's up there by Six Flags. Yeah,
it's by the Navy base up there. It was. Yeah. We used to go there, and like after out at the bar, we'd go. Before we went back to the base, we would go to the Jordy's Hot Dogs. And
you visited that place when you were in the Navy. Okay, that makes sense.
I drove back after I was out of the Navy. I went back there and had hot dogs a few times. The place is like I don't know what they did, why the hot dogs tasted so good. Mm-hmm. Like I think they didn't steam them. They had them like in some kind of water, but the water was like you could see the water had grease on top of the water.
Sure, yeah, right. I like Portillo's hot dogs a lot, dude. I like their hot dogs better than their beef at this point. Now that I've had like different beef places.
Yeah, no, Portillo's beef is it's okay. It's not the greatest.
Their hot dogs are great, dude.
I was singing a song while you were gone.
Ooh, what song?
I can't even remember.
Sing a song. Make Jim sing again. All right, sing, Jim. 3, 2, 1, go. Got that rhythm. Way to go, Jim.
I was muted. Sorry, guys. That was a great song.
All right. So last night we got into this, independent creator recognition.
The Cheers. I was singing the Cheers intro.
Oh. Very cool. Did you like Cheers?
It was all right. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't
my favorite.
Yeah, it wasn't my favorite. It was all right, I really liked Night Court.
Yeah, Night Court. I liked that a lot better than Cheers. I liked News Radio better than Cheers.
Yeah, News Radio was good. There was that. Trying to think. Just Shoot Me.
Yeah, that was David Spade, wasn't it?
Yeah,
David Spade. Yeah.
Okay. Did you like the Cheers with Sam and Diane, or with Allie? What's her name?
Are you gonna let this guy talk to you that way? That guy that does not accept my invites anymore, unless he wants to yell at Eric July.
I don't know.
How you doing, Salty?
Trashcast ended. Oh man, we didn't even get to watch it, and I didn't even get to put my fucking. I didn't even pump my. I didn't even pump. Damn it! I didn't promote my channel in there tonight. I didn't get any followers tonight. Son of a bitch! I lost a subscriber.
Surprise!
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
So I wonder.
Nobody showed up, huh?
Showed up where? What do you mean?
Here in the back room.
Nope. They did not. They're not true loyal fans, are they, Jim?
I guess I have to reevaluate my friendship.
Yeah, these Twitter friendships, they are what they are.
The lost
right?
subscriber was Ethan. Oh my God, you could be right, Dan Blackbird. Let me check.
What the hell?
Oh no, I still got some big ones in here. You're right. Ethan's gone. Ethan unsubscribed. He does not want the alliance to survive. He's betraying the alliance.
Is he out of our room? He did mention tonight on his live stream he left a room, but he's still part of the ARA. The ARA is strong, Jim.
It's strong. He's still in here. No, only one person has left the ARA room. I don't want to call the person out, but I'm kind of upset about it because they asked me specifically to get invited into the room.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I said, okay, no problem. And then within 24 hours, they left.
Huh. Wow.
So I'm wondering if that person was up to something. Maybe he was just coming in to see who the members were.
Oh, but you wouldn't give that to somebody that you don't trust, would you?
The person, no, that's what I'm saying. The person was somebody who I thought was very trustworthy. I've seen them in chats all the time. They're constantly super chatting, Ethan. They're constantly,
Do I know who it is?
I don't want to say.
But I'm just put in the private chat because I don't pay attention to who comes and goes from these rooms.
Well, it tells you in there, right? It says
it does.
They left. Yes. It'll show you right when they left.
Oh, I have no idea. Dude, I tend to if I'm in a room and I don't want to get pings, I just fucking quiet the room. I don't want to get your like some of the rooms are super busy. It's like, God damn. Oh.
No, because you Salty, you can silence it, snooze the you don't have to leave. You can hit snooze and stuff. There's tons of ways out of that.
Yeah. For the pinging stuff, for sure.
Yeah. So and I was told, I was directed by the Duke of the room that I'm not allowed to let anyone else in after that mistake.
Because reasons.
That my judgment is flawed.
Really? Somebody said that to you?
Oh, yes, he did.
God damn.
And he knows who he is.
I think I know too. That guy got didn't people that act like that take care of themselves in bunkers after wars ended? That's how this guy's acting with you, right? Like, hey, hi, stop. start putting people in here.
No, he's all right. He means well. He just wants, to keep the alliance strong. And yeah, see, look at that. Jim cannot be trusted.
Hey, Jim tries to be the kind person. He tries to do the right thing, tries to be inclusive. He's very modern. He's very progressive.
Yeah, I'm super progressive. Like
sure.
people call us conservatives. No, we're progressives. We want no gun laws. Get rid of them all. We want
guns
progress.
for everybody.
Guns for everyone. Free guns. The government gives you guns. We want a government program to give everyone guns. Machine guns for everyone. We're progressive.
Exactly.
We want the government to give you drugs. Not only they're legal, the government gives you drugs.
Yeah. And the government says taxes are illegal. Shouldn't happen. Get rid of the taxes. Of course, that's how progressive we are. We let people on this show like Dan Blackroyd. And he's a freaking monster in private rooms, man. He's like laying down the law.
Oh, wait a minute. I guess I got to find this puppet show. There's a puppet show of Liam and Matt Barr somewhere.
Oh, that ought to be good. Well, anyway, we never finished this guy promoting indie creators last night. Remember that? We started, and I lost my shit.
That sounds like a great thing to watch, because that's what we want people to do, is promote indie creators.
Yes, but he crossed a line that should never be crossed. He promoted this guy named PTP, and that's unforgivable, dude. It's just unforgivable. And I'll actually go back to that point. How far back was that? It should be up here. No? Where the fuck is it? Is it the first guy he promoted? No, it was Razor Fist was the first guy.
That was Razor Fist needs
Dean Thayer.
Oh, I listened to Mint Salad. Well, I don't really watch her content or anything like that. I mean, I interact with her on Twitter. She seems nice enough. She's not, to me, our interactions have always been cordial and pleasant.
I know, dude. I know. This was like Uncapped was on here last night. And he's like, Dave, I told you he can buy all those toys in China and just relabel them. I said, man, you're lying to me. I was told that he was a big part of the creative process. That's why I spent money on this shit, Uncapped. Quit making me feel even worse about this shit.
Where the fuck is this at?
Oh, yes. Let me present this, Jim. This is our dream right here. Let's see here.
I'm gonna have to talk to him, because he's not putting anything on his Patreon.
Who?
Ripoffers.
I know, like nothing.
He hasn't put anything up since May 14th.
What am I paying for?
Yeah, what am I? I'm paying to make puppet shows, but I'd like to be able to watch them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, isn't that like the whole point? Like, you get access to his content. I get waiting a week or two for for Ethan to play it a few times, and because doesn't Ethan pay him to make puppet shows?
I think so.
So here you go, Jim. Status. So how easy do you wish to make access to guns? Me. Right here, vending machine, baby. And Cap Arms. Is this it, Jim? Is this how easy you want guns to be out there?
Well, I just think there should be a pile of them there, and anyone who wants one could take one. I don't think it needs to be a vending machine.
Oh, that's some communist shit there.
No. They're just, the government should, whenever, like anything that they give them away to other countries. Why can't they give them to us? They're bought with our tax money.
Good point.
There wouldn't be, if you knew that there was any time you needed a gun, you could just go get it there. It's at the pile over there. You wouldn't need to stockpile, because they'd be there. And anytime you need it, you just go get one. It'd be like disposable. You use it once and throw it away.
I'm going to tell you how much love that, you know, people that we enjoy hanging out with, Jim.
Yeah.
I just want to, I just think you should understand just how much I think they hate us. This is what I get tonight. And I'm going to share it because I just want to prove to the chat the love that I get. What the fuck is this, Jim?
That's David July.
That's Dibbity Jibbity.
That's Davidity Jibbity.
Davidity Jibbity.
That's actually a hate crime.
No, I know, against Eric. Oh my God, damn. Oh my God. This should be my next thumbnail, Jim. Holy shit. You guys don't want to know half the other shit he sends us, though. We'll never show that on stream. I want to sell you Sturgis t-shirts and hoodies and coffee mugs. That's what I want to sell. Because I made those. I can't make a comic book. I'm not capable. All right, let's get back to Hibbity Jibbity, because we actually did back this up last night to this PTP bullshit. Oop. Eric.
Campaigns, his characters, and so forth. Check out The Volunteerist. Patrick Thomas Parnell has been grinding with Riot Press. He's obviously an artist that has done several campaigns, but he's also been very active in the toy market.
Has anybody ever seen the numbers for his books, like in his toy campaigns? Did you ever buy any of his stuff, Jim?
PTP?
Yeah.
I have one book from him.
And it's not the Seeker's books, right? It's his earlier stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering how many toys he actually sold. You bought a sticker? Thanks, Enmato. Very nice. That's funny. I can't wait till you get it. I can't wait till I get my demo products, Jim, so I can wear my own gay t-shirts on the stream. That'll be great. Oh no, this is not a Transformer, Kevin. Stop. This is a Seeker. They have nothing to do with each other. Dude, I can't take all the tats on her. She's so tatted up.
I guess I don't know if it's. I mean, he tweeted it. I'm pretty sure. I swore he tweeted something that he's having a baby.
I'm sure he is. Really? Like they're having a kid?
Yeah, they're having a kid. Them too. I thought she was a little. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I thought she was in her 40s.
Maybe they do that now. But who the hell wants to have a fucking kid in their 40s? Holy shit!
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever, dude. It's time to stop with the kids stuff and go have some fun. Look at Chris's comment.
She's younger than him. She's not. I don't know. She might be in her 30s.
Yeah, I just can't take all the tattoos, dude. She's way too tatted up for me. I don't like tattoos on chicks anyway. So that completely turns me off. She's not ugly by any means.
No, she's not ugly.
She's got a nice body. I just can't take all the ink.
Which is very cool to see among independents. You may know him from designing the document cards under the Rippaverse, but you should for sure check out everything that he's doing. Phil Diaz is another person that I've watched from afar. He's been killing it with his own brand in Zay Comics. They have an active crowdfunding campaign for a book called Psycho Slumber, which you should go check out on Indiegogo.
Have you checked them out, Eric? Have you read any of these books? Have you bought any of these books? I'm going to say no, Jim. I'm going to say the only reason Eric would have these books is because these assholes sent it to him so that he would promote them possibly.
I do remember Eric backing one campaign and him telling the guy, don't bother sending him the shit because he don't want it. He just wanted to back the campaign.
Oh, that was Immortal Rising. Yeah. PTP is a decade older than Whitney. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
because I would say I think PTP's got to be late 40s or in his
mid 40s at least. Yeah,
yeah.
He looks rough, dude, for his age.
Hey, he might be older than me, actually.
I don't think so. I think
I can think that and make myself feel better.
I just think he's just a dumpy dude that sat at a desk his whole life trying to draw shit that's not original. Except, like, I guess his earlier stuff was original, but I guess he went with this Transformer stuff so he could sell fake toys that don't work.
You don't think Ultra Star was original?
No, I said his earlier work was probably original, not the Last of the Seeker stuff.
His Superman ripoff wasn't original?
I don't know what that is. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's his original stuff. Yeah. So I don't care about PTP anymore or any of these fuckers. Like they're all backstabbers. They're all little whiny assholes. And Eric's the worst. Now he's 2 years into this. He needs these guys now to promote him again, Jim. That's what this is, right? This is a reverse fucking on these guys. Oh, Eric's talking about me. I'm gonna just start talking about his books again because he brought up my name in a 7-minute video, along with 10 other people or 8 other people. This isn't about anything else.
What I don't like about books is when you buy the book and you buy the book because you've seen the cover and you go, "Oh, this looks great," and then it's like those. Remember the video games back,
or the movie posters,
or movie posters or stuff like. But the video games were worse. You'd see the box and it would show you this video game. You're like, "Oh, this looks super cool," and then you get it and it's like, "What the fuck?"
It's not even anything what the box is, right?
It don't look like no McDonald's.
This isn't a Western game. This is what? Why is there a picture of a Western on the box? I don't know. Save your hearts. Can fucks be reversed? Man, I think so. I think that these guys are so desperate for his attention.
Captain Bipto, I don't. It was not as bad as some comics where it's completely like you see the cover and it looks good and it's drawn competently, and then you open the book and it's completely like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, you've always had covers that were drawn by people, but generally speaking, all the Marvel, DC stuff like that, Image, the inside work was competent.
Oh yeah, right.
The people, the characters looked similar.
So I told you yesterday, my wife brought me home some more books, right?
Yeah.
Like a long box or whatever, and it had these Wizard magazines in it. So you remember Ethan was talking about these on the stream the other day about how cool Wizard is versus the Ripazine, and he's right, dude. It's an actual magazine. They look great. There's actual stories. And I think there was 4 of them in here. So issue 46, 47, 62.
What is Rocky Macabre saying the N word for? I don't know.
I don't know. And then here's this one, the new Spider-Man first appearance, Spider-Man Unlimited, number 1 and 2. So check out Batman on the cover there. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. And then you got this one with Superman on the cover. And some more Batman and Robin. And this was the this one has a manga rating. A manga. America's pros rate the best. So they're just hitting all the topics.
Is that Spider-Man and Venom?
Yep. Pretty cool, huh? Mm-hmm. So, but this stuff she brought home is all Marvel stuff. So I got, like I was telling you last night, Thor, Silver Surfer, all that good stuff. So good stuff. All right. So Psycho Slumber, Eric July has been watching it from afar. These guys have great campaigns. Yeah. You don't care about their campaigns, Eric.
If you head over to ZayComics.com, you can get caught up on some of the other works that's part of the Lost Pages or Magic Cop. Von Coleman is a younger writer who has an active campaign right now. It has been cool to see some of the young talent that's coming up doing this.
Because Eric's the old pro.
Yeah, he's the old pro.
He's the old pro. Yeah, he's the skilled vet. He's the guy that's put in all the work. You know, he earned his way to the top. I mean, just he's done it so well.
Their thing, and he's doing Phenomenova #1, which is his own series.
Who the fuck wrote this script for him, Jim? He has no idea who these people are.
Must have been the Saska sisters.
It was
they
him.
write everything.
I mean, honestly, he did not fucking write this himself.
Well, originally he had the wrong picture for Phone Tap Phil, so it's possible he doesn't even know who these people are.
He has no idea who they are. He has no idea.
If you're looking for some more superhero stuff, go check out Phenomenova, which you can back at fundmycomic.com, Kickstarter, or Indiegogo. Narwhal, who many highlight as
Wait a minute, Eric. Those are fraud companies. Those people that fund their campaigns.
Yeah, I thought he didn't like people that didn't have hot and ready comics.
Yeah. What are you talking about, dude? What? You're promoting people that fund their comics at Fund My Comic or Indiegogo? What? What? This doesn't sound legit. This can't be a true statement, Jim. He's lying to us, right?
one of the better writers has a book called Earthbound that you can grab from his eBay store right now. He has a really unique art style, and you can also grab it from his.
You see that, Jim? Unique art style.
Yeah. Bad?
Terrible. I mean, to me it is. I mean, other people might like it, but looks like something I could probably do. Like,
I don't. Well, I mean, I don't know if I could draw that good, but by calling it that good, I think I'm overselling it.
Andrew says, no, it's not. It's terrible. It's terrible. Oh my God.
Yeah. He's uniting all the EVS haters into a Rippaverse Legion of Doom.
Oh, well, it doesn't work out well for them, does it? It looks boring. He usually calls himself the young one. Yeah, it's awful.
Wait, does that make Eric Grodd?
I don't know.
I
don't know about this.
His Gumroad digitally. John De La Rose has several novels that he's done throughout the years, and
it's Don Delarose? Okay.
Don DeLuise. He was great in Cannonball Run and in History of the World Part 1. Yeah, he's a good actor, Don DeLuise.
Oh, yeah. But he was in a lot of Burt Reynolds stuff, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Burt worked together a lot.
Novel titled The Hidden Emperor with artist Miss Crimson. It's live right now over on Kickstarter. Check it out.
Wait,
Pat
I think
Shan
Miss Crimson, hold on. I think Miss Crimson, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong. I thought that's who did work for Liam Gray.
Live right now over on Kickstarter. Check it out.
Let's see. The Hidden Emperor. The Emperor's been replaced by a clone, and Isla Ren is forced to betray her people to save the real leader. Okay. All right. I guess, Eric.
Pat Shan is someone that I've never interacted with in my life. I'm highlighting him because of his professionalism. Crowdfunding sometimes gets a bad rap due to
you talking shit about it all the time, Eric.
Lack of business sense from some of its creators.
Lack of business sense from some of its creators, Jim. Wow. I wonder who he's talking about.
Or just general laziness. But there are those that use this responsibly. Pat Shan is one of them. He is the owner of Space Between Entertainment. Last year, his company kickstarted 16 comics and fulfilled 14. That doesn't even include the dozens of other ones that he's done before that through the years. So,
okay. Are they good, Jim? Does anybody know who Pat Shand is? Have you ever heard of him, Jim? Have you ever heard of him, guys? I've never heard of this guy. I don't know what the fuck.
Maybe it's something I just ain't thinking of.
Men in Tights. Yeah. Also, who else doxed him?
Oh,
It
he
was
did that he did that Robin Hood comic.
Men in Tights.
Yeah, but not yeah.
Little Heck, apparently Wiggle doxed EVS tonight too in Twitter because he put a tracking number for a package that was sent to EVS's house in a tweet. So put the tracking number.
It's like a female Robin Hood and a female Van Helsing or something that this guy did. So it's like this is like SJW Comics.
Well, he fulfilled 14 books out of 16 in a single year, Jim. He's a rock star, like complete rock star. Are we kidding?
You must respect someone that runs a tight ship. And
okay.
It's all female-led comics.
Oh, but he's a good businessman, Jim. He's a good businessman, so that's what matters.
Female Van Helsing, female Robin Hood, you know.
Something I'm gonna buy, not ever in my life.
The Brothers Grimm are actually the Sisters Grimm.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't know if this is a friendly. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. I would be leery.
I want to send you something, Jim, real quick, but he's a good business guy, Jim. Stop doubting it. Eric said he's a good business guy. So
well, if Eric says he's a good business guy, and Eric just the best businessman that's ever existed, according to Eric.
Right. You can't doubt Eric. He's the old vet in this world.
The video's not playing.
Oh, that's okay. Because I was sitting there thinking to myself for a second, like, what the fuck is Eric doing here? He is just awful.
You're not sharing the video.
I'm not playing it.
Well, I thought you were listening to it yourself.
No,
that's what you're like, oh God, oh.
I still got it pulled up right here. If I would have commented, I would have.
The years. So you must respect someone that runs a tight ship and services his customers. He's taking advantage of the beauty that is crowdfunding.
Chat, all you other people that you support that Eric doesn't support, they don't support their customers. That's what he's telling you. All the other crowdfunders are frauds.
And the opportunities and doors that it's opened. The most people that I've named are relatively young. There are some veterans out there that have been part of the comic industry that are doing things independently now.
Is it going to be Graham Nolan, Chuck Dixon, and Mike Barron? Is that where we're going to go?
Now, I think you have Graham Nolan with Compass Comics, Aaron Lepresti with Empire Comics, and Billy Tucci, who's still doing his thing with Sheep. Lastly, there's Iconic Comics, fellow Texas comic book publishers. Everything that they're doing is incredibly inspiring. They've exploded over the last years, and properties like Common America has a legitimate fan base in Japan. They just wrapped up fulfillment for their 9th volume, but they have other properties that you should check out as well. Douglas Ernst's Soul Finder series also has a following, and it sits in a completely different genre from Common America. Head over to iconiccomics.com for more information. Of course, there's also creators that are publishing through Ripperson, such as Jay and Yellow Flash. Their books will be launching soon. and we'll keep you posted. Jay had already published an all-ages book called Achromatic Chronicles Blue, but the upcoming campaign for Green will have a reprint of Blue.
Dude, was that a comic about a boy with blue balls?
I bought the book. It's like 200 pages long. And I bought it so my wife could read it to my grandson. And my wife said, I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this book. Are you kidding me? Now, I don't know why Eric is giving these two guys props for using Ripasend as creators, other than the fact that he can promote Ripasend. Is that the point here? Like, he talked about that last guy in Texas who's a publisher, a fellow publisher in Texas. And most of these guys are their own publishers anyway. They just don't use Ripasend to publish their books for them or print them, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. Is he trying to get all these people that he's talking good about, to convince them to come over here to Ripasend? Is this what this is about? Is this an advertisement for that, other than an advertisement for actually giving those guys credit for being good artists? He just wants a little piece of their fucking economy. It's fucking retarded.
On Ripasend.com. As I said at the beginning of the video, this was just to put a spotlight on some of these other creators. For more information about their stories, head over to their respective campaigns and websites. There are hundreds of other creators out there that I didn't name that are also doing a great job. If the Western comic book industry is to thrive, it's going to take work from individual creators. Unfortunately, there's a lot of unnecessary, envious, catty behavior by many, which doesn't really help this market at all. Everybody is finding their way, building their own audiences, and coming up with their own successful business strategies. Again, remember that other people being successful does not take away from you. There's a gigantic audience waiting. They're craving for comics. It's up to you to service them.
Yeah. What do you think, Jim? Is he going to save the comic printing or the comic industry? Come on, man. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Sorry, Tim. Yeah, I think I don't know if we didn't see your comment.
What do you say?
I don't know. He says hello.
Did my chat make it through? Said half asleep. I'm sick of these frauds. Look, Ripper is just low IQ, low effort POS, but the audience continues to support him. Like, I'll be running off any crossover audience from my chat. Stupid people can fuck off. Well, fuck yeah, for sure. Did my chat go through? I did not get a super chat, if that's what you're asking, Tim. But I saw your earlier messages. Unless you did it on fucking Rumble, but you're on YouTube. No super chats tonight, so no. It's just a chat. Okay, yeah. So I didn't see anything except for what I just read, Tim, if that's what you sent. And yeah, he is a low effort piece of shit I think he's needing people to come do Ripasend. I really do. All right. How about we do it? We'll do it Tuesday night, Andrew. We'll bring you on, and thank you for the $5, Andrew. But we'll do it Tuesday night. I think Jim's exhausted. You look tired, Jim. What do you got?
I'm listening to low watermark.
Oh, I'll pull him up. Is it good? Here we go, guys.
Comprehension.
Jim,
back it up a little.
Play with a lot of these guys.
Back it up.
Kind of the thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They don't like you guys.
More?
So when three are actually on this one.
Is that good, Jim? Or do you want to pull it up yourself?
No, go ahead. You got it.
Okay.
This was a BTM review stream a week or so back. It's the one that ran all night. DJ Eric came on. Later, EVS came on. Vito came on. It was BTM Review's biggest super chat stream, the biggest viewership. EVS people showed up, Vito people showed up, Eric people showed up. It was giant, but during the midst of that, somebody came into the chat. A bunch of FNT / Geeks and Gamers supporters. Alec Baldwin's Finger and a whole bunch of these other people came in, and they were trying to rip on the stream and making up stuff. And Eric is there, and he is just taking their arguments apart. They would say something in chat, and he would just, what is it? And he would come up with a counter argument, and he was just crucifying them. They finally gave up because no matter what they said, they couldn't score because they were just doing their usual thing, and they had somebody that they couldn't take down.
And that to be honest, is why they refuse to speak with us. Generally, they won't do it. And honestly, in my opinion, that's why Ethan decided that the best course of action was to just be friendly with DJ, because I think we are a class of defenders of or debunkers and whatnot that they had not dealt with, because like I said, there was nobody doing this stuff before really me and Turf Nation, and then there's still barely anybody doing it. But I take some pride in that, the fact that after you told me before the stream, by the way, hopefully you don't mind me saying what you said about Frog Tony.
No.
Apparently him and a bunch of his audience were trying to warn Mark not to come on here because what were they saying?
Well, just that, you can't trust these guys. They, will try to make you look foolish or, that type of thing, because I don't know people's experiences. I don't necessarily agree that you guys were right or they were. I don't know, because I haven't watched any of it. So I don't know. But I think it's because if you have a bad experience yourself, you want to warn other people against it. Now, maybe they're valid claims on his end. Maybe they're valid claims on yours. I don't know. But it was surprising because it is not the first time I talked about talking to you guys. 3 or 4 times I've mentioned it in passing on Dave's stream, saying I may have stuff coming up with these guys. I mentioned, streaming with Eric a few times, that I mentioned that, you and Bob came on one time and we had a great, interesting conversation. We have ideas for, maybe doing other things. It was fantastic. Never got a reaction. Everybody was supportive because this is the audience in BTM that likes Eric. So, well, any friend of Eric's is a friend of ours. When these guys came in and they're from that other audience, and whether it's, Ethan's audience or Gary's audience, doesn't matter. They don't like you guys. So when 3 or 4 or 5 of them are there and we bring this stuff up, and Frog Tony had a bad experience and his followers are there, and people in the chat are saying, yeah, don't trust them. They're going to make you look like an idiot or something. I said, oh, I don't think that. Wouldn't be beneficial for you. It's not like, you're going to get any clout out of me because I don't have a channel to speak of. I don't have Twitter followers, so you gain nothing by coming at me.
My goal is not to make anybody look like an idiot. My goal with Frog Tony, for example, was that he had made claims in his video, that specific claims that I wanted him to show some evidence of. And he came on like he was just, he was talking some shit, and he started the early on was really whenever our real point of contention happened, where we had kind of a moment, because he kept talking over me. He would say something and then I would try to respond, and he would just kind of get louder and talk over me. And that's when I muted him and did my answer. And somebody was on Twitter this weekend saying, oh, you just bring people on and you mute them. And I'm like, I muted one guy because he wouldn't fucking shut up and was talking over me. You do have to let someone respond when you say things,
And that was actually said, by the way, that was actually said, that example of muting him. He didn't say it, but somebody else caught us up on the lore, I guess, and said,
Abomination AJ and his friends and stuff that are watching, guys, I'm not going to derail my content plans to talk to you or whatever. That's not even, I don't even know who you are or what you want to talk about. It doesn't matter to me. If you want to have a conversation, you can email me at actualfandom@gmail. You can find me on Discord at
I think it's Actual Fandom,
and just let me know what it is that you want to talk.
Oh, yeah, the channel.
Yeah.
This is Actual Fandom's channel. We're watching Low Watermark's channel because now this seems like a pretty good conversation. I'm sure Low Watermark's going to feel good about it because it doesn't seem like it's been controversial at all, Jim.
Seems all right.
And but it's weird that you bring on a guest and you name your thumbnail whatever it was, the is this the last bastion for Republican, the last honest guy on the right or whatever, right, Jim? That's what the thumbnail said basically on Actual Fandom's channel. And then he blocks his fucking chat from anybody that hasn't been a member for 48 hours or more. Really weird. Why do you bring a fan on? But Low Watermark is streaming it on his channel right now. So if you go into Low Watermark's chat and make a comment, it shows up on the screen that Actual Fandom has to see. So it's just weird. Yeah. Well, yeah, he was here last night. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it is what it is. Well, I don't know these guys. I enjoy talking to Eric the Bunks. He seems reasonable. Low Watermark decided to go on the show, and that's good for him. I mean, Low Watermark never streamed before he met me. Now he's going on different shows. It's great, Jim. It's great.
Yeah, it's great.
Talk about and your availability. I mean, I generally stream. My streams that are open for that type of thing are going to be Fridays for sure, Friday nights, and then maybe on a Wednesday for the showcast if there's time after we do whatever planned content we have. But like I have plans for my content generally. So if you want to be part of a planned stream, let's plan it. Anyway,
yeah. So I mean, that was an interesting experience. Anyways, how the chat goes down certain paths, and you never really know. It depends on who's there. Having somebody on that brings their own chat with them changes the whole dynamic. So somebody who is a streamer joins in, and somebody always comes with them. Because they tell people they're going somewhere, and people come in, and the chat changes. And I've noticed you get a lot of varying people. Because I've seen people, try to disrupt you sometimes in chat. So it's kind of interesting.
So they're. I mean, that's not something they're doing because that doesn't exist. I've never done that. There's a real comprehension issue at play with a lot of these guys. Is kind of the thing. I'm literally
also a real
you how to do it, man. Like this is why I'm not going to now, because them acting like this is the most childish fucking retard shit as far as like the how to behave on the internet with having a conversation. Like all that shows me is that you're not interested. These guys are not interested in an actual conversation or even a good faith debate, because you're already lying about me. You're already lying and creating a narrative. Guys, calm down, fucking control your emotions, relax a little bit and think about the ideas that you want to discuss.
It won't be
maybe
hard,
we
Dan
can have
Blackroyd.
that happen sometime. But yeah.
Well, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, aside from me saying, that I was longing to have intelligent, nuanced conversations with somebody, but I like the idea.
I thought we were having intelligence, nuanced conversations with him
to show people.
He hurt my feelings.
People who were worried about me coming on here trying to warn me, saying, "Oh, the chat's going to beat up on you." No, the chat's been great. They haven't said anything negative about me.
There was somebody that called you a doof earlier, and I almost said, but if it would have been anything else, I would have said something. But yeah, that was about as far as I was going to let it go.
Yeah, and that's all well and good. And people even mentioned, they said, you put up a 48-hour or whatever block of the chat, which you told me, and they said, oh, gee, he's just setting Low Watermark up because that means none of his supporters can come in and say anything to defend him.
Here's your buddy Jim. Well, because Jim, do you think it's reasonable to try to have an open conversation with 61 people at a time? That doesn't make any sense, man.
We do it all the time.
I put up the filter so that I know that it's not just people that are trolling and coming here to talk shit because they do that they're wanting to do it right now. I put up a 2-day filter because I know that at least if somebody is only subscribed for a couple of days, that, and they're still going to come in and talk shit. At least they had the patience to and the foresight to wait for it, right? Like you earned it at that point. But no, I'm not going to let people derail my streams. It's silly that you would think that's a real thing to do, to have an open conversation with chat. No, the reason that I want to have people on the stream and talk to them, and I tell people this on Twitter, because I'll have my replies closed to people I don't follow or whatever, and they'll be, oh, you don't want to have. It's like, no, man, come on my stream and talk to me, because then you can't run away from fucking claims. You can't just say shitty things and then go away, and I never get to respond. And that's why they don't want to do it, because they can't fucking hang.
What the fuck did he just say?
I don't know. It sure sounds like maybe he don't want to. He wants to be in.
He wants his chat to support him.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Like, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know how many members he has, so maybe he doesn't have that many members, so it doesn't matter, right? But like, it's so weird. Like, what a weird thing to, Ruth. That's a better thing. Don't have any chat. Why have any chat? Why does it got to be? Because Jim's right. It does look suspicious if you don't have an open chat.
Well, I'm saying, he said, oh, you had the foresight to plan ahead and join or subscribe 48 hours in advance. It's like,
that means you have the patience to like you've earned it. He said you earned it. That's weird. That's a weird thing, man. Like, I'm sorry. That argument.
Black. Oh, he went into their chat.
He has reason. He wants an echo chamber. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's anonymity T2. He says what people say about them.
I don't know enough about the guy to make
me neither. But to make don't block the chat
statements.
Though,
but and he did come in our chat, if I'm not mistaken, and he
last night.
Yeah, and he seemed friendly.
Not
like,
at first.
Open.
Not at first. It seemed.
Oh, that's right. Because I said, "Oh, Eric," and
yeah.
I thought it was someone else. I'm like, "Oh, we like Eric."
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, no, he thought we were talking. He thought I meant Eric, not Eric.
Eric. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I pronounced it wrong.
I don't get it. Like, he just disregards his chat in general, though. That's the weird thing, Jim. Like, he says, like, well, I don't want to have a conversation with the chat. Then turn the fucking chat off and do a podcast, and don't even be on screen. Just have a fucking podcast with a person, have a conversation, and move on. But that's not a good argument. Dane, I'm sorry, that's not a good argument.
Yeah, and Jim got in by the fact that I'm streaming, and so Jim went over to my channel. Hi, Jim. How you doing?
Yeah, I can see he's got the link on his thing. It's fine.
Yeah. So I appreciate, Jim, that you were looking out for me and everything, but I was never worried that the people in the chat would come against me, because I was pretty confident Dane wasn't going to go anywhere, at least in our first conversation, that was so volatile that we'd be at such odds that, we'd polarize people. I think this has gone really well, Dane. Yeah. I hope you do too. I'd like to do more of this and get into deeper and varying topics at some point in the future as well. I mean, we've talked about a lot of things we agree on. Obviously, we know there's big things we disagree on. And I think in time we can get to some of those. But I
got one more thing we need to talk about here, and that's this guy.
Oh.
What up, man? Eric? DJ Eric? Bear Daddy Supreme?
Well, he did say that he was here, but he'd be back, so he probably needs to.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Pull him out of there. Don't want to.
But yeah, so I hope that this has been a completely non-confrontational stream. We've had some interesting stuff. I'd be happy to answer
this guy just showed up. We might get in a fight now. So
now he's always so disruptive. It's terrible.
Yeah, always.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Just got off work. I actually just got in. That's why I couldn't get on. I was listening to you guys on my car. So
listening to us verbally fillet you a minute ago.
I guess I was actually getting food at the drive-thru and I kept hearing my name. I was like, what? I had to turn you down because I was like, the drive-thru people are going to be like, who are they talking about? What is this conversation for? But anyway, no, I wanted to jump in. I was hoping to get here a little bit earlier, but it's a Saturday night. I had to work. So
yeah.
What's this? Who is this person Abomination AJ or whatever?
I have no idea, man. But apparently, I'm running away from a debate I didn't know that I was supposed to have. And you know, it's like they're like, "Oh, we want to debate you," and then just like, "Now you're running away," and it's like, "Hold on, man, I didn't take part in any of this conversation."
That's funny. I thought I'd missed something. I was trying to get caught up.
Troy says, "Mark, you're a doof." So is Dane. So is Troy. So are all of us. The blending of all of our doofiness is what makes the world go round and life worth living.
Exactly. And that's why we need to talk to each other, which is kind of where I was going, which is, you know, if we can talk about stuff, and let's say we do talk more and we get into confrontational stuff we disagree on, wouldn't it be great if at the end of the conversation we say, you know what, I don't agree with what you said, but I understand now why you think what you did. If that's the only thing we could walk away with, people would say, well, wait a second, this isn't that bad. You know, we could talk to these guys. I'm not into internet debates in quotes because all I've ever seen of those are people talking at each other, talking over them.
Yeah, Jim, quit talking over people in your internet debates with Matt Barr. Have you been invited? Have you been invited back?
I was told I'm never invited back.
Oh, really? After your second appearance?
He said I was never allowed back on his stream again.
Did he give a reason?
I don't know. He's mad at me now, I guess. I don't know.
Did you not kiss his ass enough?
I don't know what I did wrong. I'm going to go through my diary and I'm going to look at everything because I write everything down I say. And so I'm going to go through and double check to make sure if I had any interactions with him that could be considered awkward.
Oh, AJ is an Eric simp? Ah, okay. I know. Yeah, what will you ever do not going on Matt Barr's show? Apparently, he invited One Gun. And One Gun said, nah, dude, I'll just watch the head wound from afar. I don't need to go on your channel. Like he's going after Matt Barr hard as hell.
I didn't. I generally don't look, as Chris said, I didn't put down EVS enough. I generally don't try to put anyone down. I don't even try to put Eric down. He does it to himself. I just kind of recognize it and go, oh, that doesn't look good.
Like that video we just watched?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't come off genuine, right? Nothing ever comes off genuine. It comes off shitty. Forrest. Like he's
well, I wanted to keep watching it for a second because I wanted to see what they said to it's not on the screen anymore.
We were talking, so
okay.
My man EJ Elemental or MJ Elemental is like, dude, you got to take the screen off when you two start talking because it's a lot easier to clip this than it is getting that other shit off the screen.
Yeah, well, why does he always clip stuff where I'm not saying anything?
Because you're always on the phone.
Every time I see a clip out there, I'm just sitting here like.
That's how I feel.
It's awful.
I will never do one of those. If something started going that way, I'm out of here, you know. But a discussion, an honest discussion, sure, let's do that.
Yeah. That's I think I've actually been pretty good about creating that kind of environment for people, honestly, and trying to bring a little bit more like levity to stuff. And I don't know, I'm not trying to pat my own back, but I've really put in the work to really bring.
We were already praising you for all this, man. You don't got to do it again.
You know, I've even had some, I hate this term, but I've had people woke scolding me over the last couple of weeks, and I'm like, it's so frustrating because it's the internet. I don't know how many of them are being genuine, how many of them are just trolling. It's really difficult because they were asking me to denounce something that another person said just because we'd been on the stream together. And I'm like, I've said this from the beginning. If I show up in a stream, especially somebody who isn't from whatever those circles are, I am there representing myself and myself only. No one else is speaking for me. Like, no offense, but low watermark, I'm not speaking for you. You're not speaking for me. Same thing with Jim or Dave or Frog Tony or whoever stream I might be on. I am there for myself. It's not an endorsement or a denouncement of anybody. It's just I'm there. So they're like, well, it makes it what you're saying disingenuous. And I'm like, this is the kind of shit that keeps us from actually having conversations about stuff. Because if I step into that space, all of a sudden there's something wrong with me being there. But if I stay away from it, then I live in an echo chamber. So there's literally no way to satisfy everybody. And so my response to that was, yes, as always, any kind of homophobia, transphobia, racism, or whatever, I'm going to denounce it. I'm not endorsing that shit. But also, unless I'm the one saying it, stop asking me to make excuses for other people. That's not my job.
They try to RICO us, man, is what I call it. They try and get a RICO case on us when it comes to our positions and stuff. Like
it's really fucking
if one
weird.
person's done something, then you've done it too.
There was a time when none of the people, with the exception of the debates that Bob was doing with Eric July and EVS and stuff, where we were literally just two groups kind of talking about each other. That's really what it was.
Yeah.
And, I went out of my way to go into these quote unquote lion's den, for lack of better terms, to be like the one person in there that's got a different opinion. And I have seen some really solid results. The fact that we're sitting here right now talking with Low Watermark is proof that what I'm doing is affecting the system.
You have
making a
bridged the divide, man. And I'd say the other person that's kind of, made some progress almost in a different direction has been Ethan.
Yeah.
I'm going to say me. Because I bring anybody on this fucking show and we talk about anything. Everybody's welcome to talk.
You never get any credit, Dave.
I know. This bastard didn't say my name, Eric. I'm coming after you, Eric. We're gonna debunk Eric debunks. Just kidding.
Yeah, but I mean, like, to argue against my results because you don't like what someone said that I was in a stream with, it's like, so what do you want us to do? Do you want us to just shout at each other? Is that what they want? They just want people to yell and fight? Is that it? Like,
well, unfortunately, too many of them do want that type of knockdown dragon. They want somebody owned by the end, Oh, you owned him totally. Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, I could go in there, and this is another thing that people don't understand. If I go into a stream as someone who is left-leaning, progressive, whatever they want to call me, if I go into that stream and I start yelling and screaming and like calling people names and stuff like that, I am literally going to become exactly what they think my entire community is. I would be a personification of that. So I go in there to listen to what people have to say, even if I don't agree with them, even if they said dumb shit. I go in there and I let people say what they're going to say, and then I speak up and I say what I have to say, because my voice in that space is really important to me. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. It's all about these internet gotchas and shit like that. And it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
We have to be a
Chris, is this why you put that in the chat? Oh gosh, Dave saying the Negroid word is making people catch feelings. SMH. Oh my God, is it? You were this far up in the stream when you heard that shit, Chris? Is that what this is about? Really? They asked Eric Debunks and Ethan to disavow me for using a scientific term on a live stream. Fuck off, people.
Love that, to fucking make things better. Like, it's a zero-sum game for everybody to be in that state of mind and that state of communication where you're like, just
Tim,
trying to
more than
own
welcome
the others or whatever.
nice
Like, there's
hang out
no
with it.
fucking point into it. It's just, you're not working towards any truth or any kind of facts or better understanding or anything like that. It's how society would fucking eventually would just end, with everybody owning each other and being tribal.
Low Watermark said that he really appreciated, I think you said this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, the approach of calling out behavior instead of calling out the person.
Yes, I love that you're doing that, because that's a major change. If somebody says you're EFAPing somebody and somebody says something that's racist, rather than calling the person racist, you say that was a racist thing to say.
Yeah, because everyone is capable. Yeah, everyone is capable of doing those things. Everybody is capable
100%.
of making a mistake or saying something stupid or something along those lines. That is a behavioral thing. You can easily look at that and go, you know what? That's not who I am, and I want to change that behavior. And then it's on you to do that. But if you say someone is absolutely 100% this thing, then that is placing something on that person that is unprovable. I can't necessarily prove that. I can show you a pattern. I can show you how often they've done something. But at the end of the day, they could just be doing it to make money. Right. You know what I mean? Like we have no clue.
And from my perspective, the reason that I started doing that was because you know, like I just told Low Watermark a little while ago, a bit quick and dirty version of my origin story of being like somebody who worked through, you know, a bunch of trauma and stuff like that. And like, I didn't used to be a very good person. You know, I used to have some shitty beliefs that just kind of, you know, I absorbed through osmosis growing up and things like that. And like, if I don't believe that people have the ability to change from a certain set of shitty views or whatever, then there's no, what the fuck am I doing this for?
What's the point of all this? Look,
Yeah.
Dane, you remember when we first started this, and Low Watermark, this is the truth. For the longest time, I said, I don't think people are redeemable in this situation. I think everybody that does this is locked in and they're not going to change. And I can't tell you how excited I was to find out that there was actual things that we could agree on, actual places that we could come to where I go, you know what, you might be right about that. And then you'll tell me something about you, and then I'll say, yeah, okay. And then I say something to you, and you're like, you know what, you might be right about that. And all of a sudden in my mind, I'm like, this entire facade, this environment.
Which is really weird to me, Jim. I gotta say, you don't live your life on the internet, Jim. You meet people every day in the real world. Like when you're out in the real world, you do not know their political leanings. You don't know anything. And you have real conversations with people, you know, whether it's a 5-minute, you know, conversation about something or a 30-minute conversation, whatever it is. You're not asking them their political beliefs before you start the conversation. So it's so weird that when you're not on the internet, that people agree on stuff in the real world every fucking day. Like there are plenty of people that I would probably never be friends with full time, but for that 30 minutes, we had a really good conversation. We both walked away feeling good about the conversation. Does that make sense? Like it's really strange. Like the real world functions for a reason because enough people get along every day to make shit happen all day, every day. It's this little fucking weird internet thing that makes everybody think that you got to pick a side on stuff. Yeah, we have our beliefs, but you have your beliefs, and I can not like them or I can like them, but it doesn't mean that you're a terrible person for what you believe in, as long as it's not breaking any laws, Jim, right? Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me.
Yeah. My God. We're all living in an echo chamber, and eventually echo chambers eat each other because there are no other dragons to slay. Yeah, it's probably true, I guess, Andrew, but I just think when you're out in the real world, think about all the people that get, you know, serve food every day, Jim. That I don't know shit about that person that served me the food, but they're nice to me. They serve my food. And you move on with your day, right? Whatever the fuck it is, you're not judging that person. You might go, God damn. I mean, you know, what the hell's going on with that tattoo on her fucking forehead, right? Like, that's weird. But when you talk to her, she's a really nice person or whatever. They spit in it. Maybe. But dude, imagine you go to the fucking, like Retro Dice. You're at the hospital. You have a heart condition. You have no idea what that person that you're getting treated by believes in. You're not asking them what they believe in. You're putting your faith in that person as a fellow human being to be a professional and do their fucking job. That's what you're there for, and you hope you get that service. And you probably thanked them when you left the hospital, and they might go home tonight and fucking put little pins in dolls because they hate fucking Donald Trump. Whatever the case may be. But guess what? In the real world, they're real people. It was just an example. So and Eric is in the public for his business. He's a DJ, Jim. He's a DJ at clubs every week. He meets hundreds and hundreds of military guys serving their country, right? Like they're whatever, dude. They're just people. Fuck.
Are you listening to something?
Human being, as if you're not a valid person or whatever. Like, fuck that. Get
there,
the fuck out
right?
of here. But like, if
It is
we're
now.
cool on
I was
that
wondering. I was like,
front,
what's
we
going
can
on?
kind
I'm
of
not hearing
disagree
anything.
on
I was petting my
other
dog for
things
a
outside
second.
of our
Okay.
individual selves or whatever. Then yeah,
They're
we can
getting
have
tired.
conversations for sure.
Well, it's 2:30.
Well, Mark, were you saying something? I think I cut you off.
Well, yeah,
I'm
it
sorry.
was just no, it was just the more of the same. Finding the agreement places. Obviously, you and I started with that, and then I told you guys that I have anxiety and all that too. By the way, just modern stuff. You talk about having difficulty public speaking and all of that, but I was anxious for the past 2 days. In fact, I was sweating out coming on here today, most of the day.
Oh.
I'm comfortable when I get here. It's looking forward to it that makes me nervous.
Mhm.
But I told you guys that when I had branched out from Eric's stuff and I went and watched the first Chillcast, that I was like totally, fish out of water. I couldn't understand half of what was going on. I couldn't imagine talking with you guys as a group. It was just impossible for me and all that. So I told you guys that I then went into your solo streams and went to like 3 of them in a row and sat in the chat and kind of chatted back to you and all of that to get to know you. And I found surprising things that I agreed with you on. And then I moved on to Bob and I found even more things that I agreed with him on. Like, I think he was looking at like a critical drinker thing or something like that. And he stopped it. He was doing, an EFAP and he stopped and he debunked or whatever something. And he stopped one and said, you know what? I actually agree with him on this. And he did that like 2 or 3 times in the video. I said, wait a second. I thought everybody's supposed to be fighting all the time. I thought the whole point of this was to point out all the negative and never say you agreed with somebody. And I was pleasantly surprised that Bob said, yeah, I agree with him on this point. He's right. I said, we got stuff we can talk about now. You're not other. You're not this box of, these are just leftists, this or that. You're not in this box that's unbreakable. You're not unredeemable. We can have conversations because we have some things we agree on, and that's a foundation. And that's what I love about this. And this has been a great talk because we found even more things we agree upon. So it's great.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking about this here. I guess this guy, the one that was talking about AJ, I think. Matt Walsh claimed my video, so that's why it's monetized. Yeah. I don't remember what stream it was on. It might even been with Low Watermark. I can't remember, but I did a stream where I think it was. Wait, was it our stream?
Hey, Retro Dice. My information on my shipping is in my description on my channel. Let's see. I'll put it in. I'll put it in here real quick for you, so you can have it. I'd be very honored for you to do that, dude. That'd be so awesome. It'll be hanging up in my background going forward if you did that. That'd
I don't
be
remember
incredible.
which stream it was now. I streamed too much. I was watching the teaser for his upcoming like movie, Am I Racist or whatever. And it was 100% transformative. Like I was pausing it every like 30 seconds to talk about stuff and things like that. We weren't just watching the clip or whatever. And so the video got claimed and I disputed it because it was fair use. And they denied my claim. So I had to remove it from the video because of that. So,
damn.
Which is weird because I think that entire community kind of lives and breathes on like freedom of free speech, free expression, all that stuff.
They live and breathe on the aesthetics of pretending to be all free speech and stuff. But
yeah. So I thought that was a little weird, but it doesn't matter. It's gone. I had to take it out of the
Movies with Mark, which is by the way, if anybody's looking for a really solid, just a straight up movie discussion review channel, this guy has got it. You should subscribe. So it's easy to gravitate toward people who are who care about media they talk about rather than sling out bad faith talking points. I know it's kind of crazy. Like there's almost like a palpable distinction of hearing someone just, whether they like a movie or not, talk about it on the terms of the movie itself and not be like, oh, Disney Studios didn't make their third quarter income, like shit like Nerdrotics reviews, like will be like 7 minutes of just talking about Disney's quarterly earnings before he gets to talking about the fucking movie. That kind of thing. So Frog Tony apparently in his audience last night tried to dissuade Low Watermark from coming on here. DJ,
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked about that.
I guess we like set out to make him look bad and make him look stupid or something. I don't know. I don't remember us doing that. I realized how that might have been the result, but yeah.
You mean the time he was in it, like came on and talked about Sweet Baby Inc. Was that the?
Yeah, I got a clip right here.
If I hire Eric to paint my house, right? Hey, Eric, I need you to paint my house blue. I want you to paint it blue.
See, and DJ was even doing
So
like
that's the parameters.
pantomiming for him and stuff. We're
Painted. And he's out there painting it, listening to music. I go, I didn't hire you to listen to music. You go, well, you can't control what music I listen to. As long as the house gets painted, I've fulfilled the parameters of my job. So
Jim, how do you copy a
actually
link and then when you paste it, it doesn't show up as a link? It just shows up as text. How do you make it a link?
You have to copy link address.
Okay. Copy link address.
Yeah.
Oh, when I do the original copy?
Yes, copy link address.
All right. But it only gives me copy on the website. Huh.
What are you talking about? Oh, you can go on if you're on your website for the link for your store.
Yeah.
Then just click on the browser, the top thing, and double click on it, and it'll come up HTTPS with the whole thing, and then you select all and copy that in the browser and the address tab on the top of the browser.
Oh, okay. So so change it to HTTP. All right.
No, you just click on it once, like with your left click on that, and it'll go from, / it'll go HTTP, it'll pull the whole address up, whatever it is.
Yeah.
For you to copy. Yeah.
Copy that, right?
Yeah, and then copy that. That's fine. Copy the whole thing.
Now paste it in my description of my video or my channel, right? So hit paste. It doesn't show up as a link though. Weird. I want it to be a link so that people don't have to hit copy and paste, but whatever. I'll figure it out another time.
An adventure game set in the 1980s Miami, and we give it to them.
And for those of you that are here,
that should be the end of where they,
let's give them a preview, Jim. Right?
Yeah.
Might as well. You can go to the store and get your Shane Davis drawn art. Multiple colors of shirts and hoodies and stuff like that. Got a hot pink mug. Check that out, Jim. You know you want that one, right? I should have drank coffee. Yeah. Or, Jeep orange. I had a Jeep that color, Jim. Pretty cool. So, yeah, it's there if you guys ever want to check it out. But let's get back to this. Present.
They get off and on, right?
But Tony, if Sweet Baby Inc. is being contracted to write, as they often are, per some of the coverage that I've seen of this, if they're being contracted to write supplemental material for the game, then isn't that like the painting your house example that you brought up earlier, where they're being contracted and Sweet Baby Inc. is now allowed to write things for the game?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they are. And the problem, or I guess the problem, I'm putting quotation marks, maybe you can't hear them, but the problem is that people are saying that Sweet Baby Inc. is putting in woke stuff. I don't agree with all that.
You should respect their vision by your earlier logic.
I do. I don't have a problem with their vision.
But I mean,
again, my whole contention has always been, what are they doing?
And it's like I think it's fair. Can we get you to agree that you can't really justifiably use the word?
Okay, all I saw right there was them not letting Tony get his answer out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back a few seconds on there, Jim.
That's Tony's talking, and he talked over him, and I think he muted him.
Let's check this out real quick.
Set in the 1980s Miami, and we give it to them. That should be it. That should be the end of where they get off and on, right?
But Tony, if Sweet Baby Inc. is being contracted to write, as they often are, per some of the coverage that I've seen of this, if they're being contracted to write supplemental material for the game, then isn't that like the painting your house example that you brought up earlier, where they're being contracted and Sweet Baby Inc. is now allowed to write things for the game?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they are. And the problem, or I guess the problem, I'm putting quotation marks, maybe you can't hear them, but the problem is that people are saying that Sweet Baby Inc. is putting in woke stuff. I don't agree with
But
all
you
that.
should respect their vision by your earlier logic.
I do. I don't have a problem with their vision.
But I mean,
again, my whole contention has always been, what are they doing?
And it's like I think it's
See,
fair. Can we?
he muted him.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
So he's showing this, and what he thinks this makes him look good.
Yeah. I'm going to play an example.
I'm going to play an example of me muting him when we asked him a question. He's trying to answer it.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, companies can hire whoever the fuck they want to write their bullshit games. That's up to the company. Doesn't mean I got to buy it, right? It doesn't mean I got to participate in that stuff. Because if it takes me out of the game, I'm out of the game. That's like, you know how much I wanted to love Starfield, dude? I fucking love Bethesda games. I love Fallout 1, 2. I love Wasteland. I love 3, 4. I love Skyrim. I love all these games. Fallout 76 pissed me off so much because it was an online game. Then it was Starfield, and it just fucking sucked. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with Sweet Baby Inc. It just has to do with the way that Bethesda's doing their business now. But it just takes you out. So, but to cut Tony off and mute him, I mean, that's...
I don't even understand to say, like, if you hire them to write supplemental material for this game and they put woke shit in, and this guy's like, well, you should respect their vision. Like,
because apparently Tony said something earlier that they're trying to catch Tony in, they're trying to trap him. This is the whole trap thing that Low Watermark said earlier. Like, I haven't felt that way, right? Like, that's what this is about. Like, you're trying to catch him Tony in a trap because of, you know, I don't know how long this stream was. Tony might have said something 2 hours earlier.
Well, they said 15 minutes later, so they cut out a whole bunch of. I don't know. Yeah, I think the guy's trying to. Honestly, I don't know, man. I'm getting
that's
weird
what I was saying.
vibes.
Snake Dog, that's what I was saying. I know Sweet Baby had nothing to do with it, but my point is they've all kind of went to this weird agenda to try and promote something that a lot of people that buy these games are not agenda driven. Most people are driven to just get away from life for 2 or 3 hours a night and throw a video game in and get lost in a world. Jim, that's what I play for.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I love Fallout. I don't play it for the goddamn story. I play because I like walking around the world and finding stuff and wearing that fucking mech suit, or that, not mech suit, but that armor, power armor, and just having a good time in the world. I don't give a fuck. I don't need to be preached at, though, when I'm playing a game. Just like I don't need to be preached at the movie theater about how bad I am as a white male or whatever. Tony said they muted him yesterday. I'm sure they did. Yeah, that Doom stuff is great. I also like that horror series. What's that horror series? They made a couple games of. Come on, Dave, what is it? I got them both. No, Low Watermark's the smart guy. No, Prey. No, it's the horror series that Bethesda made. Jesus Christ. That's my kid's favorite. There's their favorite Fallout game is Vegas for sure. Now my son's favorite is Oblivion when it comes to the Skyrim stuff, the whole Oblivion series. He loves Oblivion. Oh my God. Bethesda horror. The Evil Within. Yeah, The Evil Within.
I think this stream ended if you want to invite Low Watermark on.
Low Watermark's always got the invite. But I will send him the link. I'm going to send him the link to my merch store. That's the last thing I copied. I'll send him the link. Yeah. And Eric DeBunks has a link too if he wants to show up. He's probably tired though. Yeah, The Evil Within is yeah, that's it. The Evil Within. I like that. That was good. Well, Retro Dice, I got a surprise for you guys. You guys are gonna be blown away in about a week. So I'll send him the merch link. He'll be like, Dave, what is this? All right, so let's see what he says.
Agree that you can't really justifiably use the word evils or say that they are contributing to some kind of evil plot or anything when you literally don't have a shred of evidence that that's actually happening. Can you acknowledge that?
Did I say evil plot?
In your video, you did say evils. The evils that they're doing, yeah.
To recap, Sweet Baby Inc. recently became the target of a group which claimed the company was forcing studios it worked with to increase diversity within its games and accused of it of pushing a, quote, woke agenda into the industry. Following a report into the claims by Kotaku, a number of game developers have spoken up to clear up misconceptions about what companies like Sweet Baby Inc. actually do. I'm going to stop you right fucking there, okay? Eurogamer, let me stop you right fucking there. Okay? If a company is being accused of nefariously injecting personal politics into their games, they're being accused of all these evils. Probably, I say a lot of things.
That's a disingenuous clip too, because Tony, they cut it off before he finished what he was saying.
He said they're being accused of all these evils. He didn't even get to say whatever. It's not. Yeah,
that's completely disingenuous. Completely disingenuous. Wow, they think that's a win. He really thinks that's a win,
dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. I
really want to talk to Mark about this and see what if
I'd like.
Did he not notice that they were muting Tony when he was trying to respond to what that guy said?
Dude, I don't know if Mark wants to get into that fight. I think he had a good time.
Well,
you know
that's
what I
fine,
mean?
but it's.
Yeah,
I was trying to give these guys the benefit of,
they seem reasonable, right?
Like they do, but then this Dane guy it seems really sketchy, and the stuff he's pulling up to prove his point don't prove his point. Proves he was being sneaky,
right?
Editing stuff in a way to make it look the way he wanted. He chopped it right there. As soon as he said accused of evils. He didn't say they were evil. He said accused of evils.
They're accused of evils. They're accused. He didn't say I'm accusing them of being evil. He said they're accused of these evils. Tony was on here last night. He's whatever. I mean, seems like a nice guy. I've never been on I'm going on his show tomorrow night. I guess I agreed to go on his show tomorrow night. So
okay.
I guess I did. EBS don't even like Dane. Well, I don't know the guy. I'm only watching this because Low Watermark's there. I wanted to hear what was going to happen, but as I've listened through periodically tonight, it just seems like a bunch of geeks and gamers, bunch of all this stuff that we've kind of stepped away from over time.
Mm-hmm.
As they're gaining more audience, as we're leaving, it's fine. Whatever, dude. Like, that's their world. I just don't need to be part of it. I don't have any ill will personally against those guys, Jim. I just don't care about what they say anymore, right? I just don't care. It doesn't matter. Can your PC play it, Retro Dice? Remember that whole thing? Evil Within are good games. They are good games. And they're not overly long, little heck. They're fun. They're good. They're good games. The original Prey I liked a lot. And then they made that kick-ass trailer when they were going to remake Prey. It looked like they were on some space station or some cargo bay in space, and it looked fucking badass. And then they came out with the game, and it was, I mean, it just wasn't what that trailer was. So they screwed it up. Wait, Dave, do you not remember ask repeatedly for the link last night from Tony? I asked for Tony's link. I have never been on Tony's show. I never ask anybody for a link. I know Tony asked for the link here, right? That's what he was in the chat, Jim, and he asked for the link. Because I wasn't drunk. I wasn't even buzzed last night, guys.
I don't know.
He came on and we talked for a while. I
don't recall. I don't recall, Senator.
I plead the fifth because I might incriminate myself.
That's apparently that was the moment. I guess that was what did it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess.
Not sure.
I don't think
I'm not totally surprised. It seems like for some reason, I don't know what it is, Dane, but a lot of people like to just like come after you. I don't know what it is. It really is weird, man. It's so.
Well, you just pointed it out, Jim. You muted the guy on a live stream, and then you made a clip that didn't let him finish his sentence.
Yeah, and you showed the clip of you muting him,
and
you claimed he was trying to talk over people. I don't know who that guy Bob was, I guess, that was talking to him, and and the guy said, "Well, you said, and he said, like, well, they should have the ability to do a."
If they were hired,
they should have the vision or whatever to do what they want. And Tony's trying to goes, well, no, this is what I mean by it, and starts to talk, and then Dane just mutes him and talks. And says, no, you said this, da 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 da. It's like, okay, well, that was why ask him the question if you're going to mute him and give his answer for him?
Yeah, I mean I don't think that clip made Dane look right. I just don't. And he's like, he had that ready to go, Jim. Like that was like his win over Frog Tony for some weird reason. I mean, he was on your show too, man. He was on your showcast. Wasn't on his show.
So weird to me. I don't know what is it. You get under people's skin easily. Maybe things you say cut right to the core.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's in the past. It's definitely been. I think that I was much more directly, just like I was obstinate and wouldn't even hear out certain things. Like for example, I used to say that there's no way I'll ever have a conversation with Ethan Van.
Comes off as kind of passive aggressive that you act like you're not doing anything and you're being all reasonable when you mute people still, and then do that, and then make a clip where he says they are accused of these evils, and you say that you change it to he said they are evil.
Or how about you don't want to have a conversation with the chat when you have a guest on? So I'm going to block the chat from anybody that's not been a member for 48 hours or more. Now, see, is that to try and I checked in on his own channel, Jim. We fucking tripled his audience tonight. I mean, and the guy's got 7,200 subscribers. It's weird. Like, what the fuck, man?
I mean, all I know is if I went on a stream with somebody and they muted me to talk because they wanted, you know what I mean? When they asked me questions, I would never go back on the stream again. I would have just left and said, all right, whatever, you want to mute me, I'm out.
Yeah. If you're not gonna let me give the answer I was going to give, and then we didn't even get to see like when Tony was unmuted, like him to defend himself.
I mean, he claims Tony was talking over them. I did not see a clip of Tony talking over them.
No, he was asked a question by the white dude in the bottom left corner, was answering it, and got fucking muted. Like, it's awful. I don't get it. I don't understand. His whole thing used to be, Ethan will never debate me because he knows I'm right. He never once said he wouldn't talk to him. Yeah. So, but it's amazing too, Snake Dog. He's got to talk to Ethan, like the most, the loudest, most. I would actually say, at the moment, Jim, he's the guy that comes off the most genuine from his perspectives. Like he talked about his court case tonight. Like they tried to throw it in the chat, like, oh, bad day for Ethan today in his court case. And Ethan talked about the whole court case, about how it's going to trial next week or whatever, or there's a date coming up, and it's weird. So, but he wants to go against Ethan. You know what that does for his channel? Makes his channel look really like he might get some subs off of Ethan, because Ethan is you know, the real guy that's going to not take his bullshit. You know that too. But he'll never mute him. He'll never mute him in the middle of his fucking answer. Ethan will just go, and then he'll say, yeah, that's gay. Or he'll just fucking slam him the way he needs to be slammed if it's a slammable comment. Let Tony finish his answer and go with that, dude. If it doesn't work out, if it's not, I mean, if it does offend you, or if Tony doesn't look good with the answer, well, that's on Tony, but you didn't let him finish. So now it's back on the host for trying to make his guest look bad. I would never do that.
You know, now I'm like, well, there would be some conditions that would be agreed upon, but I'm not completely against it. So like, I mean, I've definitely gained nuance with how I do this stuff, but like, honestly, it's even outside of the context of the stuff that we talk about. There's always been, just now and then throughout my life since I was a little kid, I would just seem to talk about things in a certain way that some people get really fucking triggered by it. And I would almost never see it coming. I would be completely blindsided when somebody would get mad at something I'd said that seemed like an obvious thing to say. You know, objective reality type of thing. and I think, you know, of course, now I realize it's because I didn't learn until a few years ago that I'm on the autism spectrum. And I think that's probably what it is. It's just that, like, I don't tend to.
How old is he, Jim?
I don't know.
How old? I have no idea how old Dane is. I'm sorry, man. Like, you got yourself checked out for autism and you're in your 20s or 30s? Really? Somebody told you're on a spectrum at this point in your life? Okay. Get the fuck out of here, dude. So now you're a victim of your own mental health condition. That's why you had no friends, because you're autistic. Is that what he's trying to pull off here, guys? Is that what he's trying to say? I was friendless and lonely in school because I was an autism? Okay, sure. Sorry, Dane, I don't know your mental health, but dude, don't say that stuff. Don't try and say that. Maybe you were just an unlikable little shit, like a lot of kids are. Jim, there were plenty of unlikable shits and adults in the world. They're just not likable people. It's not what he says. It doesn't cut through the bone. Nobody cares. They just don't.
I don't know. I guess I do just try to cut through shit generally. Not to say I, you know, always have the most eloquent take or anything like that. I don't know. But yeah, people get mad. But I mean, it really is, I think, about, like, you and I, DJ, could probably say the same things, and people would be far more favorable to you saying it than they would be to me, because it's just my tone of voice. You know, like growing up in the South, I would have people every once in a while, somebody would say, you talk like you think you're better than everybody. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because especially like then back home and shit, I had fucking no self-esteem. You know what I mean? Like I was fucking completely insecure and shit. Like, no, I don't think I'm better than myself. Are you kidding me? Or better than anybody?
Called it, guys. Called it. Called it. He had no friends, Jim. He had no self-esteem. But it was his autism. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one, Andrew. Maybe he's an old-fashioned a-hole. Yeah, I'm autistic and unlikable, says Galaxy Stranger. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, everybody's got something to explain their bad behavior. Don't be a dick. If you're a dick, pay the consequences. It's just unbelievable, Pike. I mean, he was, oh my God. Oh, I don't tolerate bullshit like stupid answers like that. And he grew up in the South, Jim. Like, that's another thing he threw in there for some reason. Like, who cares where you grew up? Doesn't matter. Like, oh, now that you don't have a Southern accent anymore, now you can use this. Like now that you speak without an accent, your kinfolk thought that you were better than them. Whatever.
And it really just, I don't know. I have theories I could go into, but I'm not going to.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so
like
So basically, what I was getting at is I'm not really shocked that anybody would try and dissuade someone from coming on stream.
But I mean, like we were talking about you. If you didn't hear us, like you have the ability to take this shit that
I never would dissuade anybody from going on the show except Matt Bars
and hostile and crappy and the shitty things people say, and you somehow make it like seem warm and inviting and like it's not something that you just want to handle with I don't know, fucking chemical proof suit on. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm getting tired though.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how that is or why that is. It's just kind of been my personality pretty much my entire life. So,
well, I mean, I think you do a great job, man. And honestly, and realizing it as you were talking about it, that you have made a pretty significant, bridge in you're being there for people who are on their way out of, the whole fellowship bullshit, which Low Watermark was explaining to me was almost exclusively directly because of the Eric July stuff. And then like people started realizing the formula of Friday Night Tights and whatnot. And so you being there to kind of, offer a perspective on this stuff is, it's pretty invaluable. And
yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed a lot of it. Getting the opportunity to really speak to different people, because I think it's a very almost like privileged position for me, because I feel like, and maybe, I mean, it's possible that I'm overreaching here, but I think that I could literally go onto anyone's show except for like the fellowship guys. They would never, have me on. But I mean, like in terms of people that feel differently or think differently, I feel like I could probably reach out to almost anybody and they would be like, yeah, we'll have you on. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like that's an interesting thing. And then I could do the same thing with our community. Like I can be on pretty much anybody's show in our community too, and still have the same opinion. And I don't know how I got to that point. I honestly don't know. And I know we were like, guys have talked about.
Because he's a reasonable guy, Jim.
Yeah,
he's just a reasonable person. And South Michigan. I know. I'm from Arkansas, man. I'm a military kid, but my family's from Arkansas. The fuck, dude? Oh God, can't stand it. And again, I know I had known nothing about this guy, but I've had enough of that video. What are you talking? Is somebody going to come on now, Jim?
No,
I'm kidding. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to be going to sleep soon.
Yeah, me too.
I was responding to. I didn't know that Elemental MJ was in my Rumble chat.
Oh, nice.
So I was like, oh shit,
I got a viewer.
I got someone in my Rumble chat. I need to say something to.
So. Yeah, he lived in the South. All right, like South. Oh God. All right. So
I guess Shane is going over that Eric video. He's upset about it. He thinks that it was a direct attack on him.
Pull it up. Because he'll be funny. Because he doesn't care. He's just having fun, right? He doesn't care.
Or with him, but this guy is against my will. So some of these are kind of, look at that drip. There ain't no drip. That's a pencil for you. Somebody coming in scripting, any of that, you were absolutely nothing because you don't even have characters. Hey, you have like really poorly crafted. I mean, the biggest thing you get hung up on Isom in his biggest ability or something is whether or not he has a utility belt or an upgrade.
This is like fucking
fire.
Like a fire, like a fucking. He's got a branding iron. He's like, oh, okay, you got my mark now. You want it? You got it.
Holy God.
I wonder if Shane's been drinking.
Maybe
in the fabric of his suit, like I don't even know if you have a superpower that's new in your universe. I have no idea. I don't even really care at this point. Most superpowers are generic. You're not even coming at these things with a new twist or new angle or anything like that. But to say you're independent and get in front of a fucking camera is like saying, I'm a YouTuber and I'm a creator. No, you are a content creator. You
No, I
create
think Shane would be
content. That
Field
doesn't mean you're a
Marshal Mange.
creator. What do you actually create? Well, okay, well, I create content. I do not think you're independent at all. And I know you're not because you asked me to draw your fucking book for you years ago. And I said, no, I make too much money drawing Starlight Cats. And that's the problem Eric has. And this problem Eric continues to have. That's why ISOM looks the way it does. Because most people, if you draw better than the artist on that book, chances are you're going to do better anywhere making your own book. And even if you make less, let's say you make $10 less a page. Well, guess what? You fucking own it. And this is the biggest thing of any fucking YouTuber that just wants to become the next big comic company is at best, you maybe have a channel. At best, you have a big way to advertise your product, your book, all of that shit. But what happens if you have this pipeline, but what happens if you just put shit, you just put turds into that pipeline? You were now a sewer. And that is the Ripperverse. There has been multiple turds that have went through this pipeline of his channel. And that's why his sales have been down. It is what it is. But to say you're independent, no, Eric, until you sit down and you actually write and draw your fucking book yourself, you're not independent. You're the furthest thing from independent. If Eric goes out here and makes an AI book, is the closest thing to Eric being independent, period. If somebody's in the chat, mods, you have to do your job.
Okay, what?
If somebody comes in the chat abusing the chat, mods, do your job. There is none of... Sorry, Shane. Katie got it.
What's going on in the chat, Jim?
I don't know. I don't see it.
Well, you're behind. So
yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, so you're behind.
But Eric is not independent.
No,
If you were independent, Eric, you wouldn't have been asking me to stop making creator-owned books and go draw whatever book it is that you were nudging around for me to draw. And that is that. Okay, so the posturing of Eric's life is something that a lot of people at first glance are going to fall victim to it. They're not really going to look up under the hood of what this guy has to sell. A lot of people have seen up under the hood, and that's why there is it's not what's happening at Eric at the Ripperverse is not standard attrition. That is a term that comics use whenever sales start to dip from initial orders on 2 or 3 months, books in the stores, people actually have a reaction to it, and then the real numbers happen. The real RILL numbers stabilize because people were actually reading the book. Now, the reason that's not the case here is because he keeps throwing a new number 1 out there. ISOM 2 is the only anything off of issue 2 I think he's ever hit. Maybe Ripazine 2. I don't know. I don't follow every fucking thing he does. But I do see an escalation in having to amp and put stuff out. Now, that is another way that companies try to balance their overhead, meaning they have a heavy staff, they have legal, they have all of this. They have to pay those bills month in, month out. Eric, with dropping sales, absolutely has to put out more books to pay for his overhead. That's just it. He has to make more profit because the returns are smaller and smaller. And we're starting to see an escalation in this. But I do not want to... I don't like Eric I'm going to call it hijacking. I don't like him hijacking the term independent because I'm independent. Because I have done independent comics before in the mainstream, and I'm doing them here again. Because me and my wife run a very small comic business that we do the fulfillment ourselves. We do this stuff out of our home, and we're pretty fucking independent. And I don't know if I like this guy trying to be the spokesperson for what I'm doing at all. I just don't, because he's failing at it. And people are like, Shane, you're just jealous. He made that a long time ago, and he's just trying to add to the number constantly with campaigns that are ants to the elephant campaign that was ISOM #1. What happened? Why were the numbers so high on ISOM #1, but they're eroding off of every new #1 book he puts out? What is the common factor between all of these books? You have the Saska sisters here, you have Mike Barron there, you have Chuck Dixon here, you have different artists on these books, but why are the sales continuing to dwindle? Him. He's the common denominator in all of these books. Him. I don't know if Eric knows this, but nobody's asking for him to come up and be the spokesperson for independent comics. I have not yet seen people in any back room or any bullshit say, why is Eric July not being the poster child for crowdfunding books or independent books or whatever? I don't know. I don't know where I get he sees a pot of gold or a pot of money there. And that's why I come up with the term hijacking it. That's how I feel. Am I right or wrong? That's just the way I feel. It's not really open for debate.
Because Shane
about
talks
it for
slow.
months, maybe a year. I don't even know how long have we been at war with Eric July?
Fuck, how long have we been at
shortly
war
after-
with Eric July? Holy shit.
I personally have a distaste for Eric the second he dropped my cover. The fucking second that thing was on the internet, I had an issue with Eric. And I'm slowly starting to see everybody have an issue with Eric, including fans of his. So for me, it's around then. But what is it? Like a year? At least one day? All right. Agree, Shane. All right. Let's just play this.
In recent years, there has been this.
We aren't at war, but this motherfucker is at war with us. Okay, like I'm not at war with him, but this guy is at war with us. What you're about to see is this guy, if anything, is trying to disrupt a network in crowdfunding. And if people don't see that, if people don't look back and see that he was in the Dungeoneer room, shit like that, if people look past that somehow a guy that ejaculated in his own beard, PTP, somehow had a back room and had people turning and plotting and scheming.
Holy shit.
If you guys don't remember that, that everybody, if you guys don't remember Von Coleman, well, guys, can't we outnumber them? If nobody remembers that, and that at the end of that room, Eric July was there, I mean, if you're telling me he's not trying to disrupt this and that he doesn't gain from it, you're full of shit. Oh, yeah, what was this? Right after Kelsey was like, I hope they burn in hell, Eric said, y'all motherfuckers need work. Look, Eric is a guy that prospers trying to be a comic book company. He's a guy that prospers from this. Eric needs nothing more than artists that will take his money, writers that will take his money. He needs people that can make comics better than him to take his money. And he wants a stake in it. You know, he either wants to make money off of it, he wants a stake in it, he wants to build up a type of portfolio of characters that he can sell to some studio because it looks like it could be 5 interconnected movies like the MCU. You guys don't understand. Even Valiant came back out of the fucking dead just so they could try to sell themselves off to a studio. I mean, you guys do not understand. If you were trying to sell a comic book movie, you're messing up. You need to sell like 5. That's where the money is, and that's exactly what he's building with his Rippaverse portfolio. Let's go.
Rise in independent creativity because the means have been more affordable. Social media allows you to connect with audiences.
Did he not say this was a problem before, though? That we had the means to do this? Does anybody know those fucking lips? LOL. Katie, did he not say in his other video that was the problem, that anybody could do crowdfunding, meaning anybody, unresponsible people without discipline, all of that shit? You know what? It takes a lot of discipline, I guess, Eric, to shoot a load in your own beard. It must take a lot of discipline to ejaculate in your own beard, Eric. Not that you would, Eric, but PTP, yes, he would.
And through funding efforts like crowdfunding, people can have their visions come to life. True decentralization. I bring this up.
God damn.
God damn it.
My God. My God. Where's my watch list? Not my neighborhood watch list.
Not my neighborhood.
Where is my... Not my watch list. Is it my playlist?
This is
1 minute.
awesome. I like Shane like this. He was
I
not
could've
this.
swore I
He was
saved
not
this
this way
fucking
when I was on his
Why
show
does-
last
Yeah,
week.
why does he send us the link now?
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I
No,
didn't save
because
this video.
He needs to do this on his own, Jim. He does.
Yeah,
Oh, I did.
He does.
All right.
He doesn't need people agreeing with him. He just needs to get it off his fucking chest. He's been the nice
So
guy
this is
for a
11 months
while.
ago. Different times.
And owner of Riververse Publishing, which has already produced 2 multi-million-dollar comic book campaigns. I realize that there are a million videos and write-ups about how to draw and write comics, but there are hardly any that give you insight on the business side. This video, I guess in some way, will be the first of its kind, and it will be full of harsh reality, so be prepared. Many won't like what I have to say, but do understand that
Yeah, I was one of those guys, by the way. I didn't like a fucking thing you said in this video.
I say all of this because I want the industry to thrive. You cannot find solutions to problems without first admitting that they exist. The crux of what we'll be addressing in this video and series is making money in comics. I'm not
This next video is going to be about losing profits in comics later on. It's going to be a follow-up video to this when he talks about how he's making $300,000 versus the multi-million-dollar comic he was selling before.
speaking to those that treat it like a passion project only and think it's normal to be dirt poor. I'm also not speaking to those that are just doing this part-time with another job subsidizing. We're talking about making a living in comics. Right now, 2 very key things are happening.
A lot of the people in this video, though, and I'm not going to go out here and name names, their only job isn't their crowdfunding that he's praising in the other video. They actually do other jobs. So, in one hand, he's talking down to people who can't just make comics and only make money in comics, and they have to do other things for income. He's actually then praising people, which I would say a problem.
And they're all fucking YouTubers.
Yep.
Okay. So they all have that economic or that money.
Well,
coming
I don't
from
know
YouTube.
about that one guy, Shand. I don't know if he's a YouTuber.
Oh, but he's actually he's actually a guy that fulfills other books for other people, I think, too, Jim. So he's actually, doing what he wants to do with Rippaverse.
And it's always a good pause. Every pause with Eric is a good pause.
Every frame's a fucking pause for Eric. Yes.
Well, if I had to take an over/under estimate, I would say about 70 to 80% of the people in the other video work other jobs.
Right now in comic books. For starters, people are beginning to finally admit the economic problems that plague this industry. Creatives are broke and are complaining about pay, from legends to newbies, and it doesn't matter if you're working with an indie or the big dogs. You're getting paid very little or you're getting paid very late, or both. The other thing is that people are also realizing there's alternatives now. Crowdfunding, for example, has decentralized the means. That's great, but in some ways it's a problem. People that are in
Oh my God. Some ways it's a problem.
over their heads and have no business bone in their body are trying to be publishers, and they have no idea what they're doing. This has caused extremely late campaigns and unfulfilled promises. Worse, some now have access to more money than they've ever seen in their lives, and they end up.
Yeah, that's me up there just letting the money go. I ain't even got the common sense to do $1 parade at a strip club. Look at me. I'm just like, let me give it to the people. I'm Robin Hood over here. I'm crowdfunding and giving my money to the chat. I'm just like, here you go. Ah! I mean, dude could be sitting center stage as Velvet comes on the scene, oh God, this is all right. So he went from that to this video that we're getting ready to finish in 11 months. Now, what's happened in that 11 months? Also, he doesn't make what he used to. So now the tune changes. See, that's the thing that bothers me the most. It's just Eric. I haven't actually said I'm pretty much the same as I came to crowdfunding comics in 2020 with a sparkle in my eye, a hope and a dream of making a gay cat comic make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I did. $127,000 for gay space cats. And, hang tune, kids, let's go. I don't know. My attitude is pretty much the same. I don't actually, that's the thing that bothered me today in the car is I'm like, how is everybody changing? But I'm kind of the same. I don't understand what happened. Why is everybody kind of flipping the fuck out? I'm just perplexed.
Because we aren't the only gig in town. There's a mountain of other independent creators doing their thing, and I love to see it.
Do they know how to handle money, Eric? Do they ever make more money than they ever seen in their lives? This is actually part of the problem. They have access to the internet. They can just make their dreams come true and make your pocket go empty. Yeah. I mean, like the guy had a whole different attitude. Like in 11 months, how do you make a positive and a negative video on the same subject? God damn, Eric. This boggles my mind, especially when this motherfucker comes to me with his hat in hand looking for artwork. This shit bugs the fuck out of me. When this motherfucker comes out with a Shane Davis cover charging $100 fucking for it, that fucking drives me crazy. Holy shit. Nobody asked for him to be a spokesperson for independent comics or crowdfunding or anything, especially if you're over here talking about how you ain't got shit to do with crowdfunding. I ain't never touched that shit. I ain't study crowdfunders. I ain't doing that. That ain't no good business. You out here saying that shit, then quit talking about crowdfunding. Talk about ready-made books that are like, I don't know, Marvel and DC books or Dark Horse or whatever the fuck's out there. Why in the fuck do you constantly say you're not crowdfunding, but can't keep crowdfunding out of your goddamn mouth? Why? Why do you want to run around with crowdfunders if you're not crowdfunding? All these people you're bringing up, I don't think their books are already done when they're selling it. Most of them aren't.
Isn't fixed. Just because one person or company is seeing success does not mean they are taking away from others. Anybody suggesting that is either a socialist or economically illiterate, no matter what they politically or socially claim to be. So
nobody is saying that you're taking away from anybody, Eric. My sales, where I'm at on Inglorious Rex 3 is on our 30-day is higher than we were on Inglorious Rex 2. Now, I hope I finish out great. But if I had to look at my numbers, I think I had a better day 1. I think I had a better 30-day. I do not think you're taking anything away from me. I don't think that at all, Eric. That is an excuse for you to say that other people are envious of you, and that supports the theory that you were something to be envious of. Eric, I have 2 of your books. I would never in my life have any sort of envy towards anybody that touched those fucking books. They look horrible. They read horrible. They are an atrocity to the art form, which is a comic.
Holy
And yes, before
shit.
somebody clips in, Shane's over here saying, you got wisdom.
Wow.
That was me trying to be nice and dance around the fact that I know damn well you don't have talent. And you have videos on subjects that I agree on some of the points. And that's the real train wreck of this whole fucking outfit, which is Ripperverse. How can a guy that sort of aligns in the culture war with us be at war with us? Like, why couldn't this motherfucker just get along? I don't remember ever asking. I remember there were people saying, Shane, you should go work for Eric. And I'm like, I don't think I will. I think no. That's how I ended up in this cover fucking mess. I turned him down, but said, hey, maybe I'll do you a cover one day. And 2 years later, here comes a knock at my door for a fucking cover for ISOM 2. I don't know. It just is like, why the fuck can't people just get along, build into a network, build this thing up, rather than try to break, fracture, pull shit away? That was an issue I had with Patrick. He had tons of issues with what he considered late campaigns, and the motherfucker is a late campaign. I don't give a fuck if a hurricane happened or health conditions. A late book is a late book. It does not matter why. Late is late, period. Is the book late? But it doesn't matter. Is it late? Yes, it's late. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Everybody putting all this pressure on, my books are done. Okay, I have never, my whole life, have I been like, oh my God, you know what? I don't have a comic within reach I can buy. There has always been a newsstand. There's always been a comic shop. There has always been a ready-made book or a comic I never read before that is in a long box. The problem isn't in the mainstream industry, is our books need to be done. Marvel and DC just can't get their books done. It's fucking crazy. And that's the most this guy has to offer. And now he's in the crowdfunded space trying to fracture, bend it, to manipulate it to whatever fucking suits him. If it suits him to say, well, I'm independent, I didn't need no crowdfunded money, okay. But I didn't need no Indiegogo at Kickstarter. I made my own site. Okay. This motherfucker took me answering a question about my site, clipped it up, and took it out of context, re-edited it, glitchy as fuck, to make it sound like I was against Indiegogo. I built my own site because I wanted to store with my campaign all in one. Because I didn't want to have to worry about shadow ban if that's an issue. Because I didn't want to share the money with Indiegogo if I didn't have to. Because if I'm going to keep promoting a site, like, it might as well be my own site and work with Indiegogo. Somebody asked me, why don't you go to Kickstarter? I'm like, because I don't want to, because of boycott. Because I've seen Camilla Zong talk about gatekeeping at Kickstarter when she was employed there. I've heard her brag about it at a fucking comic book legal defense fund party. That is a corporation. A corporation you cannot trust. A corporation can be infected by SJW employees. That's just the truth on that. That's the truth. That's the truth, Eric.
In this video, I want to shout out some independent creators and comics that you should check out. This isn't a master list of all of the awesome indie creators out there. I couldn't possibly come up with that. But these are some that I think you should.
No, but you possibly could omit people from this list, Eric. People that you don't agree with, people that aren't happy with you selling your cover for $100. You could omit them from it. And by doing so and painting the point you are, you could kind of frame it like I'm part of the fucking problem. Like I'm not out here delivering great, exceptional books with Inglorious Rex 2. You could say I'm not helping the independent community when I do a show like Pimp My Comic, which I haven't done in some while. Shout out, Shane Davis. That's all I wanted, Eric. Give me a shout out. Give me a shout out, Eric. No, boy. Give me a shout out, Eric. Please shout out.
This is awesome.
That's all I wanted. That's all I ever wanted, Eric, was the shout out. Bitch. Whoa, shout out.
I've never seen Shane
Let's
this
go.
hot when he's
Check out.
Shane.
These are creators that can be vouched for by their fans. And
Dude, I seriously, like,
are we caught up?
I need a shout out from Eric July, like I need the homeless person standing on the side of the road to shout out Inglorious Rex. The fuck?
Oh, we're about 2 minutes behind. We're close.
are professional enough to follow through with their creativity.
Oh, this is the next play. This is the next. Gotcha. This is the next gotcha. Now it's about not who's on time. Now it's not about ready-made books. Now it's about the professionalism. The professionalism of comics. The professionalism.
The professionalism of the comic is that to be the professional. Now, once you're the professional, you make the professional comic. And a professional comic, it's just another comic. I mean, it lives and dies on the meritocracy of the people that spilled their guts on it. Were they professional when they did it? Hell, I don't know. They maybe drew that with Cheeto dust on their fingers. Cheeto dust is good. You'll lick it straight off that finger bullet. Put the finger in your mouth, get that Cheeto dust, get it.
What is a professionalism, and what does professionalism matter when it comes to comics, really? You can have the most unprofessional motherfucker. A guy that would give the editors a bit. The guy tell editors, you shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. I'll do it when it gets good and done. My name is, like probably some of the best and brightest comics that you've ever read. The best comics in the world have been done, I hate to tell people, by unprofessional people. I've seen Jeff Johns with an editor going up to him, talking about raising a price point on a book. Look at an editor straight in the eye and not say a goddamn word. It was like playing chicken. And I saw the editor look at the ground, mumble, and walk away. Was that professionalism? No, it wasn't. But that motherfucker was selling fucking books, Eric. That motherfucker sold books. He sold them books.
Many I know personally, and some I've had the opportunity to work with. Others I've only talked to in passing, and I've admired their work from afar. We have a bunch here, and this isn't meant to be a deep dive, but if you're watching this on YouTube, we will have links
in other words,
in the description about
he doesn't know these.
The only thing
motherfuckers
highlighted
at
here is
all.
the word subscribe, by the way. This is to make you subscribe to him. Oh,
Right.
there'll be links there, but the only thing you're seeing up underneath
what?
and to the right is a big red box that says subscribe, because everything I'm saying isn't important. What is important is that you subscribe. Do you guys see through the bullshit at all, ever? Is it just me? It can't just be me, right?
I think
So
Shane
the
watched our
domino
show,
effect
Jim.
of this is,
What?
I think Shane
it's just
watched our
under.
show.
You don't have to
Maybe.
say up first. No, we see it. Okay, thank you. I see. Right.
out the creative.
So what's going to happen in the aftermath of this, and you guys can go track this down, is you're going to see everybody that he shouts out retweet this to their audience. Their audience goes to click this, and they see a big subscribe. They don't see no fucking links. They see a big subscribe, and they go, oh, well, I better subscribe to Eric July. Yeah. Shane is doing, no, I'm not doing Trash Cast. I thought about this all day. I thought about this all day in the car, and I was late to take Ethan's link.
Should you want more information. Starting off with Razorfist, you may know him from his YouTube, but he's also one hell of a writer. He's done novels part of his Night Vale series, such as The Long Moon Night and Death Mask. And he's also written a graphic novel with George Alexopoulos titled Ghost of the Badlands. If you're into Westerns, this is something that I personally recommend because I got it. Next is Irene.
Wait, because you got it?
Because he bought
So
it.
if you're into Westerns, you recommend it because you got it?
This is something that I personally recommend because I got it.
Did you like it? Like, I'm confused. Did he like it? He just told me he got it. And that's the other thing, too, and this goes with these ready-made books. I got it. It came in the mail, guys. You need to go buy it. But is it good? I got it. It paper and staples, motherfucker. That's how good it is. It paper and staple good. All right.
Jim,
Thanks.
where's the love for Mike?
Could he have
Barron's
said he
Western?
liked it?
Man, because I got it. Next is Irene Strakowski, aka Rini. She did one of the ISOM posters, which is up for
Okay, so that's... All right, go buy the poster, guys, not her book. Just say go buy her book. Why did you have to put the poster in there first? Like, what the fuck is this video about?
sale in our store at rippaverse.com. But she has her own comics like the Fiendish series, which is very much in the fantasy genre. For those that like material that prioritizes its lore and world building, Fiendish is a great option. Then there's our man Gabe El Taib, who's the colorist of ISOM 1 and 2.
Rippaverse.
He's no longer coloring ISOM because he's launched his own company called Big Man Comics.
God. That's another thing, too. Like, maybe don't, like, come up with an overcompensating name for your company. Like Big Man Comics. So what are you saying, Gabe? Everybody else is Little Man Comics? Like, if you're the big man, then what is everybody else? Oh, kids, you want to be a big man? Buy my comic. I mean, what? It's so lame. And yes, my name of my company is 9 Lives, but it means something. It means resilient. 9 lives, hard to kill. Big man just means you're a big... It could mean you're fucking fat. Gabe, it could mean you're fucking fat. Gabe, it could mean you're not big boned, you're fucking fat.
He's since teamed up with Dean Cain and others to produce some action adventure comics, and he has plenty of others on the way. Paul Thayer is someone
Hey, look, Dean Cain's got to eat, guys. Come on, let's buy these books. Dean Cain, he's got to eat.
that I've been watching do his thing in crowdfunding. He's been killing it, and he's very productive. Project Neosis is something that you should check out. I believe he's launched the 5th installment for it, or he's about to, and he's very active on Kickstarter.
I mean, I had this guy on. My take on this is it's very easy to be productive when all you have to do is hire and traffic work.
I was thinking the same thing.
I guess
Pipe
that's a big
Bishop.
issue that nobody
What
talks
the
about in all of
fuck?
this. Is it's real easy to be on time. It's
What?
real easy to
Yeah, if
you
you're
know, to
into
put out multiple
lore
books really
and
quick.
world building,
Like I could put
this book is
out. I
for
know this
you.
is going to sound weird, but I could probably
Oh,
at max between campaigns
okay.
and everything have 4 books out
Oh.
a year because I've done it. Between Inglorious Rex and Extend, within a year of fulfillment, in a year's time, people will have received 4 books. I just have condensed it into 2 campaigns. The way you do that is you outsource, you hire a bunch of artists to work for you. And the way that works is I could say I could be working on Extend and Inglorious Rex and Starlight Cats, all 3 of those titles at the same time. If I was just writing, I would just have to hire artists to do all the work. And whenever I see somebody like this and they're like, they're really productive, not to take anything away from this guy, I'm sure he is productive, but I'm also sure he's hiring a bunch of artists just to draw the pages for him. It's really not the same. It's you shouldn't be using this as a comparison to doing crowdfunding the right way.
Does he have a sponsorship with Adidas?
Because just like
Dude,
that,
Jesus,
any of
I
these
have
artists,
no idea.
maybe they decide to do their own shit. Where's this guy at?
Starter, so be sure to keep up with him. He also appears at a lot of cons. My man's Jack V. Lloyd is someone that I've known for a long time. His volunteer series.
Jack V. Lloyd. My man's Jack V. Lloyd.
Is that a comb over?
It's a young guy with a high forehead for sure.
I'm just asking.
This dude has 200 backers across 2 platforms, Kickstarter and Indiegogo.
I'm saying Eric the Bunks is a homosexual.
Holy God.
Well, Eric, you know, if you're a homosexual, you know, an actual homosexual, good for you. At least you're owning up to it.
Known for a long time. His volunteer series is something that I believe he's been doing for well over a decade, since like 2012, which really makes him one of the OG crowdfunders. You can learn more about what he's doing at volcomic.com, where he has information about his campaigns, his characters, and so forth. Check out the volunteerist.
Is he a she? Like, I don't understand. Who is this?
About his campaigns,
I thought
his
the video paused.
and so forth. Check out the volunteerist. Patrick Thomas Parnell has been.
God damn.
This is about to get
Does anybody know how late his book is? And this guy, guys, this guy only shot a load in his own beard. Do you guys know why everybody has an issue with the secret tweet?
What's up, little heck?
Does anybody in the chat know why that fucking thing doesn't transform? I don't even have one. I didn't even order one. I'm just looking at the chat.
It's sitting in my closet in the
The
same
instructions aren't good. No, that's not the reason why. You're close.
Going. Even my grandson won't play with that shit.
The guy that designed the toy, the guy that designed the model for the toy, doesn't work in toys.
My grandson goes to the Transformers.
He has a real life job
in
another country, does something else for work. Never worked in toys.
Fucking ridiculous.
He just knew a CAD program. So long story short, the model
even says here
the difference in a computer model folding up and plastic moving, and you're talking about what they call I guess clearage, like making a space for a pin or a piece of plastic to fold and shift is different than just a computer model folding up. You know, So you basically had a guy design a transformer that doesn't work in toys. Never worked in toys. Yeah, Cat is still around, Andino. Or it's not articulation; they call it something else. Stress tolerance, stuff like that. And yeah. It's it's a thing.
Grinded with Riot Press. He's obviously an artist that has done several campaigns, but he's also been very active in the toy market, which is very cool. Been an artist, so forth. Check out the volunteerist. Patrick Thomas Parnell has been grinding with Riot Press. He's obviously an artist that has done several campaigns, but he's also been very active in the toy market.
This also, it's like, I don't even know if Eric knows who fucking Starscream is, but sure as shit Patrick does. With this color wave here, that's what you would call it, a repaint of this figure that is obviously painted in Starscream's colors.
Market, which is very cool to see among independents. You may know him from designing the document cards under the Rippaverse, but
I'm going to
you
thank
should
the
for sure
122
check
people
out.
that are still here watching us watch Shane. Thank you guys for staying here. That's very nice of you. But I'm having a good time watching Shane. Yeah, thanks guys for sticking around. And you just Katie's posting my clip on the fucking show of me reviewing the toys.
Out everything that he's doing. Phil Diaz is another person that I've watched from.
Somebody, I don't know if this is real. But somebody help me in the chat. Katie, you're watching. Tell me if this is real. RILL. I need to know. Yanzi sent this to me. I
sent you the link, low watermark. We had conversations about your appearance tonight. We streamed.
I need to know if this is real.
And we didn't start till 10. Now we're watching Shane Davis.
I don't want to share the tweet. I just want to share the image. Now it blew up too big. All right. Am I being fucked with, Katie?
Hold on a second, Jim. How you doing, Mark?
Oh, hang on here. I got sound coming from somewhere else here.
Oh,
here we are. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I had your stream open in another tab.
I hate that. Right? You're confused.
We just finished the after stream, so.
You guys.
I saw Eric in Shane's chat, so I was like, oh.
Yeah.
So I thought it went well. I thought they seemed to treat you very nice, and everything went well. And
it was great. I mean, and we talked about some stuff, but we didn't get too deep into heavy stuff. And we've got ideas of doing more stuff in the future. And it was nice to establish a relationship where you can talk reasonably. And when you get that kind of background, you don't start out with being at odds and internet debating at each other. If you start out nice, I think that opens up the possibility to talk more, get more serious without blowing up. So that's my hope, is to do more of this and get more and more serious as time goes by.
I will say that they seemed, everything I saw, they seemed to treat you fine and were respectful and weren't doing any gotchas with you. The only thing I saw that I was like, wait, that doesn't make any sense, was the clip they played of Tony. He did mute Tony when Tony was trying to answer a question.
Yeah, but there's context there that he explained afterwards.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, he shows, like, here's this clip that I put out, and then the thing at the end where he said Tony said they were doing evil. That's not what he said. He said they were accused of doing evil, and then he cut the video right after Tony said accused of doing evil, saying Tony called him evil. So I'm like, that's kind of not, I don't know the correct terminology. Maybe edited or out of context. I don't know.
So what was his context, low watermark?
There was a lot of internet debating going on, and Tony had pushed back on him, asking him to explain what he thought. So he was going in that direction at one point. And Dane tried a couple of times to answer, but Tony did the usual internet debate, which was as soon as he started talking, and then supposedly, this is what he said, supposedly Tony kept interrupting him. And finally, to get the answer out, he temporarily muted him so he could finish answering the question because Tony kept cutting him off.
But
So
that's not what happened at this point in the video. At this point
exactly.
in the video,
This is a small video. There's
Well, I'm saying he pointed the video out. He showed this video as his example of what Tony was doing, but it was him doing it to Tony. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what happened earlier. Maybe Tony was talking over, but in that video, the other guy was asking Tony a question, and Tony was answering the question. And then Dane jumped in and talked over Tony and muted him. Like, that was the video he showed. So I don't know. Maybe show the other video but when he was claiming,
show the whole stream. To see what was going on. Well, and this is the thing, though. What Ethan had said the other day was taking things out of context. When you cut anything down, even clipping something out, maybe you lose some context. So if we were there the whole time, maybe we would say, gee, there was a back and forth here, and neither of these guys were 100%.
Because you even saw when you were watching it, low watermark, the 15 minutes later thing. Okay. I mean, I'm sure you have to get to where you want to get to it if you're clipping something, but it's the bottom guy, Bob, I think his name was, asked him a question about the house painting thing. And, this is kind of what Sweet Baby, got hired to do as a subcontractor for these people. Don't they have free reign in what they're doing since they were hired? And as Tony started to answer, that's when he got cut off by Dane. And then Dane showed Tony reading the article on his own stream, right? That's how it went. Right. He showed Tony reading the article, and Tony's reading it, and he goes, and these people are accused of doing evil, and it ends. He didn't say I'm accusing them of doing evil. It's what Kotaku or whoever he was reading article said. They're accused of doing evil.
Right.
That's
different. Yep.
That's a different thing. Tony didn't say they were doing it. He's just reading the article. But look, I don't know, man. You seem to have a good time there. I liked when Eric showed up.
I'm not saying they're bad people or anything.
Nope,
I mean, maybe, but it was just weird. I was like, why is he showing a clip that is proving Tony's point? If he's saying Tony's being dishonest, I'm like, you're proving his point.
Or show us in the same clip where Tony talked over him 3 times to get to that point, right? I mean, that's all.
I'm not saying he's lying that Tony talked over him because I don't know. I didn't see the thing.
Tony talked over me last night a bunch of times.
Right.
Yeah,
Tony talks over you.
Yeah, he does. I mean,
I do it all the time too.
I do it all the time too. I did it so much a guy quit my stream and never came back.
No, I thought that was because of some crazy cat.
Well, okay. You're probably true. But that's the mugshot from the kid. So we're watching Shane Davis lose his shit, low watermark.
Oh, really?
He is pissed off at Eric July and is calling out other creators' videos. He's brought up the point that nobody in indie comics ever asked Eric July to be their spokesperson, and now he's doing it. And on the backside, hiring people like Shane, Ethan, Graham, Mike Barron, Chuck Dixon, who he doesn't even bring up in his own video. He is pissed off, and it's great. The whole chat is loving this. This is Mange, but Shane being real. Like, it's not an act. He is pissed. Let's get back to it, Jim. But wait, Mark, did you have a good time?
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, loved it.
I did kind of resent your statement where we're finally having adult conversations on the internet. I'm like,
yeah, what's up with that? We have adult conversations all the time.
I was really careful not to say something like that. So hey.
I understand. I understand. Like it was good. I'm glad you didn't listen to Frog Tony fans that were telling you not to go on or whatever. I mean,
I wasn't telling you not to go on. I was just telling you to be careful. But maybe
by the way, which is interesting because I hadn't seen your tweet, Jim, until I was on stream and it was too late for me to say anything. But Dane actually, he actually offered to change the 48-hour thing if I thought that would be a thing. Because I started out in private just saying, hey, people warned me that, watch out, this could be a trap or something. And
well, no, we just went. I didn't know we went to go in there, and I was going to say good, hey, we're here, whatever,
right?
Hope for a good stream, and it wouldn't let us. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, but he actually ran that by me and said, I'll change that if you want. I said, no, that's fine. You did that. He does that a lot just to keep. He's got a lot of people that troll him on stuff, and so I was fine. I wasn't worried that I would be alone because I wasn't worried in the first place. So,
okay, yeah, I get it.
Well, at least he was pulling up the chats from your chat too, so that was fine.
Yeah. Of course, he did seem a little surprised when you said, yes, I'm streaming on my channel at the same time. He was like, huh? But he couldn't tell you no at that point. You're already there, right? Low watermark.
Yeah.
Which, is, I just,
what's good about that though?
You know what the thing is? I have not been streaming as long as he has. So I don't know, low watermark, who's going to show up in my chat and maybe talk a bunch of shit or whatever. And when he wants to have a serious conversation, but maybe just make it no chat. So it doesn't feel like, make it more of a podcast situation where you two are just having a conversation. Because what if low watermark had, 5,000 subs and your fans knew you were going on his show? They would feel really like they would not be happy, right? It's just a weird thing. Like you just either have no chat or it's open chat. And he kind of like, I know what he said. He said, I don't want to have a conversation with the chat. But the chat's what makes your channel what it is, dude. The chat.
Well, but there's two different ways of doing that. A normal stream, this was an introductory stream with a specific purpose. It wasn't going to turn into we're going to read the chat and constantly, go in a different direction at all. This wasn't that type of stream. Your normal nightly streams are that. The chat and you and the panel and all of that. This was a one-on-one almost interview situation where it's like Nick Rekieta saying, I'm not going to read super chats when I'm interviewing so-and-so for an hour.
Well, that's what I said. Maybe no chat for this stream. Just to, you know what I'm saying? Just like chat's turned off tonight. We're just going to have a conversation. Y'all can hang out or not. But again, seemed like you had a good time. Eric DeBunks comes in there. It was nice. He's the nice, like you guys were saying, he's got the smooth, calming tone.
Yeah.
We found out that Dane, right? That's his name, is on the spectrum. He found this out a couple years ago. Okay. We did have our comments. I did have, me. Like I don't play the victimhood shit. And who gets checked for that shit when they're in their 30s or whatever. You're who you are at that point in your life. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but he the funny thing is probably one of the reasons why he's looking at that is he and Eric often say almost exactly the same thing. It's only the choice of words. So in fact, afterwards, he's saying, I'm blunt. Eric is smooth, so Eric can get away with more. He's still saying the same stuff. Eric is not polar opposite as these other guys that are on the stream. It's
like in sales, right? Low watermark.
Yeah,
you talk to one person on the phone. And you're like, I'm never buy from this person. And you talk to the next person, the same product. That gal take 10. Like it's just what it is, right? It's not anything about that makes it. Just makes Eric more of a, I'm not gonna say likable person, but more of a person that more people can relate to. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, okay, I get where you're coming from, dude. You don't. Sometimes people say things, and you're like, man, he's not coming from a place of like a place I can believe. Like, I think he's got an agenda with what he's telling me, and when you get that feeling, you kind of ignore it, right? You just go, But when Eric says stuff, you're like, okay. I see where you're coming from. Like last week when we had that long conversation about all the issues and all the states that are offering services to kids. He's like, what? I don't even know that's happening. Like, they don't have to tell their parents. And he was surprised, right? Even he was surprised. So those are good conversations. So, all right, let's get back to Angry Shane. We are.
Like, did he put the wrong photo up for Phil Diaz when he did this video? Or no, they're saying not real. Okay. Oh, God. Wait, no, they're saying that is real. He did? I'm confused. Is this real? Did he really put up the wrong photo of Phil Diaz? It's real. The first vid. I don't know what's real anymore, guys. Yes, it was real. 100% real. It was real until he changed it. Why would he come up with this photo? Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
I don't think he made this video. I don't think he wrote it.
Eric, all white people look the same. I don't know if you guys know this, but all white people look the same. Who's Jeremy Johns? Who's Jeremy Johns? God damn. Can somebody tell me who Jeremy Johns is without me looking it up in the chat?
Wow, Shane is a fake comic book guy if he doesn't know who Jeremy Johns is.
A movie critic? How in the fuck do you mix up a movie critic with Phil Diaz?
Because he didn't do this.
He's huge.
Video.
Ron Jeremy. He's huge too, from what I've heard. Please excuse Shane. He's new to YouTube. Let me get some super chats real quick. We got gifting new membership. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror. Thank you for that. We got new member, the Buzz CJC. Thank you for becoming a member. Travis Perec for $5. Shane, put down that sippy cup that's full of gin and juice. Let the tiger out and give me a backer shout out. Travis Perec over here. Whoa, buddy, me and you, we're doing it. We are doing it, Travis. Together. What are we doing? India. 9 Lives Comics. Travis coming in with the 9 Lives gear. Wow. Thank you, Travis. $95 has been added to this here campaign. Such a sport. Guys, let me talk about my campaign a minute. Fuck Eric's stupid ass. Let me talk about something important, which is not the Rippaverse. I know people think it is, and at best, this guy is a big disruption to the. He fucking ruins words. I was almost going to say the independent scene, but I can't because of Eric. Eric says stupid shit, and it ruins it. He ruins it. Ruin it! Ah! All right. So, Inglorious Rex, back this project if you haven't. At $200,000, everybody's getting an awesome lenticular card. It's going to pop. I don't want to. I'm going to save it for a surprise, or I'm going to put a gift together and say, hey guys, let's get to 200,000 and get this card. But that's the real deal. That's the real deal. If you guys haven't backed Inglorious Rex, I do not know what you're waiting for. Are you waiting for another shitty Rippaverse book to hit and drop and lose money and be cut down to $5, or do you want your money preserved in I don't know, like a good investment? And Glorious Rex, go check it out. Fuck it, maybe it's not even collectible. Maybe it's about reading. Guess what? Readers pay $25. Guess what? Collectors pay $25. Get over here, back in Glorious Rex. You can get the car now. The car can either come signed or unsigned. If you bought the box, you are getting a signed car, unless you want your stuff unsigned in this box. If that's the case on anything, if you're like, I don't want my stuff signed, Shane, keep your goddamn hands off of it. If that's what you want, you just got to give us a note. Just leave us a note in your order. That's it. That's it. That's all we need. That's all we need. Please go back in Glorious Rex. Let's see.
That was a quick ad.
Oh,
wow.
I'm going to play you guys some animation that looks better than anything Eric July can do. Why does this look so good? Why does this look so good? I'll tell you afterwards. Davis storyboard something. Oh, I forgot I had that on loop. Sorry. So people are like, Shane, why? Oh, why is that gold? Like, why is that? Why does that look like it does, but Rippaverse animation look like it do? And that's easy because I storyboarded it and directed it because I have skills. That fucking hurts. That fucking hurts. That cuts to the bone. I have skills. I have skills. I have skills. I have the skills. I'll show you guys my storyboards. Do you guys want to see the storyboards I did for that? Do you guys care to see what it looks like to watch Shane Davis storyboard something? You guys want to see that? Give me a 1 in the chat if you want to see my storyboards for that. 2 if you don't. If not, we can go back to the video. See a lot of 1s. People at 1.5. I'm 1, sure. Why not? There's a 2. There's always a hater. There's always a hater. Blood taters. There's always a hater. Blood taters. Oh, let's go.
No.
All right. So these are going to be the shittiest drawings I've ever done. The shittiest drawings I've ever done. Look at that 9 lives down there. I could not give. I'm like, fuck it. I could wipe my ass with talent. He's over here selling memberships with shitty narratives. That fucking Gyra trailer is a fucking train wreck. Makes 0 sense.
How long has he been holding back?
I look like some 3-year-old writing Inglorious Rex.
Has he been holding this back since he found out his cover was $100? Low watermark.
Said.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, I mean,
we did not get the glow effect on that fist. Animators fucked up.
Huh. Wow.
Holy crap.
Now, that is the difference between me and any YouTuber that calls themselves a creator, is I actually do know and how to create a narrative. I do know how to tell a story. I do know how to craft. I can sneeze on, and I can wipe my nose and come closer to telling a story than most YouTubers. Okay? That's that. YouTubers need talent because most don't have talent. I'm not going to say every YouTuber doesn't have talent, but most YouTubers don't have talent. Most YouTubers, and this is true, are at best reading a teleprompter, cobbling together. I don't even know if they form opinions or if they're just, randomly shitting information out in an 8-minute video. I mean, I'm just saying, Shane Davis got talent. I'm over here drawing with crayons, for God's sakes.
That sounds like a yellow flash.
We got Pastor Flash, bro dogs. Sean, whoa, bro dogs, whoa, Pastor Flash for $5. Look, Sean, you said, give me a wrench and I will militarize this chat. In whose name are you going to militarize this chat? The Malin militia? Sean, are you going to be, when you have a wrench and you're in my chat, you need to work for me. Sean. Who are you working for, Sean? Does anybody know, by the way, was it Patrick or, has anybody ever figured this out? And people should ask them when you go to their channel. Like, has anybody figured out who did the recording? Was it Bill Diaz or was it PTP? Who recorded? Who was the wiretap? Does anybody know yet? Have we figured that out?
This is already at
It was
speed?
JD Curry. It was Sheer Davis. Wait, Bill says it wasn't him. Did he's recorded saying it's not him? No one fessed up. Who's the rat? It was Zeno 3XL. PTP had a wire in his jizz beard.
I thought
if you ejaculate in your own beard, how do you ever look at yourself in the mirror again? Like, how do you do it? Oh, Ethan recorded himself? Well, then who released the audio? Okay, so there's 2 questions. Who recorded and who released the audio?
From afar, he's been killing it with his own brand in Zay Comics. They have an active crowdfunding campaign for a book called Psycho Slumber, which you should go check out on Indiegogo. If you head over to zaycomics.com, you can get caught up on some of the other works that's part of the Lost Pages or Magic Cop. Von Coleman is a younger writer who has an active campaign right now. It has been cool to see some of the young talent that's coming up doing their thing, and he's doing Phenomenova #1, which is his own series.
I remember Vaughn. Last I saw Vaughn, who was really friendly to me before at Tampa Bay Comic Con. I saw him at Heroes Comic Con, and he was behind the booth. I can never remember this artist's name. He was behind the artist booth. Guy that worked on Nom. Like, what is that guy's name? Why do I always know it's the guy, Michael Golden? He's behind Michael Golden's booth. He's like, "Hey kids, print," and he turns and looks. He's like, "Hey kids, print." I was not worth the fucking heckle. I was not worth the sell. This is coming from a guy who said, "Guys, we outnumber them in that room." I wasn't worth the heckle. I was not worth owning a Michael Golden print.
If you're looking for some more superhero stuff, go check out Phenomenova, which you can back at fundmycomic.com, Kickstarter, or Indiegogo. Narwhal, who many highlight as one of the better writers, has a book called Earthbound that you can grab.
Why not say he's a great artist? Why do you have to say that? A guy that draws a lot, why couldn't you just say he's a good artist, Eric? Why couldn't you say that? Well, actually, some would say Eric's saying something about Narwhal's drawing.
From his eBay store right now. He has a really unique art style, and you can also grab it from his Gumroad digitally. John De La Rose has several novels that he's done throughout the years, and his science fiction graphic novel titled The Hidden
It's awful. It's awful. Yeah, it's awful art.
There's like so much wrong with this drawing. I guess John didn't draw it, so like whatever. But well, I don't know shit about John De La Rose. But is that like an SJW smirk?
John De La Rose has several novels.
Is that the movie with Ben Affleck?
That he's done throughout the years, and his science fiction graphic novel titled The Hidden Emperor with artist Miss.
He hates me, Shane? Syringus Fungus. Is that true? Does JDA hate me? Is that true that JDA hates me? That sucks so bad. He's in my DMs asking to come on Pimp My Comic. I can't believe he hates me. I can't believe it's possible in this indie sphere that Eric July evidently is the spokesperson of. Wait, Texas Mofo, is there proof of this? That JDA hates me? He goes, I'm not sure. Oh, the rest of my chat is. That it's weird that he hates me, but he's in my DMs asking to come on, that he has X amount of days left for his campaign. Everyone hates you, Shane.
I don't hate Shane.
This artwork is fucking horrible, though. I don't care how well you write. You know, you're better off just like painting a rock and throwing it through somebody's window and hitting them in the head for a story rather than hand them a comic drawn this shitty. This is a shitty looking book. Her hand, unless she's an action figure, her hand right here, her wrist looks like an action figure. Can you guys see that? Like that looks like an action figure. Like what the fuck is wrong with her wrist and hand? And this guy, the angle of his gun, he should be blowing her in half, but instead it's shooting like it's missing her hips. His lips on his smile.
Emperor with artist Miss Crimson is live right now over on Kickstarter. Check it out. Pat Shan is someone that I've never interacted with.
Who the fuck? I don't. All right.
In my life. I'm highlighting him because of his professionalism. Crowdfunding sometimes gets a bad rap due to the lack of business sense from some of its creators or just general laziness. But there are those that
okay, laziness and lack of business sense. I want to touch on this. So, Eric, lazy, right? Lazy. What is lazy, right?
Man, this is getting good.
Oh,
what's he looking for? His ISOM book or something?
I have like 2 fucking boxes of these things in my garage somewhere.
Oh,
Fucking
yeah.
lazy is the artwork on ISOM. I don't give a fuck when that book came out. I don't give a fuck how quick it got to anybody that bought it. I don't care if people paid full price, $100 or $5. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter how much or how little you paid for that fucking book. That book is fucking lazy. It's fucking lazy. There aren't even good intentions behind that book. I look at any goddamn page in your books, every fucking one of them looks lazy. Your artists know you don't know what the fuck you're doing. That's why they turn in that shit. I have artists, tons of artists that work for me, and I go over their stuff. I actually go, hey, you need to, you missed a spot here. This looks weird. Can I see some layouts before you draw the page? Every fucking page I've seen from the Rippaverse looks fucking lazy. I don't think once you produce books that look fucking lazy, you get to go around and point fingers at people and say they're fucking lazy. Okay? Lazy is just getting a book done. I know people don't understand this. I sure shit know he doesn't understand this. Lazy is just putting a fucking book out that you don't care if it's good. You don't care if there's elbow grease in the panels. You don't give a shit how long. You actually probably like that your artist can, you wanted 1 page a day, and he goes, I can do 2. I can do 3, Eric. How many pages you want a day? You actually don't understand. He's asking you how lazy he can be on the pages. He just wants your money. And you're such a fucking fool that you are talking about lazy comics when you've done nothing but produce lazy comics. That's it. I don't give a fuck how quick you mailed out a book. I don't need a book that bad. Nobody's ever needed a comic book that bad. Nobody's ever laid in want and crawled across a fucking desert because they just needed a lazy ass comic. Nobody's ever been, I'm starving, Eric July, please bestow upon me lazy comic. I'm so hungry. Ah, that's not happened. That doesn't happen. Nobody begs for a lazy comic. And if they do, and it has happened, It's because they love the goddamn character that much. People will buy a shitty Batman book because they like Batman that fucking much, because they're that invested in the character. But why are they invested in the fucking character, Eric? Because people gave a fuck about all the great Batman books before. This is such bullshit. I just don't like a guy that produces nothing but lazy ass fucking books talking about lazy or bad business. It's the bad business thing too. Shut the fuck up, dude. You fucking did a $5 sell off the backs of the people that invested in your company. If people did not buy your product, you would not have made it to a $5 sell, Eric. You made it to a $5 sell. You were able to overproduce your comic because of the initial backers that paid the initial fee. Okay? And you're going to say, oh, well, you collecting motherfuckers trying to make $1 off in July. No. The price was $35 or $30, whatever the fuck it was, for your standard collector's edition or a reader copy. You did not have like, hey, is you a reader? That $5. Oh, you a collector? That $35. You didn't do that. You put the fucking book up for fucking the price it was. And then you decided to drop it later on. You cut the throat of a reader and a backer all the same. And you're going to talk about bad business practice. We're going to start arguing that.
Yeah, what the holy hell?
Why not just kick everybody in the fucking teeth too that did a deal with Ripperson while you're at it? Why not just, shooting yourself in the foot's not that fun enough. I might as well start shooting the people to the left and right of me that's getting in bed with me. Might as well shoot them in the fucking foot too. Like, I'm to expect every fucking book now from your hands. Anything you got your hands on can be cut down to $5 at any given point in time. I just got to wait it out. The reason this is a big issue, the American comic book system deals with it. Bob Wayne at DC Comics would never go into the dollar bins in Barnes & Noble and Borders. Time and time again, they could have always overproduced their book in Barnes & Noble or Borders and then put themselves in the cheap books, the $5 book. A $5 book, Eric! They said, no, we're not doing that because comics are collectibles. Well, are trades collectibles? No, trades aren't collectibles.
Base retard, thank you for the $2.
Comics are collectible.
Help, I can't
but
stop
we know not to fuck with that
My
because it's bad enough,
bleeding.
Eric. DC Comics and Marvel Comics saw the demon that they had unleashed with the collected editions, Eric. And I know you don't know what a fucking collected edition is, by the way, because you keep calling your Gooding was a collected edition. You don't even fucking know. At this point, Eric, don't watch this video. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Trade waiting became a thing. The demon that Marvel and DC bred with collected editions, that is when you collect single issues into a graphic novel, it caused people to say, I'm not going to buy the single issues. So the company now isn't getting the money up front. Now the guy's coming on the back end. But here's the trick. You can't even guarantee that customer's on the back end. You can't even guarantee he's on the back end. Why? Because if somebody says you're 1 through 5 of Spider-Man sucks balls, guess what that guy ain't going to do? Buy a collected edition. So see, what was better? The bird at the end on the collected edition or the bird in your hand on Spider-Man 1 through 5? Probably that. That plagues the American comic book industry to this day. You have created now potential customers that have to ask, no matter whose book it is, if it's drunk 3POs, I have to go, is that going to be $5? Would I wait? It's going to be in his store. It's not really a campaign, remember? He doesn't crowdfund. Yellow Flash's book. I mean, is there any FOMO? What, a cover? But the book itself, is it possible it's $5 later on? Anybody that comes up that goes through Ripperson, do I get it day one? Or do I wait a year or so? You get, you run one bad campaign that doesn't do what you think it should. There's a bunch of $5 books coming up. They're sitting there ready. See, the other part of the problem that Eric doesn't understand in trying to do what and pretend he's reframing the whole entire industry is he's ignoring what Marvel, actually any fucking book, by the way, does this. Most books, unless you are a fucking hit, meaning like you're like the third Harry Potter book or something, they do a pre-order. They already know an idea of what people want. This guy wants to just print the books up and assume. When you assume, you make an ass out of you, and maybe me if I bought it and it's up for $5. Then I'm an ass too because I bought it for full price and now it's $5. But I bought 2 Isom books in my life. One was standard price, which I think was $35 plus shipping. That was Isom 1, and I bought Isom 2, and that cost me $100. I paid $100 for my cover of Isom 2. If that book that I bought for any one of those prices, which one I think you did put out for $5, if Isom 2, I guess I didn't get fucked over on Isom 2, Eric. According to everybody on the internet, they're like, sucker! Woo! Let's read some super chats from the super people. Barb Rogers gifted memberships. Thank you, Barb. We got Travis Perek over here. Shane, put down that sippy cup. I thank you for the backing. Jill tells you for $5. Shane has officially been promoted to Field Marshal Mange on the executive board of the ARA. I am a proud card-carrying member of the ARA. Woo!
I like how Jim slowed
People
that down.
don't know that's
of course.
the white people that jump out the bushes. You know, I don't even know what the fuck Eric thinks it is. But, I mean, it's like, Eric, yeah, people fucking hate you, dude. That you know that. Don't act surprised. Why they hate me? Ah! Don't do that. Don't do that. You know why people hate you. People are in your chat hating you. You know why they hate you, Eric.
Holy fuck. Yeah, it was worth.
This is where
I would have
this
paid
guy's shit
$20 for
gets
that.
you
Easy.
to the
Maybe
point.
50.
It's like, oh my god, I just sound like an Eric July hater. Look, I don't hate him. I just hate the way he talks. I was like, holy shit, Eric! Look at what you made me. Ah, Eric. Fuck. It's like those moments. I feel the same way about Cecil. Jane gonna use the gamer word. What? What? All right. EJ needs creators to sign for Ripper Tard Send. All right. So
not these creators.
A collapsing tent, right? A pole buckles. There's multiple poles in a tent. Circus tent. We have to admit a pole snapped.
Jim,
you know.
Dan Blackwood's calling you out.
I don't know. Maybe Isom
Oh,
Korea
more
make $1 million.
unsanctioned
Hell,
promotions.
maybe Yellow.
Oh,
Flash
this
make
is
$1 million.
sanctioned,
I don't know.
Dan. Come
I don't
on.
know. But as a customer of his, I have to wonder if I don't benefit by like an 86% savings by waiting.
It's technically not a
So
promotion.
the problem with that is let's pretend everybody will eventually buy.
It's technically not a promotion. It's just a name only. Doesn't grant them any extra powers.
The book. Maybe they don't buy it during whatever he calls campaigns or whatever. But let's say they buy it on the store, or they buy it 2 years from now when they just give up that they lose hope it'll be on $5. It's not going to be there and build the initial hype that he needs to pump up his campaigns and be talked about on YouTube. And I swear to God, people think you hate. They're like, Shay, why are you hating on Eric July? I don't. What I hate though is every goddamn YouTuber out here. And I guess a guy who sold drugs and has Coke bottle for glasses would be one of them that pretends his shit is good. That these people do not call out any of his bullshit. That they actually protect him. That they look the other way, guys. They look the other way. This guy made one of the worst trailers ever fucking made and decided to film it in live action. The whole Sasuke sisters thing, all of that. I get attacked just for gagging because I was watching a Sasuke sister movie on stream, nobody could see what I was watching, but I had a gag reflex and I had Ripitards attacking me like I was the fucking devil. I was like, no, they're the devil. I saw what they did. I'm not the devil here. No.
No. I'm not the devil in this situation. I'm the devil. I'm the devil doing devil shit.
And I get attacked for days. Oh, well, who are you? Who are you? I said, and I still say to this day, I am surprised. I am not surprised they work with any guy on YouTube trying to make a book that doesn't know better. That doesn't surprise me. The fact that they're working with Eric July doesn't fucking surprise me. He's a guy that he printed Cliff Richard's work. He does not know better. Okay. I'm not, you're like saying, yeah, he attacking the artist. Yeah, that shit. I wouldn't have printed that. I wouldn't have printed that. I would have fired the fucker, or I would say, hey, dude, you're drawing a page a day. He's like, no, I'm drawing 2. I'm like, let's try to get 1 page a day done. And if it still looks like shit, then I want 1 page a week, but I'm not printing this. Okay. Because people are paying a lot of money for this book, Cliff. I know you don't give a fuck. I know you don't give a fuck that you assume that everybody on YouTube are a bunch of simps that don't even know what a comic book is. You think they're too soft-brained. You think they're too busy pounding my ass with the super chats that they don't even care. And you're right, Cliff. My backers probably don't care if my books are good. But initially, they don't care. Initially. See, that's the weird thing that Eric didn't realize. You're selling a book online. People can't flip through it. Exactly. They can't flip through it and put it back on the shelf. They've already bought it. By the time they realize this is a flaming bag of shit on their doorstep in the Gemini mailer, they already paid for it. This was great business It's actually called a fire sale. If you were only doing it once. But the fact you had goals and aspirations, going long and hard with this, that's when it catches up. Because each transaction is a flaming bag of shit. Each transaction is another Gemini mailer full of shit. And eventually people are like, yeah, I don't need another flaming bag of shit from Eric. So the customer base shrinks. So where's it going? And this is where, Valder, as you bring up, EJ needs those creators to sign for Ripasend. He needs people to bring customers into this. Yes. And anybody working with Ripasend, if somebody said, Shane, you feel like going to Ripasend? I'd be like, no, because I don't want to give Eric July my customer email line signups. I don't want him to have my customer information. Why would I do that?
Very
Why would
good
I give?
point.
Because that's what
I
Eric
hadn't
needs.
thought about that.
That's a very
Eric
good
needs
point, dude. Like
you
pause
guys'
it real quick,
information
Jim.
for backing me.
Like, pause it, Jim. So in my
I don't know
world
Drunk.
that
I
I'm
talked
in
to him
the
maybe
watermark,
twice.
we're a distributor for the manufacturer, right? But you know what the manufacturer doesn't have? Our contact lists. They'll never get our contact list. We don't tell them who we sell this equipment to. It's none of their fucking business. We're the people doing the sales. They're just supplying us the equipment. Same with Ripasend. All you need to do is ship the fucking books out, dude. It's like maybe Eric, if you're smart, you just have Eric print them, drop ship them to you, and you ship them to your own customers. Maybe you could save some money that way, and then you don't have to give them your customer list. But no, dude, we do not give our manufacturer any information about our customers. Fuck no. That's crazy. That's a good point, Shane. I never even thought about that, man. I never thought about that. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
And DMs. Why, oh, why is he giving Eric his backing information? I would go, if I was Drunk 3PO, if I was him, and if anybody wants to clip this and send this to him, I would go anywhere but Eric. There are fulfillment centers you can go to. Hell, you can contact me. Yanti will give you at least 3. I drove past one in Charlotte. E-commerce. You can find these things. They exist. I would trust them a million times more because they're not making comics. Meaning they don't need my information. They just need my business. So my backer's information is pretty safe. When I sell a comic and I go to one of these fulfillment centers, chances are that fulfillment center is not going to heckle my customers for shitty comics. But if I was to go to a guy that makes shitty comics, if I was in the business, if I was
in the business of going to a guy for fulfillment that makes shitty comics, and I make comics, who say I make good comics? That guy, he's going to email my customers.
did that for you, Deckard, damn it! I would go to anybody else. Jay is so innocent. I'm just saying. Like, what a shot. Yeah, there's going to be so many 85% off emails. No, you're wrong. There's going to be 86% off emails. That's better deal. That's better deal than 85%. I would, whoever this is, if they continue, chat, I need the wrenches. I shouldn't be doing that. My wrenches need to become active.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't see anything.
I need all wrenches on deck.
Aren't we way back in time?
No.
Oh, this is live? I thought you would.
It's pretty close to live.
About a minute back.
Where's my wrenches at? Where am I at? But there is a big issue with Ripasend. If you are a creator that he says you pass through his gates, even if you're a small creator and you already have a built-in audience, well, that's a great deal for him because he gets your emails. He gets everybody's stuff.
Oh, I think it might have froze. Someone was saying something happened.
Well, fix it, Jim. You're his mod.
I'm trying it. I'm doing everything I can. Let's see.
speed it up. He's back on.
Sean, I hope you're ready to get to work, Sean. I hope you know there is a job to be done. And you were, Sean, you, not the guy next to you, not the guy to the left, but Sean, it's you. It's always been you, Sean. We've always needed you. And especially now, more than ever. Militarize this bitch. Sean, I want to see links and I want work done with that wrench, boy. Woo! Texas mofo, you ain't got a wrench.
It's first of all, don't nobody fucking put more links in the chat than
What
I
happened
do.
to some of my wrenches here?
Yeah, but they're all your link, Jim.
No, they're not.
I'm
I do like 10 to 1.
10 for you and 1 for them.
Sean goes, show me the ninja.
No, I do like 10 comic
Oh
links
my
and
God. All right.
one of mine.
All right. So we're done. All right. So let me now go back to the video we're talking about. Does anybody remember what I was? Oh, I was saying you would be better off.
How
Isn't
dare
it
you?
funny? This guy went from talking about
dare
how
you
people
besmirch
don't have
my name.
businesses and crowdfunding and all of this shit, and talent ain't that important, and
I get
that's how
yelled
we
at
look
a
at
lot
things
of
the wrong
times for
way. To
putting out
now
too many
basically begging people to come and work in Rippusend, and now he's pro crowdfunding, even though he'll say we never crowdfunded before. We don't do that. You know, our shit is done. You know, like all that shit. It's like fucking hell, guy. I've never been one for guys that are like, I've never been one for guys that they don't have a stable base of themselves. Like they're basically gonna go any which way that the wind's blowing. I've never liked guys like that. You can't trust guys like that. And I definitely would think twice before getting in business with guys like that. Getting in business with guys like that. Because I'm not so sure he's the guy with the direction in this company. Because of some of the things he says actually aren't retarded. They sound retarded when you know what he's doing and what he's working in, but sometimes they actually sound like, that sounds like a guy that was a CEO at Pepsi would say that. That sounds like a guy that works, in dry cleaning would say that. They sound like these weird business metaphor and analogies that work somewhere the fuck else, but they don't, like they work for a baker, right? Like, shit, this shit, we got to mark it down, $5. That was $30 bread yesterday, today at $5. And that ain't going to piss nobody off. People want fresh bread. You know, see, that makes sense. I understand that. That does make sense. In another goddamn business, but not comics. Not comics.
That use this responsibly. Pat Chan is.
Why are you saying I miss Drunk Shane, Doc? Are you not entertained, Doc? Are you not entertained right now? Right this minute, Doc, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Doc, I mean, what the fuck? What type of gold do I need to sow for you? Doc Brewski, are you not entertained? Or are you just like, fuck this shit? You flip your fucking laptop into the fucking floor. Shane's not drinking. No. Drunk Shane represents a better time, a simpler time. I wish it was that simpler. That Drunk Shane was drunk with Eric July in the chat wanting the link. With
I'm
Yellow
kind of
Flash
agreeing with
Pro
you, Mike.
Comic Sheet. It was a different time. I wish it was. I wish.
Disappointed
But
with
maybe
Eric.
today is hard times, and we have to be hard men. We cannot get soft with the alcohol. We cannot get drunk. 2022 was a good year. It was simpler times. I wasn't having to look over my back to see if somebody was recording me without my knowledge. I was not worried about a DM group that plotted to overthrow us by a young blonde-haired simple kid named Von Coleman. PTP was, not telling me he ejaculated in his own beard one time. He tried to say he was having sex with a woman, and that just doesn't make fucking sense. More likely he was jerking off in a fucking lounge sofa. Bowl of Cheetos. Hard men drink.
One of them. He is the owner of Space Between Entertainment. Last year, his company kickstarted 16 comics and.
Let me go back on that.
Yeah, he's proud of his output level, low watermark, not the actual books. The fact that he promised 16 and fulfilled 14.
I fight against books drawn like this. Like, I literally, every day I go to a fucking board, Eric, I fight not to draw a book this simple.
Oof.
This simple, interchangeable artist book. I know I can pick out like at least 3 different artists here. I work every day, Eric, to not be lazy. It is impossible to work and be lazy. I know Eric doesn't understand that. I know Eric doesn't understand the difference between a page Ethan does, or I do, or John Malin does versus this. I get it. Or that one that Patrick does, or the one, or a page from some of these other books from people on here. I can tell Eric has no fucking clue. But I know that's not exactly true. But he came to me and asked me to draw for him before ISOM ever came out. And he came to me and even asked Ethan also for fucking covers. So I don't know who fucking... This is like one of these things. I know, like, you guys are like, why don't I have like a solid run of Oliver Coipel books at Marvel? Like, why am I not being given like a 6-issue run of Avengers with Oliver Coipel? And then when Marvel's like, well, fuck it, we'll give you Oliver Coipel on fucking Avengers #1. Like, oh boy. Then you go to your comic shop to pick up Avengers #2. 10 pages are drawn by Oliver Coipel and some other fucking guy. Like, ah, fuck. Then you go to #3 and it's like, Oliver Coipel, who? Oh, he did the cover. The fuck? There's this thing where you guys don't understand. Marvel and DC quality becomes a problem when 85% of your line looks like this. Oliver Coipel is now a problem. Why? Well, he draws great. Obviously, he does. But he'd be a better cover artist. Well, why? He'll draw some pages. Yeah, but he'd be a better cover artist. Well, actually, I like his pages and interiors a hell of a lot more. He's a better designer and layouts and with panels than he is a cover artist. You're right, but he'd be a better cover artist. Because if 85% of your line looks like watered down soy boy shit like this, having a fucking alpha predator artist in the mix makes everything look even weaker. So it's better if Oliver Coipel can't draw pages, because it actually makes your line look weaker when he does. And this is like a type of thing that nobody talks about. And actually, I think I want to do a short video about it. But it is a thing that is the detriment of the American comic book industry today. And to hold this shit up and act like this shit that is plaguing the American comic book industry, this type of half-assed wrong comic, is the solution? Fuck you. Fuck you. It is the fucking cancer of the American comic book industry. This all ages, drawn, happy, non-offensive, safe artwork is the death of the American comic book industry and the Western culture. You do not see manga doing this shit.
He's not happy, Jim.
Yeah.
And this isn't just against Eric. This is against the people he's promoting.
Chris Stanley goes, well. Shane mad fucking Davis. I'm mad at fucking bullshit paper. I mean, a fucking tree died for this shit.
I gotta go to
Chris.
sleep though.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out.
You know, at this point,
Yeah.
these books would
See
be
you,
better if they were printed on toilet paper because at least you could wipe.
All right, Chad.
Thanks everybody.
We are
It was
gonna
a great stream.
Fucking great stream. And low watermark. Yeah, we'll talk soon because I want to.